All right, boom. So this gonna be man AOF Nino, man. Got his chain snatched by some Hawthorne YNs, man. Crazy, crazy. But what's real crazy is it was a Cash Money West chain, right? But now Wax saying basically he don't know who AOF Nino is and how do you obtain this Cash Money West chain. You got Birdman tapping in saying he don't know who he is. So I don't know, man. We're gonna get into this first clip, no jumper clips. Ricky Almighty and Hefe Pooh, Tiny Four reacting to it. We're gonna slide over to Wig TV with the Birdman call. And then Little Slug for the last clip. Let's get into this. Make sure you hit that like, hype, notification bell, share. Follow the socials, Discord, Kick, TikTok, Rumble, IG. Let's get into it, man.
Gets his Cash Money West chain snatched and tested.
Yeah.
Why y'all keep fucking with Nino, bro? AOF Nino allegedly gets his Cash Money West chain snatched and tested.
Yeah.
Why y'all keep fucking with Nino, bro? Nino is a cool ass nigga.
He from LA?
He be trolling me.
He be trolling?
Say what?
Who's him, bro? Trolling me for sure. So it's time. It's time.
It's time.
So I guess you let some children. I guess you let some children. You let some children from Hawthorne get up on you,
bro.
You let some young from Hawthorne get up on you.
But they got a G.
They from Hawthorne?
Where they from though?
I think Thug family.
No, they ain't for Thug family with no G blank on them.
I don't know.
That was a G blank.
What the G whacked up?
Look, the was throwing up F's and it had Hawthorne in the picture. That's what it said. It said Hawthorne and them throwing up.
They from, you sure they ain't bounty hunters?
No,
that's where he's from.
I don't think.
Yeah, that's what they do from bounty hunter, huh?
I don't think they from.
Yeah, that's from my hunter.
I don't think so.
AOF,
yeah, West Coast Gang Wars where you gonna see it. The little had Hawthorne in the picture, correct? You seen the same shit I'm talking about then? You gotta keep, cause for sure. Cause I could have sworn that's where I seen it from. Damn, that shit gone? That's crazy. That's for sure where I seen it. Maybe it's on the other page. There it go. See? Hawthorne. F's. That's stuff. Maybe the other with the GK was, that's him. No, that's Nino. With the GK in the back, that's Nino. He was showing his bruises.
Oh.
That's Nino. He let some young from West Side Power Rules? Yeah? Throwing up F's? Hawthorne? Is Power Rules Hawthorne?
You're trying to pee.
I'm super familiar. That's Nino. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I did. Shut up.
Damn, I didn't know that.
They said
I didn't know it was Power Rules and Hawthorne. I'm not super familiar with Hawthorne politics.
Silver.
Yeah, and then the Wack said that he don't even know this. You got to go to Wack page now. Wack just posted that he don't know who this is and that he not Cash Money West. But I mean, we did see the with 600 and he did have a Cash Money West chain. So I mean, it's debatable. But yeah, I mean, hey, it happens. You feel me? I'm not going to, just because he was popping it about me, I'm not even going to fully do him like that. I'm not even going to do him like that. It happens, you know what I'm saying? It happens to the best of us, B.
He was popping on you? Yeah? I ain't serve him up, man.
I don't know what's up with him.
I'm going to serve him.
I'm going to give him a pass. I ain't going to kick him while he down.
All right.
I ain't gonna kick him while he down. But they did say your shit was fake and Wax say he don't know you.
I have ever been made.
I'm just saying.
No, man. Hey.
Platinum
no, but the thing is, right?
It's gonna be a stamp.
I'm just saying.
That's gonna
unless you got security with you or you with your niggas.
Anything can happen.
Anything you can get robbed.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anything can happen.
It's just like about, if you in the street life, about how you perform after that. You know what goes on after that.
Because anything can happen. The coldest nigga could get booked.
To social media, man.
But see, niggas also to play devil's
anybody could get to
we up though and be popping that shit like I'm untouchable. You feel me? So
yeah,
absolutely.
that's why I be making fun of sometimes when shit happen, because when I saw this, the first thing I thought was like, bro, that shit happen to any nigga,
happens.
bro. Like,
no,
you
but
feel
for
me?
sure. But I mean, just you being a member, just you being a gang member, they're gonna criticize you and just be like, and I don't know, I can't say would he be popping it about or whatever the case may be.
You gotta open the case too.
I feel like if it's
They like,
hey,
he be talking
hey,
shit.
hey, on some real shit though, I feel like it's a few in LA who chain ain't gonna get robbed though, or can't get robbed for real. Because I say that.
They gonna
have to kill him.
Listen, they gonna have to kill him.
Or you gonna say something they gonna have to die?
It's gonna be
anybody can have to kill him. You gonna have to kill him. That's what I'm saying. That's how I was going.
That's what you're gonna have to say.
That's how I was going with it though. I'm saying you either gonna have to kill this
nigga,
or you know for a fact if I rob this right here, it's gonna be a full out war.
Look, I'm gonna say this, bro. You shouldn't even be walking around with nothing on your neck, arm, wrist, pinky, anything that you feel that
valuable
you're gonna give your life for it. I don't give a if I paid $1 million for my piece. My life is
way more valuable.
Yeah,
for sure.
Go ahead. If I know who you is,
we gonna get you. Take it though.
Yeah, we'll holler.
Yeah.
That's how they go.
That's how they go. There you go.
That's how
I don't give a fuck.
That's how they will come at you.
All that nigga. But I go.
Automatic come with the kill because they like if I know if I rob this and this find out or see who the fuck we are because already behind the scene plot said, man, if I go for this, I had to go all the way in with him. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Because if we find out who the fuck we is, he going all the way in on us.
Anybody can get robbed, bro. And you can get robbed with your shit on you. It all
but some
depends.
niggas got respect.
Situations,
semantics. You get robbed, nigga. That's what I'm saying. Nigga got the ups on you. I'm mad, nigga, bro. Nigga, and disarm niggas, all that, bro.
It happens, bro.
Like, nigga, I ain't talking about what I seen. It's been disarmed, all that.
It happens.
Multiple occasions. So it's like, niggas.
So yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not.
It can happen.
Look, you got the. I'm not gonna never come in between us.
It can happen, bro. So I'm not even gonna do that. But we is gonna talk about how they check that shit. That shit was fake, nigga. And Wax say he don't know you, nigga. You feel me? And but that is kind of crazy though. That's all bad though. My having a bad week. They get up on you, put hands on you, take your shit, and then Wax say he don't even know you, and you was having the cash money with. That's up. He having a bad week.
This Whack posting the real chain saying like, yo, this is the real chain.
Yeah,
the shit
that's
you
Wax
got.
chain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Whack.
That's a bad week.
I was like, but the chain has his name stamped on the back, so how does that add up?
No, he's just saying like I don't know. Well, shit, let's play the video and find out. I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
If it ain't like that,
Easy.
No,
It ain't
that's
that
Whack
easy to
posting the
jack.
actual Cash
Chat.
Money West chain.
You
right
could
real.
get jacked, sir.
Yeah, I feel. I feel like the whole like
I got
jewelry
tractors
game
going
is
on.
crazy. Like if you walking around
got
with a
tractors.
bunch of iced out shit and you don't got security, or you feel me, to
Be
blink
ready
on
for
you,
your
like,
shit to be able to liable to
yeah,
get
you
took,
feel me?
nigga.
Because I look at it like the thirstiest is gonna be looking at you like, ooh, I could get that shit, and that's a cool little come up. You feel me?
Absolutely.
Like that's how I feel about jewelry and people wearing it out type. Like if you courtside at a game somewhere you know it's gonna be highly secured, that's better. But like still, when you walk into your car,
Them
like
niggas
a
will
young
follow you
nigga
home.
can just be like, give me that, take off, and be faster than you type. You know what I'm saying? Like anything can happen to anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Snatch and run for sure.
For sure.
It can
For sure.
happen.
Like don't even gotta
It can
like
happen.
really do you dirty like that type
It
shit.
can happen.
You know what I'm saying? What?
It can happen.
Ricky, a cute Zaddy, no Diddy.
Bro, who is Donnie?
Donnie
Be tripping, bro.
Blizz.
Donnie be tripping.
Pause, bro.
Donnie be on the sus stuff and then
Yeah.
just be fucking posting shit about how much he hates trans. I don't know what's up with bro. Hey, what's
yeah.
What's two, gang?
I'm not even trying to point that out.
I know, I know
He's
what you
weird,
said. That's
bro.
weird as fuck,
What are
bro.
you talking
The nigga
about?
named Donnie Blitz.
What's the next subject, man?
You shouldn't even write that shit.
That's a seven for real. Ain't no offer life right now, still wouldn't tell. God sits right now and posting bill. Bridging down with that bounty, what shit that was we still. Tiptoeing, that's a seven for real. I'm heady stepping, keep on squeezing. Najee baby gon' stay inside 'cause it's that season. Try that bend on block and forth, your homicide gon' be on legion. You choosing.
Can you get the chain back? He tapped in. I ain't gonna say with a reliable source to tap into me. On West Side of Hawthorne, on Hawthorne. The nigga asked, can he get the fake chain back? So I'm thinking it's real. I'm like, oh, this shit gotta be real if he want it back. Whole time I go to a jeweler, the whole day I'm hunting out jewelers. I'm at this jeweler, I'm at that jeweler. It's closing, it's 5:30. You feel me? I'm rushing. Whole time on West Side of Hawthorne. The shit is fake.
wanted it back so bad because he didn't want to get exposed.
Man, come on, man. Look, bro, and I could tell y'all it's deeper than that, right? How it all happened, how it all went down. You get what I'm saying? How it all went down. It's a lot. It was a lot that went to it, you feel me? He know exactly what went down. I ain't gonna say too much on this gram. I ain't gonna say bounty hunters is coming. Man, bounty hunters don't claim that. This ain't got nothing to do with the bounty hunters.
So they grab AOF Nino, right? Which lead to some discrepancies, this, that, and the third. We're gonna get into it, bro.
But look, I can tell it everything on how it went, right? But I'm gonna let y'all know a little deeper into this. I'm gonna let y'all know that, like, I'm gonna let y'all know just a little bit, right? A little bit. Close that back door, you hear me? So, I'm just saying though, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, go ahead, DC Draco. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? You good, DC Draco. Look, if you give a dog a bone, he gonna bite the bone, you dig? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Yeah, we got strippers and we got steppers, you dig? You know what I'm saying? You gotta fall in one category in this, you know? I'm just saying, wanted this fake chain back, man. It's a lot that went down to that, right? I ain't gonna say too much though, right? Because I'm gonna do an interview on this, okay? Not on my shit, but you know, somebody gonna get the interview, the co-interview on how it happened. Gonna get the co-interview on how it happened, but just know, this.
So you hear him say AOF Nino was going extra out his way to get the jewel back, right? We gonna get into that, bro. Say tuned.
This right here, do you really want this chain back? This shit glistening. You would think this shit is real though. On West Side Hawthorne, on 135th Street, on FAB. This shit right here is salty. You know how many he done with this chain and they thought it was real? You just ain't shit. I'm just saying though. Man, this shit is crazy though. Blood wasn't trying to get exposed. Nah, he wasn't. Hey, Big Boy, he wasn't. Big Boy, Big Boy, you know the real though. You hear me? You know the real. Yeah, this shit crazy. But look at the, hold on. The other one so cold. Look, let me show you the other. He got, where's the other one at? Oh, it's right. This one, look. This one falling to pieces. That's on Hawthorne. This one breaking. I'm touching it. This one breaking apart on me. I'm like, hold up. This one breaking apart on me though. You know what I'm saying? This one breaking apart. So this one, this one it's like a.
One came from Timu, one came from the ice cream truck, bro. This shit ain't cool, bro.
It's like a somewhat good fake piece, right? It's credible. It look good on the gram and all that. This one trash. It's like breaking up. Like, I'm like, oh man. Damn, why? He knocked hella off that fake chain. And ain't shit either though. Don't come my way, you hoes, cause you hoes, you got dick all up in you. Fake chain here in the back and all type of shit on West Side Hawthorne. You know what I'm saying? But yeah though, my nigga. So we're gonna do an interview real soon. It might be with DC Draco. We're gonna talk about this though. But he is not part of Cash Money. You know what I'm saying? This isn't a real Cash Money chain. He really isn't from Bounty Hunters over there. Who is this? We really don't know who this is. Like a credit player. This shit like Grand Theft Auto. This like a credit player out here. You know what I'm saying? On everything. Who made this? For sure, who made this? You know what I'm saying? We got to figure out what happened though, man. What happened? I'm gonna tell y'all. I ain't gonna tell y'all too much, right? But I'm gonna let y'all know, man. I'm gonna let y'all know. Close that back door out here, man. For real. West Side Hawthorne. Close that back door. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. For sure. Y'all tap in though, Mac in.
On Hawthorne, bro. You know what I'm saying? He said so much, he got me saying it, bro. You know what I'm talking about? So look, they didn't grab AOF Nino, which lead to some discrepancies, this, that, and the third, bro. So, you know AOF Nino, he associated to 600 and WAC 100 and this, that, and the third. He barely run around here with a fugazi Cash Money piece, right? And I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Get this. Apparently, it's a couple of them joints, bro. It's a couple of the fugazi ones. So the question is, right, that stem from all this shit, this robbery, this, that, and the third, is who going to get these fake chains made, right? This, that, and the third, bro. Blitzkid, I ain't gonna hold you up.
Check it out.
No, boss.
It's not real?
Silver.
Silver, none of it's real?
No.
So not even this?
No, boss. It's silver.
Alright, good.
Yeah.
The diamond's not real?
They're not gonna put the diamond in silver.
It's crazy, the whole chain fake.
Sorry, boss.
That's good.
So now we see why he was so anxious to get that thing back, right? You know, silver is a real precious metal. It ain't as precious as gold, but it's still worth something. Feel me? But yeah, you know, let's keep it lit, bro.
So what happened? It just fell off his neck?
Nah, man. Nah.
Fell off his neck, man. You don't know what happened, man. You know what I'm saying?
The other one, bro, it's pieces all. I gotta get a vacuum and all type of shit now. This shit breaking apart. I'm thinking I'm rich. I'm glad. I'm like, you already know we young niggas. I'm on. I'm at the jeweler the next day. Next hour, I'm at the whole time jeweler like, nah, you done way too good time. Man, the homie, we shot as a up there like, man, do something to this nigga over this fake ass jewelry.
Wow.
So,
Out here playing with fake J.
this the jeweler right here. Whoever this nigga.
That's it. Hey, Blackie.
So
Yeah.
you never got
Raphael?
Huh?
Nah, you
Did
never
I
got
say
signed.
Raphael?
Yeah, that's Rafa.
He made him a fake.
Oh, Rafa, I make everybody.
Yeah, he make fake chains.
Rafa, I make everybody fake shit on God.
But would it make it worse though? He got cash money.
I mean, you can get some money for the silver. You know, the silver $80 an ounce now. You know what I'm saying? You might
say he can't give me nothing for it.
Oh,
because you was asking him about diamonds. That's why.
yeah, that's
you
why
want to sell the
you gotta
silver.
say the silver.
No, I asked for the gold.
Hey, who can 925 on that money?
Man, this shit might break any minute. You see how this shit crumpling? Come on.
Oh, he said the OTS
hey, look, what make it worse though? He got on the streets tapping in to try to get it back at first, like it's real or something.
Nah, he was just trying to save face. That's it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want floating around. Man, he had it. He was wearing it and all type of shit.
And that's what make them even worse. Nigga, watch them hoes.
He deserves a DP.
He deserves a DP.
He say he deserve a DP, bro, for the fake chains. Not even for getting robbed, though. You know what I'm saying? But so what end up happening is, right, he get grabbed. They go get the jewel tested. Come find out it's fake, right? And it's a Cash Money West piece, bro. You know who the owner of the building of the Cash Money West or who facilitated that situation? Wack 100, right? So he chime in.
This is what a real Cash Money West medallion looks like. And this is how you know. Only 4 of them have ever been made in the world. The back, platinum back, and it's gonna be a stamp. That's gonna say Wack 100, Savvy Third, Blueface, a stunner. And that's the maker. If it ain't like that, that's real.
So you hear Wack 100, right? He come out, he clear it up for us. Like, hold on, bro. First off, I don't even know no AF fucking Nino, this, that, and the third. He run around here with fake charms and whatever have you, right? But then, but you know, I ain't gonna lie, the internet is somewhat undefeated, right? Because they like, so they speculate, they like either Wack trying to get ahead of this shit or somebody is around here making fake pieces, bro, in the name of Cash Money West, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, type shit. And the thing is, well, let's just get into it, bro.
Just cut the music. I got a big announcement coming, you know. Got a big announcement coming. But, hey, shout out Birdman, shout out Cash Money, shout out Wack 100, the Godfather. You know, we got something big announcement coming on right now. You know, we doing something. We changing the whole thing up. I might as well give y'all a hint. You know, I might as well give y'all a hint, man, on my announcement that we gonna make. I ain't show nobody. But there you go, man.
Ah, fuck. You know what I'm saying, bro? Now that's the same piece AOF Nino then got grabbed for. You know what I'm talking about? Now it could be, and it can't be. But the people, they send it to me, and they like, what you think, bruh? I'm like, shit. It do look similar. Now, we gonna wait till he show the back, bro. I haven't looked at this clip in its entirety. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. When he show the back, we gonna see. Let's see.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't showing nobody. Put the flash on that thing. Butter. 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 Real stones. Butter. So I ain't even like, you know, yeah, butter, man. You feel me? Not that cloudy bullshit these niggas got. You know what I'm saying? Butter. So, we got some announcements coming. You know what I mean? Yeah. What's happening with it? I'm not an artist, sir. I'm not an artist. That's not given to me as an artist. I'm not an artist. I'm an A&R for that. You know, Wack is the boss man. They got me doing A&R. I'm developing. You know, I'm recruiting. I'm bringing people in. I'm getting...
Now, we can examine it from the front, brother. You know what I'm talking about? So, we gonna look back. Let's go back to Wax, right? Wax say it's only 4 authentic pieces out there, right? Apparently, it's 6 pieces in total. 2 artificial, 2 that ain't, you know what I mean? 2 that ain't official, and then 4 that's really, feel me? So, the 4 that's really, really him, we gonna examine it. Let's examine it.
This is what a real...
Exhibit A. See how he zoom in, right? On the west. So look at the west. The hand of the west, the gold is all gold. There's no diamonds in it. Now let's revert back to the piece 600 is showing. The west on here is diamond encrusted, as well as the west on the AOF Nino piece. You see where we going with this, bro? Now, I don't know who's running around making these Cash Money West pieces or whatever have you, right? But we see why AOF Nino was so anxious to get the piece back, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Because now Wack got to get out here and explain how, first off, I don't even know this nigga. Second off, that piece ain't authentic. Third off, you know what I mean? Type shit. But shit, y'all niggas let me know what y'all think, bro. This shit, I'm like, so they sent it to me, right? I'm looking up, they like just do your analysis, bro. And then bring it to them. If you don't think so, bro, you don't got to, bro. And the thing is, I didn't have to, but I was already, the funny thing is, I was on this live. When 600 showed the piece, so when they sent it to me, I already knew where he was going with, you know, where they was going with it. Type shit. I wasn't putting 2 and 2 all the way together. But after I seen Wack call in a no jumper yesterday, right? And he get on, I guess, or they was talking about Wack with the AOF piece and him, how he was saying it was fake and this, that, and the third. I'm like, hold on. Type shit, right? But y'all let me know what y'all think, bro. This fake juicy. This ain't really no, you know what I'm saying? But it's something, I guess. I would. Somebody running around here making fake Cash Money West pieces. AOF Nino. You know that like, just, I mean, they do say fake it till you make it, bruh. You know what I'm saying? So shit, I mean, have at it.
Say up, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say up.
AOF Neo allegedly gets looking at you like, ooh, I could get that faster than you type. You
Zaddy no Diddy.
bro, who is Donnie?
Donnie.
About how much he hates trans. I don't know what's up with bro.
Oh,
Hey, what's
yeah.
two?
Some Hawthorne, young Pyru goons, some youngsters got their hands on AOF. Some Hawthorne, young Pyru goons, some youngsters got their hands on AOF Nino Cash Money West chain. It's floating around right now all over the internet. Whack 100, EBK Young Jock speaking on it. Jock and AOF Nino fell out after Jock got robbed in LA. He felt like AOF Nino set him up. AOF Nino in his story posting how, he ran a fade with somebody and it fell off. And he ain't turning down nothing. He got 12 more fades to go. Now this is about the third, fourth time we done seen Nino outside fighting. And he's saying it's not over, you feel me? He gonna be doing all type of cowboy and Indian things over his name, on his B's and on his H's, man. Stop playing with him. Now the people who did this will be so sad after it was not real. Yeah, the jury was fake.
So what happened? It just fell off his neck?
Nah, man. Nah.
It fell off his neck, man. You don't know what happened, man. You know what I'm saying?
The other one, bro, it's pieces off. I gotta get a vacuum and all type of shit now. This shit breaking apart. I'm thinking I'm rich. I'm glad. I'm like, we on. You already know we young niggas. I'm on. I'm at the jeweler the next day. Next hour, I'm at the whole time jeweler. Like, nah, you done wasted your time. And the homie, we shot as man, nigga, this nigga over this fake ass.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Niggas out here playing with fake J.
This the jeweler right here. Whoever this nigga is.
That's it. Hey, Black.
So you never got signed?
Huh?
Nah, you
Did
never
I
got
say
signed.
Raphael?
Yeah, that's Rafa.
He made him a fake.
Oh, Rafa make everybody.
Yeah, he make fake chains.
Rafa make everybody fake shit on God.
But would it make it worse though? He got cash money.
You can get some money for the silver. You know the silver $80 an ounce now. You know what I'm saying?
The nigga said he can't give me nothing for it.
Oh,
because you was asking him about diamonds. That's why nigga go tell you want to sell the silver.
No, I asked for the gold. I said one person silver. Man, this shit might break any minute. You see how this shit crumpling? Come on.
Oh, he said the
hey, look, what make it worse though? He got niggas on the streets tapping in to try to get it back at first, like it's real or something.
Nah, he was just trying to save face. That's it. You know what I'm saying? He ain't want them around. Man, he's wearing it and all type of shit.
And that's what make them even worse. Nigga, watch that.
He deserve a DP.
He deserve a DP.
Shut up.
No, boss.
It's not real?
Silver.
Silver, none of it's real?
No.
So not even this?
No, boss. It's silver.
Alright, good.
Yeah.
The diamond's not real?
They're not gonna put the diamond in the silver.
It's crazy, the whole chain fade.
Sorry, boss.
That's good.
Sorry.
This is what a real Cash Money West medallion looks like. And this is how you know. Only 4 of them have ever been made in the world. The back, platinum back, and it's gonna be a stamp. That's gonna say Whack 100, Savvy Third, Blueface, a stunner. And that's the maker. If it ain't like that, that's real.
See, back in the day, we used to rush, you know what I'm saying, pimp dope. Now, these niggas is getting robbed, paying, doing dope.
Yes or no? Simple question. Yes or no? for the Athens Park. That was nothing but
anybody. Yes or no?
General.
Yes or no? Could you do it?
Yes or
no?
no? I'm thinking. Listen, I'm thinking.
Yes
If
or no?
we talking about the Athens or we talking about it in general?
In general.
Yes or no? Okay.
Now,
All
guess
right,
what?
hold on, say it
Let me
again,
ask you
say
a
it
question.
again.
He said, could you blur out shit when they diss it? Of course you can.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
If we on the freeway, and we just witnessed this on the way here, right? If freeway's moving, we ain't paying no attention to it, right? But if it's an accident on the freeway, it could be on the...
Hold on, bro. It seemed like you was trying to think about that question, like, when he asked you, would you edit this shit out or could you? This, that, and third. DC kind of like, I don't know. But I'm wondering if DC is in a position of like, all right, these some older cats, so we, you understand me type shit, like fake subservient to them, like, all right, they, how you respect your elders type shit, bro. You know what the good book say. So I wonder if DC is coming from like, oh, these some OGs and feel me. Although you're OG though, like I ain't finna let him just touch me though, put his hands on me though. Feel me?
Northbound side, the southbound side gonna slow up too, right? Everybody's gonna stop and look. In this game, and you're new to this shit, I didn't try it.
I'm true to this. I ain't new to this.
I'm talking about this podcast shit.
All right, let it be known.
We talking about the podcast shit.
All right.
You are new to this podcast shit.
All right.
4 Extras is the face of the 40s when it comes to the podcast
He one of them.
shit.
He one of them.
Right? So, in this game right here, nigga, when we start talking about look at my beautiful family and look at the butterflies and look at this, nobody pays attention. Everybody's doing this to get paid. It's like standing on the corner back in the day. You're gonna stand there with some bunk work or some good work.
But that's my whole thing. I don't do this for the money.
But that's what.
So, bro, listen, bro. So what you saying is the good work is the shit where this is incriminating themselves, where it's causing like turmoil within the black community, right? It's gonna be it's turmoil in the black community already. But like I say, when you say, oh, it's going on already, it make it seem like you just don't care about adding to that and making it worse, right? So it's shit. I mean, what you saying, bro? Like, motherfuckers should get their content even at the expense of the community, whack, or at the expense of whoever, whatever type shit. I ain't gonna lie, blood with the red sweater on the side of Spotty face look like disaster.
The majority do though, Spotty.
But that's not me though. I'm counter that. Everything that he stand for, everything that my cousin stand for, I'm the complete opposite, bro. I'm the complete opposite. But I respect the nigga hustle. I respect the nigga, you know what I'm saying, being able to take care of his family. But I don't have to agree with that.
Have you ever heard a gospel singer?
Edit.
No, bro, listen. You know what none of my rules is without him? Ain't no editing. If you say it, that's what it is.
He do him. I support him even when I don't really I still support him. I don't like my
you gonna get up right now. You gonna get up right now. If you heard right now, I'm gonna correct you. Cause I know your heart. I wouldn't give a if 4 Extras was dead wrong. If you got a call right now about that, you finna go out that door and you don't give a fuck. I go and you gonna be there for him. You might be a little mad at him.
No, I wouldn't right now.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's over with, bro. That's over with, bro. The day that.
But you was wrong.
Listen, I wasn't wrong because you don't even know the story. You don't
I
even
just know what I saw.
It.
It don't add to what you doing. It's bigger than that. What you doing is bigger than that. I haven't even done what you...
Listen, I agree with that last statement, but to me it means everything because I gotta lead by example, brother. I gotta lead by example. I just stand on business whether it's an unpopular vote or not.
So if he's called over there, what you gonna do to him?
You already know. I'm about to do it to him right now.
But see, look.
On 40 crib.
But hold on. Does that
nigga? Cause I don't do no plan. I don't even want to get to. I don't want to.
Does that go with your movement?
Absolutely, because I push peace, but I don't tolerate disrespect. Once he start trolling me and all that, doing all that.
He said, I'm finna do it to him right now, bro. It was quiet in the period, you know what I'm saying? And whack, you keep interjecting. It's whack shit. So this whack interview, I understand that, bro. But a man trying to holler at another man, bro, and that's the part that's kind of like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder, is it like, is whack, DC like, all right, that's your partner. You know him, y'all got to report. Y'all chop it up or whatever. Hey, you nigga want to see me? I'm here, nigga. Feel me? Anything else? Whatever, nigga. Feel me? Nigga can take words. God made words, and words don't hurt. Type shit, bro. Like or whatever. Nigga, some people suspect he had his calm and his cool on. Cause like I said earlier, bro, it was. Feel me?
I'll let him in. You start trolling me first, bro. Don't make it seem like I was trolling you, bro. Like, come on.
Troll me.
I mean, that's fine. That's cool. But when I'm
everybody troll me.
Man, listen, bro. Once you troll me, bro, then
that's why you laughing because you know you on bullshit.
Nah,
you on bullshit.
I'm not on no bullshit, bro. Listen,
is that serious, Spody? Come on, real me.
Listen, or listen. It's the trolling part is not that serious.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, that's not that serious. I'm gonna be real. I'm not some bullshit with that. No, but listen though, when I tell a nigga, hey, bro, right now it ain't cool for you to be over here, and you still try to come back over here because you know when you was coming back over, you know no one. Yeah, I already did that. That's a fact. But when you see something serious going on over here, and you going and you trying to make skits and doing all that, that's trolling. That's taking it to the next level.
Let's ask him. You took it to the internet, bro.
It don't matter what I did.
You took it to the internet.
It's my hood.
You took it to the internet. 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 You could have easily had me pull up. We could have chopped it up. You brought it to the internet.
How did you get over there? Did 4Xers tell you to pull up, or did you tell 4Xers you need to pull up?
Soon as he uploaded the video, it was sent to 4Xers. He like, it's good. I'm gonna take care of him. I'm gonna holler at it. You feel me? Shit like that. So I had to wait 4 days to pull up, let them politic what they doing.
But I'm saying, did you tell 4Xers I need to pull up to show?
Hell no.
Or did he tell you to come over there?
He told me to come over there. He had to make sure everything was right first.
Already know that part. You already know what you're gonna say. Who?
You.
I'm not being a.
I know how to be a. I know what's going on. You being a.
So listen.
You a too.
Listen.
You know when being a.
Listen. So man, I don't think that.
He just told you.
I don't underestimate no man, no way, shape, fashion, or form. Am I trying to bully him? I don't know him from a can of paint. We have a cut. Listen, man. This thing take me in the back and.
Yeah, like. All I had to stop him like, whack, bro, he ain't bullying me, bro. I don't know who the fuck you think I'm is, bro. I got it on me, bro. It's right here, bro. On God, bro. No, I'm playing. But that, see, even that is some bullshit, bro. It shouldn't even have to come to that, bro, over some disagreements or whatever to have you, right? It's wild, bro.
With my ass right now, I don't know what he can do. I just be standing on morals and principles, bro. I don't know I don't underestimate no man. How am I being a bully? It said simply, this is my community, bro. Right now, you're not welcome in that. You should have respected that. As a non-affiliate, you see something going on, some inner turmoil or whatever the case was, you should have respected that. But why you not respect? Come on, I'm gonna do the same way. If niggas up in the knobs right there, and did you say you can't go, and your other homie bring you up or your cousin when
I'm on his bumper.
Hey, whack 100.
I'm on my homie's bumper.
What you think I'm gonna do? What you think I did and what you think I'm gonna do?
You ain't went over there and tied your hand behind your back.
Hey, whack 100.
And told 4Xers.
Hey, whack.
I squabbled another for 4Xers though.
You wrong for that. No, you right for that though. What?
Thank you. So I'm what?
You right for that.
Thank you.
It's 4 sides of the 40s. It's the avenues where he from. I put him to the dark side.
It don't matter.
I put him to the dark side. I put him to the dark side though.
No. Listen,
it does not matter.
This is where you can't do that.
Exactly.
That's like
this is what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you something. When I was coming up, right?
Yeah.
He going.
Yeah. See, it come across. I understand what Spody's saying right there. Tell you don't come through, bro. Cuzzo tell you to come through. It's not like I'm about to get on Cuzzo. I'm still on you, right? Cuzzo just gonna. It might be a little worse though, cause I want to take out a little bit more frustration that I have for Cuzzo on you too. Like you keep vouching for this. I told you not to have him over here, bro. Now whatever happened to him, and you. And then I can understand how I could come across as antagonist. And like if they trying to look like a mark or whatever, how you certain shit might come into play though. But DC said he waited for him to politic it out. Got the green light and came back through. But even with that, it still come across like your word don't mean shit, Spody, nigga. Feel me? These niggas, you don't got no say so. Bitch, I'm back over here. What you gonna do? Type shit. And at that point, it's like, feel me? So
and this, I would come in and say, where you from? Paru. Which one? I would say all of them. Meaning that if you got a problem with a Paru, take it like I'm that. He from 40s. He ain't gonna isolate himself and say, I'm from that. We all part of a clique, but he from 40s. So you can't say, well, you ain't in no position to say this is dark side business versus avenue business. You can't have that conversation with he from 40s. So the whole as a whole. When he in jail, he ain't gonna say, well, you done this, and I'm from this side. This 40s, but this neighborhood, he gonna move the same. So I don't know who the f told you that he from, wow, you can't, that ain't how that, but this is where a lot of the out of town shit ain't supposed to be able to happen, and the people are allowing it to happen.
Exactly my point. Be for the betterment them and not one. So that's the problem that I have with my little cousin. But other than that, again, like I said before all this, I never had a problem with that. You just didn't respect it. So you made it see. You let 4 extras pump you up to come over there. Then once you pumped him, you let him pump you up to come over here. I'm not even gonna say pump him up because I don't know whatever it is. Once you cross the lines, when I say you're not welcome in my community, that's when I feel like you stepped over. You overstepped.
4 extras say, nigga, come over here, pull up on me right now. Turn on the camera. You put that on him or 4?
I put that on him. I'm putting that on 4 extras, but what I'm saying is, as a non-affiliate, you should know your place, brother. This is not your community. You don't gotta be an affiliate. As a nigga, as a street area, if a nigga tell me, if Wack tell me, hey, bro, Turtle, Smody, you not good over here. I don't want you over here right now. And even if one of my other, I'm like, nah, man. Y'all got.
But see, that's because we know what come with that.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, hold up, like.
No, that's because we know what come with that.
Come on, like, nigga, like, it don't matter how big. Yeah, like, I'm not
dealing with a nigga.
Like, bro.
So I wonder is we finna get a Pacoima Hood vlog. Oh, orchestrated by Wack. That'll be fire. You know what I'm saying? Type shit, bro. You feel me? But so I think, this is a conversation. It come down to like 2 sides though. It do like what you standing on. Like you standing on the principles in the principles and morals that can forward the community, or you standing on principles and morals that could forward yourself. Feel me? Wack say, yeah, man, nigga don't got no obligation to the community, right? Because it's separate now. Nigga like, well, if we all the way out here in LA, we ain't worried about what's going on. Okay, and I've been saying that's not how it need to be. Nigga need to politic across the board. And about righteous shit. At the same time of it being 2 sides, right? I think, it's a trip, man. It's a tricky game too. Tupac said it, bro. He said it ain't no hope for the future, bro, or for the youth. And I don't mean to say it like that. Like, I just think it's so much going on in the black community. It's so much confusion and delusion and dilution, and you feel me, bro? That it's kind of hard to get everybody in the community on one page, right? I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's next to it. Feel me? And cause niggas just, everybody think, they don't know what it's, they looking at this shit from inside the box instead of looking at it from the outside, so you can really assess the whole situation, right? And yeah, man, as far as I know they got to the discussion of the case and this, that, and the third, right? That might be a part 2, bro.
Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. I need that cheese like a grater, ho. Don't play me like no shit, cause I never capped a saber, ho.
And you roll. Yeah, because for those who don't know, Ant has vocally disagreed with Wack.
No, for sure. And a lot of mad at me, right? You know how many phone calls I was getting, like, hey man, why you going up there? Why you doing this? It's a bad look. And I'm like, how this is a bad look, bro? Like, ever since I dropped this segment yesterday saying I got on the phone call with this man, and I grew up with my childhood friends, you know what I'm saying, called in, was like, nah, bro, he didn't tell on us.
The word, we back with another video. So Ant Hefe is pretty much being accused of selective politicking and how he's responding to the disrespect of his big homie Monster Cody. So y'all know Spider Loc caused the controversy when he pretty much was going off on whatever he said about Monster Cody. But you also had Wack 100 pretty much say the same thing, trying to confirm what Spider Loc said. But Ant Hefe had no words for Wack 100 when he disrespected Monster Cody, instead focusing on Spider Loc. So Ant Hefe has been getting a lot of backlash. Now, for those that don't know, Ant Hefe actually had confronted Wack 100 on No Jumper when they had a show a couple of months back, and he pretty much told Wack, what do you have against my big homie Monster Cody? Why did you disrespect him? Now, this is the first time when Wack disrespect Monster Cody.
Well, we gonna set a lot of narratives. Sure,
Come on, now, Wayne.
Come on, Ant.
So look,
Come on,
Why we
Wayne,
here,
let's go.
player? Go crazy, gang.
First and foremost, my first issue, the podcast with you and Big U. You know what I'm saying?
At my studio with Gilly and Wallow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know
What
what I'm saying? You was like, they asked you about the Monster and You thing, and
let's talk about that.
Listen, hold on before we get there.
So yeah, bro, Ant can't catch a break around this small. It just been a lot, really, but we gonna get into it. I'm gonna hear him out.
My thing is, I could never have a problem about who you pick. Like, if that's your pick, that's your choice. I don't give a you know what I'm saying? Because, like, all my choices ain't gonna be A-Trade. So, like, if that's what you pick, that's what you pick.
Did you remember what the overall was? When it
comes to gripping, Gilly and Wallow was basically like giving respects to Monster. Like as far as on the East Coast, Monster set the president. Like he the reason why gang banging. That's who we looked up to.
He wrote the book.
No, not only that. I swear to God,
wrote the book.
The Bloods, from what they tell me, started over there from them read Monster Cody's book. I'm totally confused about that.
That's
you read the motherfucking Crip book.
And like we gonna be blood.
Because I read the book in Eminem. I read the book.
But that's what I'm saying. You got to acknowledge the importance of the book.
But here's the thing. The difference between Monster Cody and Big U was the transitioning. You get me?
Transition as far as what?
Monster, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, because he had Oprah. This nigga had Oprah Winfrey on his side. Remember Oprah, that big ass book club? Because see, when he did it, they had to run it through Canada and bring it back because of the Son of Sam law. So if you look at the back of the book, instead of it saying U.S. first, say Canada first. They was just intrigued with this nigga work to do that, right? They didn't use that against him not to do it, right? So when he came home, right, he had a motherfucking door so open to step in and run it up. But we seen the book, we read the book, everybody knew about the book. But when Monster come home, all you heard was he home, and then you heard about when he went back. When Big U came home, right, he transitioned. And I'm gonna be real. I know it's transitioning because it was the red flag
had around him, like for sure. Monster had billionaire motherfuckers around him, you know what I'm saying? Monster would tell you like a connects that he had and people he had in his pockets. This the thing is about Monster.
Now I'm gonna be real, bro. They try to point out how Ant like whatever selective politic or whatever when it come to Wack or whoever, right? But if you think about it, I'm gonna keep it real, Wack. It come across like you really said whatever you said about Big U and Monster because just on some favoritism type shit, right? And the fact that he even giving Ant this explanation show he got some respect for Ant too as well. So, that's just being overlooked. Like, so it's respect both ways, basically.
Monster didn't care about that shit. Like, for real, seriously, like, even the homegirl that fucked with him from years, the G homegirl, she'd tell you, she like, Monster did it regardless of how that died, like, yeah, to you because you live in this life and you might be more aware. Like, what? Like, if I got $1 billion or $100 million, I ain't gonna do this and that. Like, that nigga lived and died how he wanted to die. Like he didn't care, and so that's what I'm saying. So but process shit differently. So that could have been like shit from him saying alleged that he.
So after pretty much Ant Hefe confronted Wack on No Jumper in regards to how he's disrespected Monster Cody, you would think Wack 100 would respect Ant and never disrespect Monster Cody again, right? Especially after the words and the exchange they had on No Jumper, which was peaceful. But pretty much Ant was trying to say, what you got against my big homie please don't disrespect Monster, whatever the case may be. So the fact that Wack turns around and goes disrespect Monster Cody again, just recently, goes to show you Wack really don't respect Aunt Hefe. And all it takes is one kind of disagreement, and Wack is really gonna turn on Aunt Hefe. Same with Munchie B. When Munchie B got on Clubhouse in 2021, him and Wack was really cool and respectful. I think they had some kind of disagreement. And before you know it, now Wack and Munchie B is like mortal enemies. So it goes to show you, I think people is trying to get at Aunt Hefe saying Wack is no good. Eventually he's gonna turn on you. So you might as well just expose him, cut him off, and just really expose him for what he is, whatever the case may be. But Aunt Hefe still has no words for Wack. He just does not want that smoke, allegedly. As the comments say, he's scared of Wack, or he don't want to be X'd out on the social media space. Another comment that Tiny Let Loose put out there in regards to the disrespect for Master Cody was always some lame ass excuse. Talk crazy about SBI but scared to death of even breathing a syllable about Wack. You the same as Munchie Selective.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, Ant for the most part be pretty diplomatic, but I can see how somebody could say, this ain't the time for that, bro.
You a buster. So Tiny Let Loose again exposing Aunt Hefe for not speaking on Wack but speaking on Spider Loke when they both disrespected Master Cody, y'all. Now, what's even more crazy is you have young Aunt Hefe's ops from the Rolling 60s defending Master Cody. That's right, you have Tiny Let Loose, pretty much who was under Master Cody's video, saying all real ones, if any of you are sub to this dude, please unsub ASAP. Mark ass scared of Wack. So this is Tiny Let Loose from the Rolling 60s under Ant's comment section to the video that Ant made in regards to Master Cody disrespect, and pretty much saying you scared of Wack. So he's trying to say, how come you ain't saying nothing to Wack, but you saying something about Spider-Loke? And this is Tiny Let Loose, somebody from the Rolling 60s. So this is crazy because you have a Rolling 60 checking you about Wack disrespecting your big homie, Master Cody, and you were A-Trey, but you're not saying nothing about Wack, and you have a Rolling 60 Tiny Let Loose pretty much saying, how come you scared of Wack? What's going on? You a Mark. You know, Tiny Let Loose was also in other comments in other videos, and one comment said, you help push a lie, fool. Why you never content about them busters from your hood that's working? You gonna F around and get hit. So Tiny Let Loose is pretty much saying, you know, you should expose some of the snitches from your hood instead of speaking on other snitches from the neighborhood crib car. Another comment is saying, let's see if you have that same energy for Wack. No, honey, don't pick and choose. Let's see. So you got real people under Ant's comment section from the 60s and even other hoods going off on Aunt Hefe for not checking Wack. Now, Aunt Hefe been said he's getting calls from his childhood friends from the A-Trey Crips, pretty much politicking on him, giving him phone calls, saying whatever you're doing is wrong, is messy. And this is Aunt pretty much speaking on them phone calls he's been getting.
Because that could become a headache. People feeling, and you want to make sure, you feel me, everybody's straight. Man, how are you dealing with all these phone calls? Because that could become a headache. Dealing with these phone calls, because I know you getting all them phone calls. Oh, yeah, I know you're answering them. You know what I mean?
A lot of people ain't got my number, and for the phone calls that, did come through or have came through, I just, handle them accordingly, depending on who the character is, you feel me? Like, I know all the characteristics are, of, or whoever in my call log that I am calling, that I'm dialogue with, I kind of like know how they person is, so it just really depends on who it is. But for all, I just tell people.
You know, I ain't gonna lie, that's why they say, like, if you gonna be doing this YouTube thing or whatever social media presence, and I feel like especially the YouTube shit, right, and talking about certain topics, it just the two don't mix. Real street shit and social media do not mix. We know 12 on the internet, right? So it ain't what you do, it's how you do it. So like, whatever. Hey,
man, like, hey, look, if I really don't care about like a lot of bro. You feel me? Because I know how to conduct myself and handle myself. You talking to somebody who been getting incarcerated since they was like 11 years old. I ain't ever been on no PCRs, no 50-50s, no SNY yards, none of that. Like every yard I've been on, you know, I handle my business, you feel me? And you know, I pretty much, you know how to adapt. So it's just like I feel like when certain people be calling, it just be like the talk, because I'm starting to see a lot of people and some people who was like, because my thing is this, if you're not a fan of social media, what the f is you watching me for? Right. Because like me, I'm just different, I guess, because I'm starting to see that people watch things that they don't like. If I know that it's an existing problem with you or I don't f with you, I'm not about to watch you, bro. I'm not watching you to try to watch you slip or to see what you got on or
So let me know what y'all think, man. Do y'all think Ant Hefe is really scared of Wack, or do y'all think he's actually just being careful to stay in Wack's good graces in case Wack turns on him like he does everybody else? You let me know, man, in the comment section. Now, in other news, people are saying Spody Face marked out DC Baby Draco. It seems like they had a conversation.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think Ant likes Wack 100, right? And a lot of people don't want him to. Just that and the third, on top of him being diplomatic, he ain't really diving into certain things that people want him to dive into. Certain people are like, bruh, you don't gotta dive too deep. We got it right here for you, or whatever have you, right? And it's, you know, it's crazy because certain people too, like from out the way, they be looking at it like, why don't nobody get on Wack? Or, you know, because a lot of times when people see Wack in person, you know, he don't get the same energy he gets online in person, is what I'm gonna say, bro, type shit. But, you know, and it's just shit like the West Coast is tricky, bro. Like,
some people were saying Spody's Face should have took off on him. Other people are saying DC Baby Draco was scared and Spody Face didn't want to really harm DC Baby Draco, whatever the case may be. You let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. Peace.
He's going around to different neighborhoods filming things that they are saying and doing and putting it up. It's antagonizing and it's sparking the next neighborhood to respond. Am I right?
part of it, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now, you do understand with me and your obligation to this land right here, it's not his.
now, with that being said, the people kind of like on Ant Hefe because they seeing it. You know, the people, they diving into him and they kind of just like analyzing him like, bro, they you know, it's 50-50. Some people feel like he's selective or whatever, this, that, and the third. And even some people feel like even being cool with Wack or liking Wack is suspicious, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that's what they feel like. Feel me? But it's a lot of people who do like Wack and who cool with him and this, that, and the third. Everybody don't get that same scrutiny that N is getting. But I guess him being right there up there, no jumper, hella shit, you know, it's hella shit, bro. It's been a lot, I guess, bro. Y'all let me know what y'all think.
Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. I need that cheese like a grater, ho. Don't play me like no shit, cause I never Captain Saber, ho. Yeah.
I could tell the truth about your OG homie, Monster Cody, who was sucking, smoking dope, wearing dresses downtown LA the day he died. These are things I never chose to say out of respect for you as a Kiwi. So if you didn't know Monster Cody was smoking dope, sucking, wearing dresses downtown LA, now you know. All his accomplishments, everything that we can respect. You do killing the same way 3 times, you're a serial killer. That means that you have a particular signature. I don't know about you, but I'm a serial killer. Captain Crunchy or something.
Now, Spider Loke is receiving a lot of backlash in regards to what he said about Monster Cody. There's a whole lot of OGs that reacted to what Spider Loc had said about Monster Cody, including OG Gangster, one of many. Whack 100 pretty much confirms how Monster Cody did used to cross-dress and smoke dope. He explains how he had said this a long time ago and nobody believed him. But this is what Whack 100 said, yo, about Monster Cody cross-dressing, smoking dope. I don't know how he got the information, but he pretty much seems to believe that what Spider Loc is saying is true about Monster Cody in regards to him cross-dressing or wearing a skirt.
Long time ago, that dude used to cross dress and all that kind of shit. Oh, that's I told y'all that long. I said it's a lot of that talk about, but it's a whole other side. Cross dress. Did he put in a bunch of work in his earlier years? Definitely did. But see, Spider Loc took the bait because he ain't a that can say that type of shit that loud and then don't respond to it.
They deep. You got the East Coast is broke. A-Train East Coast do not beef. A-Train East Coast had a few little scrimmages over the years. A-Train East Coast.
You know, I remember getting familiar with Monster Cody, right? Getting introduced to him and just being, you know, somewhat intrigued by his intellect and you know, just the boy in him, the boy of it all, like, you feel me? It was, you know, it was terrible when I found out how things transpired and, you know, what ultimately becoming of that situation. Rest in peace to him, bro. Condolences to his family. Condolences to the Treys. You know what I mean? I can understand Spider saying what he's saying. You know, I can understand. It makes sense from the point of like, you disrespecting my homies, I disrespect your homies. Although, you know, Monster met his untimely demise, bro. And you know, it to a lot of people, it comes off as distasteful, whatever have you. You know, Spider, bro, he, you know, type shit. Let's keep it.
Actually, A-Train East Coast in those days were actually cool and closer than probably what they were today. Being the founder from the A-Train Gangsters and other guys from that first and second generation of the A-Train Gangsters have a lot of family in the East Coasts. It is a known fact. The reason why the A-Trays and Hoovers fell out is because the A-Trays did not get in the East Coast and Hoover War. So it's like you got to be mindful when you get on these cameras and you just trying to talk and basically give stuff that's supposed to be factual and talk about dudes in certain lights, and you ain't even got the facts because we don't beef with East Coasters. The 90s wasn't going to allow what, but they also asked him.
And Hefe lets it be known that there is no beef between A-Train Gangsters and the East Coast. I hope Spider Loc, what he said, doesn't ignite some kind of beef, even though a lot of people have been saying recently that a lot of A-Train Crips is on Spider Loc's head about what he said. Even some East Coast people that had love for Monster Cody is on Spider Loc's head. Now OG Gangster and OG Cartoon both reacted and said it's all cap. Monster Cody was not wearing no skirt, no dresses. It ain't true. But this is how they responded and checked Spider Loc.
There's one thing about me, man. I don't give a fuck, you know what I'm saying, who tried to entice me, who tried to make me bite, I don't give a fuck what nobody say, homie. For me, the dead is off limits, man. I ain't gonna never speak ill of nobody dead, whether they supposed to be the enemy or I'm going at it with some nigga and he say something about.
So, cause if you think about it, right, he like, hold on, you do this to my homies, I do this to your homies, you see how I feel, right? But if you think about just the latter, you know what I'm saying? Spider being a little bit older than Ant, right? Cody being a little bit older than Spider, it's like, okay, we're gonna get everybody involved in this shit then, since y'all wanna just act like what Ant said about my homies is, you know, some small shit. Then we all know violence begets violence, right? Once the violence start, it's kind of hard for it to stop. So I don't understand why instead of you can even issue a stern warning, right? But I don't think it you know what Spider said needs to be met with violence. Correction, bro. We need to meet each other with love.
You know what I'm saying? about somebody I love or something, I'm not going to convert to talking about the dead, man. The dead is dead. No matter what you say, you can't say nothing to hurt them. They dead already. You know? I met Monster Cody in Juvenile Hall, Central Juvenile Hall, man, back in the 70s, man. From the day I met Monster, man, we've been cool. We was cool and tight ever since, man. I did time with Monster and YTS, Youth Authority. I did time when I was a kid with Monster in the county jail. And I fucked with my streets, man. The night he caught that case when he had blast on some 60s and shot little Eddie boy in the ass. I was there that night, man. It's in his book. He got me in his book. He had pulled up on me and Mondo and Twin. He had pulled up on me, Mondo and Twin, man, and he had told us, cuz I'm gonna go blast on these fools, and you know, if y'all leave, but y'all want to get up out of here, y'all. He had that much respect to come to me and tell me, and you know what I'm saying. And I was like stuck in between a rock and a hard place because I fuck with A-Tray gang. I got love for A-Tray gangsters, and I also fuck with 60s. The 60s, I fuck with them, man. Peter Rock, my boy. Petey White, my boy.
Pulled up over there, told OG, shake the spot. It's finna get hectic around here. And it's, you know, it's you know, the genocide of it ain't nothing to glorify, right? But it's just it's the G of it. It's like he got hardy, courageous. It really don't take much.
A whole lot of 60s, Mad Dog. Whole lot of 60s that I fuck with, man. Banger T, man, he rests in peace. You know? I couldn't do nothing but just leave, man. You know? And as we was driving off, I heard gunshots. I just prayed that didn't nobody get killed, man. You know, but I'm gonna tell y'all something about Monster, man. Monster was a G, man. When it comes to talk about a nigga gangster, Monster was a gangster, man. I ain't never seen him fold. I ain't never seen him turn down a fade. Man. And what was so special about Monster, man, is he was smart as a motherfucker, man. The man was smart, homie. You know, but everybody, you know, listen, man. I got a whole lot of homies that got caught up on that dope, man. That don't make you no bad person, homie. My homie Killer Wayne, OG, homie that started the hood, was on that shit, man. And I used to just see him at random and pick him up and be like, nigga, get in the car, nigga. Get in the car, Killer. I'd pick Killer up, man. Go to the swap meet, buy Killer like 5 khaki suits, some drawers, some socks, and t-shirts. Shit crazy, homie. That was just one of Monster weaknesses, man. You know, when he died out there in the...
You know, some would argue that it was shit. We done heard so many people say why it was put into the community, referring to crack, right? I didn't have family members, bro, multiple family members on crack, bro. I remember being young and, you know what I'm saying, like little kid, like little baby type shit. And, you feel me? And certain family members was on it, and I didn't look at them. I ain't gonna lie, like when people like people's was on crack, so it wasn't too many people that could just tease you. But in a moment, they could tease you like, damn, look at people's tweak or whatever type shit, right? But I didn't look at them no different. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the jokes that people was making wasn't to make us make, because they had people who was on it too. So, but yeah, I didn't look at them no different. I still loved them. It was a long time ago, bro. They changed their life, bro. You wouldn't even be able to tell now that they did that shit.
Man, there ain't no area in Oceanside, man. He didn't die downtown. They ain't find Monster with no motherfucking skirt on, man. Man, hey, man. Shit crazy. Home. Where he was speaking on Monster Cody, Big Monster from A-Tray Gangster. And what they told me he said, I was like, what? Huh? They was like, man, Tune, just go check it out for yourself. Go check it out. So I did. I went over there and I checked it out, listened. And I listened to some of the stuff he was saying about Big Monster. And which was out of this world. I mean, talk about super duper out of this world disrespectful. It was blasphemy. It was wrong. I personally do not believe it was true. Not one bit. He had the nerve to say that Big Monster was downtown LA wearing dresses because he was on dope, wearing dresses and putting other men's body parts in his mouth. Come on, man. You gotta stop it, man. That's no. Say he was doing this when he passed away. For one, Monster didn't pass away in downtown LA, y'all. He passed away up there in near San Diego.
Man, shout out Top Media. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, a lot of the, it wasn't too much backlash. It was, whatever have you. People, I like the way a lot of the OGs come out and just was like, just was trying to offer correction instead of like, trying to come up across like whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it was another OG, just like Bounty Hunter BJ, he chimed in on the matters and shit like, but that's it. I was just tripping off that when I was talking about the crack shit, right? Like certain shit, right, has been cultivated and brought to you by the inner city, bro. You know what I'm saying? The results of some of this shit that they did, these experiments, this crack, this, that, and the third, right? And we see people, that's why I take so much offense to seeing certain people in the community or in the culture playing, acting like they got rights to the culture, acting like, did you fucking experience that? My uncle did 30 years, bro. My daddy did about 2015. Feel me? My people was on crack, bro. What you experienced? What, like, that shit be crazy, bro. You ain't a product of the experiment. You're a product of a bigger experiment, the natural American experiment. Not the inner city ghetto experiment. Feel me? And you trying to act like you got rights to this shit. That's why I seen like the little backpack kid and just certain people in the community trying to act like you down and you love it. You don't love shit, bro. You don't even know shit. We get into this other shit though, bro.
What's the word with the politicers? Bounty Hunter BJ had to address the monkey in the room. I mean the elephant. I ain't been seeing much of what Spider had to say, to be real. Every time I look up, he dissing somebody though. He was bumping his gums about Monster Cody, cause he had some words with Young Gang. I don't know what he thought was gonna come from trying to smut Monster. This the second time I done seen him disrespecting the keyway that's rested. First it was Hustle, now it's Monster Cody. 60s and the A-Tray is gonna powerhouse his ass in front of that convalescent home when they catch up with him. It's gonna be a beautiful day. BJ was down with Monster in 78 while he was fighting his cases for some hot shit. He was 17 years old. He said Monster was trooping and he respected that. He for sure gave him his flowers. He said he ain't worried about the cowards. Whatever midlife crisis Mr. I ain't never found myself after G-Unit going through, he better figure it out and pack it up. Stop popping all them damn Skittles. All that rat poison frying your brain, man.
Check this out, man.
1978 going into 79, man. I caught my first body, man, 2 attempts, and an ADW. I was facing 12 years, man, at 17 years old. And I met one of the most infamous, I'm talking about one of the most down young Crips that was alive during that structure in that time, man. I met him in a holding tank when I was in the midst of fighting my own very enemies from 2 sides of the tracks, Gray Streets and PJ Watts. They wasn't enemies amongst each other at this time. They was Crips. And so in the process of this, and I've told this story numerous of times online because I always give my boy his props because that was my homeboy. That was like a real homie to me from 8-Tray Gangster. Me and Cody was cool as man. Bro, the name was Mike.
I ain't gonna lie, like somebody like Monster, right? He just the aura, the swag, how he pop it is real familiar, right?
Monster Cody, man, the infamous Monster Cody, man. Mr. Cody himself, Shakur himself, man. Hey, bro, I met that man in 79, and we became cool. I'm talking about off top as Blood and Crips. Youngsters at that day. We young in the game. We both young and fresh coming up in the game in the late 70s, man. Young. My homeboy Rat Dog, he had so much respect for Rat Dog because they had a run-in YA. Because Rat Dog was a fool, a beast. But man, I ain't never, ever in my life. And see, this goes to show you this internet is so messed up, effed up, man, and try to tear so many real legends down, bro, because this weenie ass, I want to excuse my cussing because I don't want to mess up my ass and everything, but this old weenie internet, bro, you can be anything you want on this internet. As long as you got a couple of dollars, you can hide out and stay away from cats. Hey, man, this shit is wrong, bro, to try to tear down a legend. And I'm a real Damu from Nixon Guards, a former Damu at that, man, retired, legendary. Monster Cody was a beast, a legend Crip, man, a rider. He wasn't a dope fiend. All them years in the game, nigga ain't never did dope, none of that shit. Feel me? He got caught up somehow his last eras of his time, his life, and his demise. That's his personal thing, man. But come on, bro. Why do cats try to take away from what individuals were, man? Monster Cody was a good dude, bro, to try to tear down a legend. And I'm a real dumb.
I think we got a problem with doing that to each other, right, bro? Like, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of the shit that goes on in the so-called black community is really asinine, bro. You know, this shit was brought about by Ant and Spiders back and forth with each other, right? And, you know, I ain't gonna lie, like, Monster, it was one of the ones, me getting familiar with the scene and shit like that, Monster was one of the first ones, bro. Regardless of how it turned out, right? Me getting familiar, introduced with it, I know the aura and essence of a boy. Feel me? Grew up around so many of them, right? That's why I say familiar. It come up, he come across as like a real boy, a real man type shit. Being that though, you know, every man is flawed and it's shit, bro. It be like that, you know. Some of this shit, they talk about PTSD and certain little shit like. You know, that shit take a toll, bro, whatever, on people, you know, in the game. And you feel me? You know, it's tough, bro. But yeah, it's causing quite a bit of a conversation. You know, a lot of the OGs is coming out and shit. They kind of like just trying to get the situation correct before it, you know, because he got a legacy and, you know, he was a boy. It's... You know, it's crazy, right? Because the same reason why he got a legacy, even though he was an intellect and hella shit, that's the difference. That's really what made him stood out to me, bro. The level of wit and you know, type shit. But still ignorant, though. At the same time, it's like, you know, because somebody who's super intelligent is not going to involve himself into certain things unless, right, you're a thrill seeker or, you know, it's type shit anomalies or whatever have you. But, yeah, bro, that's you know, that's one thing that stood out to me is that he was a boy, and it's crazy that the same reason why he got the reputation he got and is revered in this, that, and the third is the same reason why these youngsters is running around here acting the way they acting. But it's senseless. And, you know, someone argued some of the shit he was doing was senseless. I ain't gonna talk your ear off, but we on to the next one. Y'all niggas let me know what y'all think. Rest in peace too.
Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. Say ho, you can't be playing with that paper, ho. Nigga need that yaper, need it now and not later, ho. I need that cheese like a grater, ho. Don't play me like no.
I'll be the first to admit that this all could have taken place in my head. The mind is a freaky thing and can play some pretty trippy tricks on you. Whenever I was scared as a kid, my dad always told me that in life, you should not be afraid of ghosts. Fear the living, because they can actually hurt you. In my late teenage years, I came into some money after my father committed suicide, and I received an inheritance from him. At the time of my dad's passing, he and my mom owned a cabin up in Oregon by Mount Bachelor. The cabin had been put up for sale since my mom could no longer afford the payments. The cabin was set to go on the market for sale in less than a month and was in the process of finalizing all the paperwork with the realtor and lawyer. So for that time period, the cabin was not going to be rented out and would be vacant. I saw this as a chance to get away for a while and clear my head in light of all the things going on. I quit work, packed up my snowboarding gear, grabbed my dog, and headed to the cabin in my dad's car, which he left me in his will. Now this is our family cabin that my parents rented out when they weren't using it. I had the keys to the cabin, and also had the code for the alarms. So I didn't feel the need to stop at the rental management company and advise them on my stay. My first 2 days at the cabin were normal, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. I spent my days playing with my dog in the snow, snowboarding, and played PlayStation and listened to music during the evenings. I also did some drinking and smoking out on the balcony. I had stocked up on food, cigarettes, and liquor, so I was pretty much shut in, aside from the occasional outing to hit the slopes. With my dog as company, and DVDs and PlayStation as entertainment, I was quite content and started to feel relaxed. The cabin itself was 2 stories. The bottom story had the living room, a guest bedroom, along with a small kitchen. Upstairs had another 2 rooms, along with a walkout balcony attached to the master bedroom. Most of my time was spent in the living room, the kitchen, or the master bedroom. I had no reason to venture to the other rooms, and I always kept the doors leading into them shut. Open doors to dark rooms always creeped me out. Anyhow, the 3rd day came around, and I was going through my usual routine of playing with my dog. His name is Midnight, by the way, and he has also since passed. I then played some video games and watched some movies. That day was forecasted for pretty heavy snowfall, so I didn't feel like trekking down the hill to the main road in my car, and decided to stay in. This is where things begin to get a bit weird. In our area, there were only 2 other cabins adjacent to ours, maybe a block away from each other. All other cabins aside from these 2 were over a mile away. Surrounding us was a forest of very tall pine trees. This particular detail will be important later on. From the past couple of days, I knew that both of these cabins were empty. I think I've given enough background. Now I'm going to jump into the strangeness. Around midday, while outside with my dog, I noticed what looked like footprints in the snow around the area surrounding our cabin. It was still snowing, so the footprints looked somewhat fresh, like someone had been here in the last 20 to 30 minutes. I thought that maybe someone was staying in the cabin near me, and I may not have noticed. Perhaps they were shut-ins like me. Whatever. The footprints led away from the cabin and disappeared in the snow towards the denser part of the trees. I didn't think much of it and went back inside. Nighttime came around, and I decided to head off to bed. Midnight was laying on the bed with me when I noticed his ears perk up. This was followed by him quickly jumping off the bed and running downstairs to the living room. I lay in bed and stayed silent. I was kind of freaked out. I could hear him moving around downstairs, back and forth. After around 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs and started to do his doggy dance, which was his way of telling me that he had to go pee. Shit. Well, fine. I couldn't say no to him, so we both went downstairs to the outside driveway so he could do his business. The only thing is, he didn't have to go. As soon as we were outside, he started to pull his leash, trying to drag me off somewhere. He kept looking into the dense part of the trees where the footprints had been earlier. He also kept sniffing the side of the house and looking up to the roof. After he figured out that he was not going to go where he wanted to, he sat himself down and just stared into the dark, which was a bit unusual for him. Perhaps there was an animal somewhere out there in the forest he wanted to chase down, but fuck that. I didn't want to chance anything. So I pulled him back inside, and we both went back upstairs. Around 30 minutes later, I was lying in bed when I heard what sounded like hooves walking on my roof. I tried to rationalize that it could have been a pine cone falling from a tree, or maybe a harmless critter from the forest was running around up there. But here's the thing. The steps seemed to be spaced apart, at a length too wide to be a small animal, or even a man. You notice things like that when you're in an isolated setting like this. It was really getting under my skin. Midnight also heard the noise and was quick to run to the balcony screen door, expecting me to let him out. Alright, you know what? I'm a tough guy, and at the time I considered myself to be fairly well built and strong enough to handle myself. So I grabbed my coat and my shoes, along with my cigarettes and flashlight, and went out to the balcony. As soon as I was outside, I lit up my cigarette and started canvassing the roof with my flashlight. Nothing was there, and the snow on top looked undisturbed. Must have all just been in my head, right? But what about Midnight hearing the noise as well? Maybe he was feeding off my fear and paranoia. I started to calm down and relax again. I turned off the flashlight and allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I was just staring at the forest next to our cabin. That's when I saw it. In a tree that was a bit taller than our cabin and around 20 feet from the balcony, I saw what looked like a man crouched in a squatting position between two branches. He looked very tall, maybe 8 or 9 feet, and was extremely thin. It was squatted on one branch, and its abnormally long, white arms were extended above its head, holding on to another branch above it. Its mouth was wide open, with no expression. What the fuck is that? I wasn't sure if I was really seeing this thing or not, and I stood there just staring, motionless. I noticed Midnight stand up and started pacing behind me, lightly barking at the same time. Still, the thing did not move. I put my cigarette out and was debating on shining the light in the thing's direction, but something in my head told me that that was not a good idea. So I carefully backed up to inside the room, called Midnight back in, and shut the door. Once I locked up, I shined the light in the thing's direction, but nothing was there. I then closed the curtains and retreated back to bed. Later on in the night, I heard some light tapping at the screen door, like someone was strumming on the glass with their fingers. It was consistent and did not stop for nearly an hour. Midnight seemed to stare at the door, but wouldn't go anywhere near it. The strangest part was I had the feeling like something was inviting me to open the door. But at the same time, I kept hearing my dad's voice inside my head, telling me to stay where I was. I eventually passed out. When I woke up the next morning, it didn't take me long to pack everything up and get the hell out of there. In 1984, when I was 8 years old, my family moved to Allenstown, New Hampshire. Our house sat at the end of a dirt road near Bear Brook State Park. In front of our house was an open field that had small tree patches here and there. After what I estimate to be about 50 yards, the field ended and the forest began. One day, my friend and I wanted to go exploring further than we had before. We were very familiar with the first acre or two of forest we usually roamed around in, and wanted to cover some new ground that day. Shortly after passing the usual landmarks, we came upon a dirt ridge. Beyond that, we saw a clearing with a row of 4 cabins. The area included a shallow pond, a dense wall of trees on either side, patches of bushes between the cabins, and a few cars that looked like they had been torched. The cabins had that typical lined wood look with flat rooftops. When we first discovered this place, we thought it was an abandoned resort or something. However, when we peered through the windows, most of the cabins contained furniture and beds. There was no one in sight. I remember feeling creeped out as we moved from cabin to cabin, and I would soon discover why. Behind one of the cabins was a dirt bed with half-buried animal bones scattered across it. If these remains were from hunting, surely they wouldn't want vultures buzzing around their resort. I thought it was odd, but not too alarming. My mom always told me to stay away from dead animals because they could be carrying some kind of disease, so we didn't feel the need to go poking around the pet cemetery, and soon left. Curiosity got the better of us, and we returned a week later. During our second visit, I noted how odd it was that there were no signs or markers indicating who owned this property, or if it was a private campsite. There were also no roads leading there. This time, it felt like we were being watched, though I didn't see anyone at first. As we prepared to leave, a tall man wearing a dark jacket emerged from the trees and ran toward us. He was about 100 meters away, with a rifle slung over his back. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he shouted. My friend and I started running away. The man followed us, unslinging his rifle and shouldering it as if he meant to fire at us. We climbed over the dirt ridge and ran without stopping until we got back to my house. We never told my parents or anyone else about the incident. We didn't want to be restricted on future explorations, but I don't remember ever going back there. What happened to us could be chalked up to a couple of kids trespassing on private property. But a year later, hunters found a 55-gallon metal drum in a wooded area close to where those cabins were. Inside were the bodies of a woman and a young girl. At the time, the victims were not identified, and the case remained unsolved. That was until 15 years later, when a second drum was discovered containing the bodies of 2 more girls, about 100 yards away from where the first one was found. One of the victims was only 11 months old. DNA testing later linked the victims to a serial killer named Terry Rasmussen. I never got a good look at the man who chased us away from the cabins that day, so I can't say for sure if it was him or not. But when I think back to that place, I think about how some people say that they never found all of Terry's victims, and I always remember those bones we saw scattered about. I honestly don't think 8-year-old me could tell the difference between animal and human bones. I heard a story on your channel about the 1977 Oklahoma Girl Scout murders, and it brought to the surface a story from my own family's history. These events happened before I was born. Had things played out differently, I wouldn't be here today. The year was 1981. The Ketty Resort was a sleepy getaway, nestled in the mountains of Northern California. It was the kind of place folks went to fish, drink, and forget about their troubles for a while. My family was staying at Cabin 28. My grandmother Sue, her 5 children, and a couple of their friends. They were just enjoying their stay and doing the typical things you would do at a cabin in the woods. They were completely unaware that something evil was making its way through the trees, toward the resort, and to Cabin 28. No one knows exactly what took place on the night of April 11th, 1981, but it was theorized that someone, possibly more than one person, knocked on the cabin door between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Investigators believed that the individuals were known to my grandmother, and she allowed them to enter the cabin. Once inside, the assailants attacked. There was a struggle. Sue, my Uncle John, 15, and his friend Dana, 17, were bound with wire, then struck and stabbed multiple times with a hammer and knife. The following morning, around 8 a.m., one of the daughters returned from a sleepover at her friend's cabin and discovered the bodies in the living room. She screamed and ran to the neighbors for help. Once the police arrived, it was discovered that one of the children was missing. It was my Aunt Tina, who was only 12 at the time. Her remains would be found 3 years later. It's possible she witnessed what took place in the living room that night and was abducted and later murdered in cold blood. Due to a botched investigation, no arrests were ever made, and the murders remained unsolved to this day. Bear in mind that there is much more to this story, and many questions surrounding this case have never been answered. I've summarized things a bit because these are my family members we're talking about, and I can't bring myself to go into further detail about their horrifying deaths. I will tell you that the girl who discovered the bodies the morning after is my mother, Sheila Sharp. People that I've shared this story with have made comparisons to the Friday the 13th movies, and I can definitely see why. However, I think most horror movie fans view Jason Voorhees as cool or badass, but I don't share their enthusiasm. Jason Voorhees is a fictional character, but the influences that created him are very real. In my case, it's hard for me to separate fiction from reality. I can't watch those films and not think about how all those deaths would affect so many families, like they did mine.
I'm a father of 4, and man, do I have a story to tell you. My wife and I both own a logging company outside of Charlottesville, Virginia, and primarily make our income through there. The business didn't start off great, but over time it improved significantly. My kids are both in middle school and are the best things I could ever ask for. My daughter is the youngest, while my son was just a year older than her. Back in the summer of 2019, we had taken a family camping trip down to the Carolinas as the highlight of our summer vacation. We had PTO, the kids were on summer break, it worked out perfectly. We had gone out to this really popular family campground in North Carolina, which was the ideal spot for the family. I helped my kids build their tent while my wife built ours we'd be staying in. Now, this campground isn't just some small area of the woods with a few small buildings. This place was huge, and you were pretty much allowed to set up your camp however far out you wanted. After we all got situated, my wife tells us that we should all go down to the dining hall for some dinner and dessert. With there being some buildings like the dining hall and a visitor center, it wasn't a real camping trip, but it was still fun for the family. We ate what food staff was serving along with maybe 3 or 4 other families also camping here. After dinner, we walked about 20 minutes before we went back to our campsite to get some sleep as we had planned on going fishing in the morning. I made sure my kids were asleep in their tent by 9 while my wife and I just read our books in our tent until we got tired. After a bit, we sort of drifted off to sleep and I'd say I slept for a good few hours or so. Now, let's fast forward to maybe a couple hours later. It was well into the night when I for some reason had this really weird dream/feeling. There's no real way to describe it without sounding morbid, but I was dreaming about my head being pinned with something sharp. Nobody in this dream was there but me, and the only thing I could really describe about it was the pain on my head. This went on for a good few minutes before I started to slowly wake up when I realized that the sharp pain persisted. I remember feeling around the top of my head only to find that it was also wet along with a low noise coming from behind me. Right then, my wife wakes up and screams her lungs out, spitting out the words to go away. I turn around and there, standing right in front of the tent opening, is a red fox in its defensive position. It growls at us before my wife manages to scare it away with her shoe. Turns out, that pain I was feeling was a damn fox clamping at the back of my head. And the reason why my head felt wet was because of the blood running down. At this point, my kids were wide awake crying when they realized what was happening. Right then, I began to feel sudden dizziness before almost falling to the ground. My wife had called the front desk of the campground and they had sent their medical team or whatever before rushing me to a hospital. After a couple of days, I did make it through and obviously recovered. Turns out though, we had set up our tents in a spot right next to a fox's nest that we didn't see. The fox probably mistakenly saw us as a threat to her and her cubs and did anything to protect them. It's been years now and I am fully recovered. It's just crazy to think that my dream turned into a reality.
I should begin by saying this is a true story, and as of writing this happened 6 months ago in mid-November of 2017. I was working at Chick-fil-A in my hometown in New Mexico. It's only a small town, with 5,000 people at the most, but that's enough background. It all started when I was called in to cover the night shift for a new employee who had not shown up for work. This was the 3rd shift in a row, and my manager called me. I didn't mind going in because money is money, and I knew the other fellow employees I'd been friends with for a while were working, so I thought the time would go by pretty quick. Beyond them, there were 3 other staff members working as well, but I didn't know them very well. They'd only started in the last few months. I hadn't really worked up the courage to interact with them just yet. I'll assign them names for this story: Alex, Luke, and Eric. My 2 friends are Lucy and Sam. To be clear, Alex was the manager. That night in particular, things were a little strange. We didn't see anywhere near as many customers as we usually did, but I didn't mind. Maybe the workload would be a bit lighter that way. Although the shift would be longer because of it. At around 11 o'clock, Luke and Alex walked out and went home, leaving Eric, Sam, Lucy, and myself to hold down the fort during the last hour of the night shift. Then, to our surprise, there was an influx of customers. In the span of 10 minutes, we'd served 20 customers, and it got a bit rushed. During the rush, Eric accidentally hurt himself, burning his hand on the grill. Lucy had to take him to the hospital, leaving me and Eric to finish serving the others, clean up, and close up at 12, when we were due to close. Apart from the influx of customers, everything went normally, except we were spread thin, and we had to stay behind an extra half hour to clean up after we had closed. Once we finished cleaning up, Eric left, and I closed things down for the night. I had been working there for 2 years, so I guess Sam thought he could trust me to do it. Anyway, I locked the door and proceeded to walk to my car. But before I could even get to my car, I felt something hit me in the back of the head. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a lounge chair. I tried to get up, but I couldn't move at all. The only thing I could compare that to was sleep paralysis. At this point, I was beginning to panic. 1,000 things ran through my head. Who did this? Why? Why can't I move? You know, the basics when you wake up in that kind of situation. I started to try and yell for help, but all that came out was an unintelligible mumble, kind of like someone speaking when they just had a stroke. It was at that point I heard a voice. Good, you woke up. My eyes darted to where the voice had come from. They were just outside of my range of vision, considering I couldn't even move my head, or any muscle for that matter. By then, I was absolutely terrified. A million questions, a million thoughts rushed through my mind. Then, the person who had been talking walked out into the open. They were big. It was Eric, standing there with a surgical face mask. His eyes looked sinister, and he had a scalpel in his hand. I started to freak out. He proceeded to say, "Been wanting to do this for months." Without a second thought, he took the scalpel to my arm and started to slice, and it looked as if he had done it before. The pain was unbearable, but I couldn't move, just whimper. Then, thank God, sirens and lights. It was the police. Eric stood up with the knife, unsure of what was going on, and in seconds the police had kicked the door down. In a flash, with Eric unwilling to drop his scalpel, the police shot him. Not long after, the paramedics arrived. The police had managed to stop the bleeding and had realized he had drugged me, a substance to prevent me from running and possibly bleeding out too. Perhaps he wanted me to watch him remove the flesh from my own body. I would later find out the only reason I was alive was because Lucy and Sam had returned to the store and noticed my car was still there. They proceeded to watch the security footage to find out where I went, and they saw that I'd been struck in the head by Eric. They called the cops right away. I also found out I was not his first victim. The person whose shift I had been covering was the first. He had missed his shifts because Eric had apparently killed him. Creep in my living room. From Anonymous. About 5 years ago, I was living in a small rural town in an apartment building that really had no business being where it was. It was about 3 miles out of town, down a country road with not a lot of houses on it. That being said, it was always quiet, besides the occasional drunk neighbor. It was a normal day. I'd worked third shift, so I slept when I got off work, unless I didn't have work the following night. On August 7th, a day I'll remember forever, I got off work, came home, and decided to just take a short nap because I had to run some errands that day. I woke up and got dressed and went to get in my car when I was stopped by my neighbor, Tyler. Tyler asked me what I was doing the night before. He explained he had seen me outside my apartment, messing with one of my window screens. I assured him I was at work the night before, and it was probably just some drunk idiot. I went on about my day, did what I had to do, and got back home around 8 p.m. I went inside and put my groceries away, and I decided to watch some TV. Honestly, I can say I'd forgotten about the whole thing by then. Between 11 and midnight, I decided to go to bed. I turned my TV off and walked towards the stairs. I made it about halfway up when I heard a loud bang come from the living room where I just was. I stood still for about 30 seconds or so, and that's when I decided to keep going up the stairs. Not 5 seconds after that, I heard the sound of my living room window practically exploding. Now, I'm a big guy, 6'4" and 280 pounds. That being said, I have zero tolerance for someone coming into my home. In my mind, they would take one look at me and run away. That wasn't the case. I ran down the stairs to see what was going on, and sure enough, there was a man about halfway through my window. I froze simply because I'd heard stories 100 times like this. But now it was happening to me. He hit the floor, stood up, and we locked eyes. The only thing that came out of my mouth was, "Get the hell out of my house." He had other plans. We stood there for what felt like hours just staring at each other. He had this paralyzing smile on his face. That's when I noticed the knife in his hand. I said out loud, "You take one step towards me, I'll kill you." He stayed still and said back, "If you were at work tonight, this wouldn't have happened." Right then, I knew this man was going to kill me, or at least try. I turned, ran up the stairs, made it to my bedroom, and slammed the door. My door doesn't lock, unfortunately, but I decided I'd be safe in here with my Smith & Wesson .45 that stays on my nightstand beside me. I dialed 911, telling the dispatcher what was going on. I can still hear her response to this day. "If your bedroom door opens before officers get to your house, you're within your legal rights to protect yourself." So now in my mind, it's game time. I thought to myself, open that door. I dare you. You're done. I couldn't hear anything downstairs, so I sat there in silence. About 5 minutes went by and I hear the police arrive. I opened my window and yelled out. I didn't know if he was still downstairs or not. They told me to stay put until they got to me. I threw my keys out the window so they could enter. Then I heard my front door open, and the police yelled, "Drop the knife! Get on the ground!" I would say another 2 minutes went by, and an officer shouted that I was good to come out. I went downstairs as they were taking him to the car. The female officer told me that when they came in my front door, he was sitting in the living room on my couch, just not doing anything. That really freaked me out. What was he doing? Why was he in my house? I now live about 40 miles away and haven't had any problems since, but this event still gives me chills. I guess all I can say is to arm yourself. You never know what might happen. In the case of this guy, it seemed he knew when I worked and thought I was gone that day, but why he just waited downstairs with a knife, I guess I don't know. Maybe he wasn't coming to rob me. Maybe he wanted to break into my house, wait for me to get off work, and stab me. Mom's Ghost Story. From Anonymous. This is a story my mom told me and my siblings. My mom used to work in an office building as a janitor, along with several other employees. On this night, she agreed to work the late shift and cover for a friend. She usually worked in the mornings and was almost always done by midday. She was assigned the job of cleaning the top floor, after which she would work her way down until about halfway. Before my mom had taken that job, some of her coworkers, who had been there way before she had, told her that the 8th floor of the building was haunted by a ghost that was said to cry horribly at around 12 a.m., startled but not too fazed by it. My mom just thought it was her new coworkers trying to scare her. After all, she was new and had only been there for a couple of weeks. She'd also told me that each floor had a dial that controlled the lights, and you had to set it to a certain time, after which it would reset, and all the lights would turn off one by one. She usually took about an hour on each floor, after which she would continue on to the next. Once she had finished up on the 9th floor, she made her way down to the 8th floor. There, she set the timer for an hour and began to clean. About 55 minutes in, she told me that, all of a sudden, she heard one of the most horrific, spine-chilling screams she had ever heard in her life coming from outside the hallways. It seemed to originate from one of the offices she was cleaning. Out of fear, she panicked, dropping all her things, and she ran for the elevator. From behind her, she could hear loud cries from a woman, something you would only imagine you'd hear in a horror film. As she desperately ran for the elevator, the lights she had set for an hour began to turn off one by one, leaving a trace of darkness behind. When she finally made it out, she made a phone call and quit the next day. I see dead people. From Anonymous. I live in a small town in Kentucky where nothing really happens. I'm a 22-year-old volunteer 911 operator, and I also have a sort of gift for seeing and hearing spirits. This happened around 4 years ago, and it's still going on today. I was working a late shift and decided to clock out a little early. I packed up my stuff and told my supervisor I was heading home. But then, one of the other volunteers came running in, telling us that a woman's car had been found abandoned, and the lady was nowhere in sight. The police went from place to place looking for this woman. Let's call her Krista. Krista had apparently been driving home on the BG, and the police say that her car must have broken down. Now, fast forward a year later, no one had seen or heard from Krista since that night she went missing. People in our town began to talk about how she must be dead, or maybe she ran away. The police did a full investigation and came up with nothing. Everyone suspected that her boyfriend Beau had something to do with her disappearance, but the police couldn't prove it. Now, all that happened about 4 or 5 years ago, and you're probably wondering what that has to do with me. Well, a few months back, I started to have these nightmares of a woman whose car broke down. She went to go look for help, but was abducted. Sound familiar? Well, it should, because at the time, I had no idea that Krista's car was broken down and that they believed she went to find help. I only knew that a woman's car was found on the side of the road. As time went on, the nightmares grew worse and worse. I kept having them, and each one had more and more details. The last one I had was of 2 men burying a body in the woods. I believe that Krista was murdered, and she's showing me where her killers buried her body. The Clown in the Elevator. From Alexis D. I now live in a big city after moving from a small town a few months ago. I attend college, and I'm working to get my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I live with my mother and 2-year-old son in an old apartment building we just moved into. I thought the apartment building looked safe, but what happened to me about a week ago has changed my mind. I work the graveyard shift, going to work at 5:30 p.m. and usually getting off at 4 a.m. It was a couple of nights after Halloween, and my mom was at the apartment watching my son. A friend from work sometimes gives me a ride home, and he had just dropped me off. Being a young female and it being dark out in a big city is why he usually walks me to the door. I tell him thanks. Then I reach for my key because the entrance doors of my apartment building are usually locked after 10 p.m., and tenants are only allowed to get in after hours. As I unlocked the door, I noticed that the knob turned, and the door was already unlocked. Funny, I thought to myself. The entrance doors to this place are never open like that. As I walked in, I decided to take the elevator. I got inside and put my key into my purse. With my head down, putting my key back, I suddenly heard someone step into the elevator with me. I lifted my head, and I got startled big time. There stood a man in a full clown outfit. The outfit was blue with white stripes going up and down. He wore huge blue clown shoes, a blue curly clown wig, along with a red nose and blue and red makeup, forming a smile. However, he did not have an actual smile on his face. His expression was nothing but a deep, blank stare. The elevator doors closed, and I say good evening to him, being the nice person I was. Suddenly, his deep blank stare turns into a sinister look. At me. As the elevator starts going up, I think to myself, what in the world is he doing in this building at this hour? Was someone having a party? But birthday parties usually don't go until 5 a.m., especially if it's a kid's birthday party, where clowns would often be present. I also noticed he was carrying a bag, which I didn't notice when he first stepped into the elevator. As he looked at me with that sinister look, he bent down to get something from that bag right when the elevator stopped at the 6th floor, the floor where my apartment was. The elevator doors open up, and I start stepping out, saying, "Have a nice morning," to him. As I say this, he looks up, and the sinister look turns into an even more sinister smile. He grabs something out of his bag and stands up. What he grabbed turned out to be a huge kitchen knife. I scream then, running from the elevator down the hallway, and I kid you not, this clown man chases me with that knife. I ran as fast as I could, being chased, the man laughing like a lunatic. Finally, I make it to my room and quickly grabbed my keys, opening the door, just as he reached me with the knife. I slam the door in his face and go straight to the phone to call 911. After I call the cops, I look out the peephole on my door, and I don't see anyone out there. My mom wakes up, and I tell her what happened and why I called the cops. When they arrive, the sinister clown is nowhere to be found in the building. The cops don't think I'm lying, though, because in the building right next to ours, a man had been spotted with the same kind of clown suit. He fit my description. A few nights ago, in the same neighborhood I live in, there was a murder in one of the houses. A woman was strangled to death, and a witness even said a clown was spotted in the area. Luckily, the police promised to patrol the area, and they continued to check the apartment building. So, creepy clown, please don't come near me again. Lady in the White Shorts, from M. Kintz. I live in Northwest Florida, and I work at the airport. I've been there for 20 years, primarily working the graveyard shift as a toll booth cashier. During the night, I use a handheld computer to enter letters and numbers from license plates for lost ticket purposes. Sometimes my manager assigns me to go to the garage for inventory, and I always feel uneasy about the 4th level. One night, as I was inputting information into my handheld, I looked up and noticed a woman standing near the edge of the garage. She was wearing a short-sleeved baby blue shirt and white shorts. She didn't move or look back, and her shoulder-length black hair framed her face. I couldn't help but wonder why she was wearing shorts when it was around 42 degrees outside. Nevertheless, I shrugged it off, continuing to enter in more license plates. A few seconds later, when I glanced up again, she was gone. I didn't hear any footsteps, and the sliding door that led into the lobby by the elevator didn't make its usual squeaking sound. I immediately informed my managers and coworkers about what I'd seen, but they looked at me as if I was crazy. Since then, whenever I go to the 4th level, I make sure to check my surroundings more attentively.
This happened a few years back. I was 11 years old at the time, with my family driving in the middle of nowhere, Montana. It was also the middle of the night in the dead of winter. We used to own this place in the literal middle of nowhere, and every once in a while we'd drive out and spend a week fishing, camping, and hiking. So we were driving back towards civilization, and everyone was tired. Big walls of snow were on either side of the road. Beyond the dirty snowbanks, you could see thick tree lines. We were cruising along, climbing up over this mountain pass. I remember I had half my forehead pressed up against the cold glass while I tiredly watched what little snow and nature I could make out in the dark. Then I saw this person. I will always remember her as a female. Maybe that's just what I settled on in my head, but either way, they were wearing a tattered coat, multiple layers, and carrying a couple of big bags. I remember seeing a flash of a cold face. I wasn't the only one to see her though. My dad mumbled, "See that? Must be freezing out there." And my mom said something like, "Maybe we should give them a ride." But we were already a half-mile away. So we got to the top of this mountain. I could tell because I got that feeling in my ears, and we began the descent down to the other side. The driving conditions were not great, but the old family car was doing just fine. We leveled out a bit, and I started scanning the distance for any signs of a city, town, or anything. Still nothing but snow and trees out there. We were totally alone. We began the real descent, and we started winding down this mountain pass. I was staring out the window at the snow and trees as the drive got scary. We hadn't passed a car for what seemed like hours. I remember my dad started talking about something, and that's when I saw her again, standing out in the snow. I got a brief glimpse when they were illuminated by the headlights, but then gone. This time I got a better look at her face, and I wish I hadn't. A really strange smile in the middle of a very disfigured face. Maybe she was a horrible burn victim. In that brief second, I couldn't get the image out of my head, but it felt like she was staring right at me, smiling, some messed up kind of understanding in her small black eyes. So we drove on for a bit, and I remember just staring out the window. It immediately struck me. How did she get there? How did she travel miles and miles and miles in front of us? We didn't pass a car, truck, or anything, and there wasn't really any other road out there. We eventually got to the bottom of that mountain and made it to some roadside motel where we stayed for the night. The next morning, we found this little diner right outside the town that we stayed in. It was a classic trucker's stop type of diner. We ate and played I Spy. After the bill was paid and we zipped up our coats, I heard the doors chime. We were all heading out when I looked up and saw her again. The same coat, the dozens of hooded sweaters, the big bags filled with what looked like damp clothing. I was walking out behind my dad, and I remember that she gave this look at me as she passed. She really looked like she hated me, like she knew things I didn't, looking at me with that huge disfigured smile. She stopped beside me, but I stayed behind my dad until we got in the car. I don't know what really was going on. I couldn't help but feel bad for her if she was truly lost out there walking for miles in the cold, or maybe someone had hurt her. Probably a dozen of explanations for the whole experience, but I can't shake the weird feeling like she was following us. My family and I were driving from Ohio to Wyoming one holiday season to visit family about 10 years ago. Due to storms farther north, we traveled straight west instead of northwest at first and split the trip at Omaha, staying the night before heading up through Nebraska into South Dakota. Once we were far enough north, we turned west onto I-90. At that point, it had been over an hour since we saw anywhere that might have had a public restroom, and we were on state routes, so no rest areas. Those of you who have traveled with a young child know the bladder and boredom limit isn't very long, and our daughter was begging to stop somewhere to pee. South Dakota was similarly deserted, or even worse, as we headed west. Finally, we reached a desperately needed rest stop as my 5-year-old and I both needed to pee by then. Just as we pulled in, the truck that had been following us for a while pulled in as well. I didn't think too much of it at first until I started to open my door. My head was turned to the right where the truck was parked just a couple of spots over. My eyes met with the driver's, and I just shivered. He was a skinny white guy, scraggly gray-brown beard, and dark eyes. I could see that he was wearing a dirty blue plaid shirt. He got out of his 90s brown and cream truck and started rummaging in the bed. I told my husband that I didn't want to go into the rest stop alone because of the guy and the weird feeling that I got from him. My husband thought that I was being a little silly, but agreed to come with us. At that point, the next stop was the town of Wall, South Dakota, about 100 miles away still, according to the huge billboards we'd passed advertising it. My husband figured he'd better empty his bladder, even though he didn't particularly feel the need. I grabbed our daughter and we headed inside, followed by the guy who had been rummaging in his truck and wasn't carrying anything when I glanced back. My daughter and I did our business in the women's restroom and headed back out into the lobby. As I expected, my husband was already out there, since he didn't have a small human to chaperone. The old guy was also in the tiny lobby area. He was just standing there staring at my husband. My husband rushed us back out to our car. As we were buckling in, he locked the doors. Then he told me that the guy hadn't even gone to the restroom and was just standing in the lobby the whole time. He agreed with me that we might have just had a close call, and he was glad that it hadn't just been me and our daughter to go in there. However, that's not the end of the story. That 100-mile drive to Wall was pretty easy with empty landscaping, but a decent number of turnoffs from the interstate. We didn't see the truck following us and thought that the whole episode was behind us, except when we stopped in Wall to grab lunch and some road snacks, plus look at this fun little tourist trap in the middle of nowhere. We saw the guy in the store not even 20 feet away from us. Same face, beard, and dirty plaid shirt. Thankfully, we'd already eaten, so since he was staring at us again, we quickly paid for our snacks and trinkets and got out of there. We didn't see him again, but I was seriously creeped out until we reached our relatives in Wyoming safely with no other sight of that man or his truck. It was about 2000 or 2001, and my best friend and I were 13 years old. We lived in a small town in rural Minnesota of about 2,000 people. Out of our friend group, her and I were the only two who lived out in the country, farther away from the small town out in the middle of nowhere. So we understood the boredom that could ensue, but the fun things that would come out of it. Exploring the woods, running around in the cornfields, creating forts, exploring the abandoned house on their property. It was a really fun time for us. One day, we decided to take our bikes and ride down some gravel roads. Her little brother tagged along, and he was probably about 9 or 10 at the time. We were riding along, laughing, probably picking on her brother, when we saw an old shack out in one of the cornfields. The corn wasn't fully grown, so we were able to see most of it. We decided to explore it, because why not? I'm 33 now, so bear with my memory. I don't remember much about the episode, but I do remember what I saw inside, and it still gives me the creeps to this day. We peered inside, and the first thing we noticed were posters on the walls of the room. They were on every wall. There was a different person on every poster, and they looked angry. Some held guns pointed right at you. Some were pointing their finger, and it felt like they were pointing right at us with their eyes trained on us. In the center of the floor was a perfectly painted red circle. As we were staring at this creepy scene, I felt like we were being watched, and not by the posters. I looked to my right across the gravel road and into the cornfield across from us. Standing in the middle of the field was a man. He was just watching us. He was not waving his arms, not yelling at us, just watching. I alerted my friends, and we looked at him together. I awkwardly waved, and he continued to just stand there and not wave back. We were sufficiently creeped out, so we jumped onto our bikes to get away. We were on gravel. It is not easy to bike on, so it took us a while to get going. We biked away, and I repeatedly turned around to see if he was there and still watching us. He barely moved, and only turned his body slightly to angle in our direction to keep watching. I can't get over how he just appeared in the middle of the field like that. Eventually, once we had biked a good distance away, we saw him start walking away out of our view. Recently, I've been thinking about this, so my friend, her brother, and I started a group chat. We all shared what we remembered, and they both recalled it the same way I did. What I didn't know was that when we went back the next day, everything was gone, even the red paint on the floor. A week later, whoever owned the shack donated it to the fire department to be burned. I don't know what was going on in that shack. Some thoughts have been weird rituals, target practice for some militia dude, or just some creepy guy who had a poor taste in decor. Whatever it was, it still weirds me out to this day. This happened at night in the middle of nowhere about 8 years ago. It was after 11 p.m. and I was taking my dogs out for their last bathroom walk before bed. At the time, I was living in a rural area. Houses far apart, lots of wooded lots around, with wild pigs often crossing our path. I would often take long walks, because one of the dogs had a problem with having accidents in the morning if he didn't have an adequate walk to do all his business. It was dark, so I had the flashlight, and I was not expecting to meet anyone out in the middle of nowhere so late at night. But ahead of me appeared on the opposite side of the road another flashlight. We had a few neighbors, but of the homes around, I knew most all of them from over the years. On rare occasions, someone else may be walking a dog, but I could count the times that happened on my fingers. As I passed by the other flashlight at night, I noticed a tall, pale man who I had never seen before cross the street to my side and began to follow behind me. He yelled out, "Hey, I like your dogs. Can I pet them?" I stayed calm, walking briskly and ignoring him. My house was close, and I was almost home at the end of my walk. He continued to follow me, yelling, "Hey, what's your name? I just want to pet your dogs." He had a thick East European accent. I ignored him and ran up to my house through the door, locked it, and then ran into my bedroom. I told my husband that there was a strange man who had followed me home, and that I was super disturbed that he knew where I lived. My brave husband immediately ran out of the house, I guess to find this guy. I was on pins and needles waiting for him to come back. He came back home with his steel baseball bat in hand. He said he had caught up to the guy and asked him who he was and why he was following around a woman at basically midnight being a creep. The guy said he was new to town and was walking around hoping to meet people and make some friends. Basically, his story was bizarre and totally didn't make sense. You don't do that at midnight in a rural area in the middle of nowhere. You do that in a city setting at a normal hour. My husband told him that if he ever saw him again near our house, he would break his knees with the baseball bat. And I didn't see him again until 2 years later in a neighboring city. I was out with a girlfriend looking at an art museum when I turned a corner and it was him. I could never forget his face. He looked straight at me, and I can't remember exactly what he said, but I knew who he was from that night 2 years ago, which was still very strange. He said something like, "Oh, you're the girl from that night with the dogs." I don't remember what I even said back, because I was in disbelief. The exact same guy, again with the thick European accent, tall, skinny, and pale. This time I had run into him in a public museum, so I can't fault him much since it was a public place. But it was still creepy that he remembered me from the dark night 2 years ago. I grabbed my friend's arm and quickly walked in the opposite direction, and we left the museum. I told her the story as we left the museum, and thankfully she understood. Also thankfully, I never saw him again. Back when I was in college in Texas, my roommates and I decided to drive to Boulder, Colorado for spring break. It was another girl and I, along with our 2 male roommates. To maximize our time in Boulder, we decided to take shifts driving and go all the way through the night rather than stopping for overnight stays. It was roughly an 18-hour trip. So I was driving my shift when we reached the Texas Panhandle in the early morning hours. We were out in the middle of nowhere and had not seen a single car in either direction for ages when we noticed headlights behind us. The car came up on us quickly, then followed behind for some time. Oddly, it would get really close to us, then back off real far, then get close again. This pattern continued for several miles. Suddenly, the headlights were joined by red and blue police lights. It was so dark out there that we had not seen the light bar on the hood and had not realized we were being followed by a cop. I checked my speedometer and I was not speeding, so we were all wondering why we were getting pulled over, but I went ahead and pulled over to the shoulder. Up came a cop wearing a cowboy hat to my window. He shined his light in the car and looked us over, then asked me to get out of the car. I hesitated at first, but there were 3 other people in the car, so I wasn't feeling particularly unsafe at this point. I grabbed my wallet, got out, and stood against the driver's door. The cop looked at my license and insurance, then told me that he was going to do a sobriety test. I was thinking, why would I need to do that? But I haven't had anything to drink, so I did it anyways. The way the cop directed me for the walking in a straight line test had me ending my walk right by his car. When I finished, he reached over to open his back passenger's door and told me to get in. I said, "What? Why?" He said that I should sit in his car while he looked up my license. Now, I had heard how doors on the back of cop cars can only open from the outside, so I knew if I got into his car and he closed the door, I wouldn't be able to get out. It was like 3 a.m. in the morning, pitch black darkness, on a road dozens of miles from any civilization, and I decided I was not getting in that car. My exact words were, "I'm sorry, sir, with all respect and for my own safety, I do not want to get into the back of your car." He angrily responded with, "What did you say to me?" I repeated my statement again, being as nice as possible about it, and I stayed calm the whole time. He went back and forth like this for several minutes, with him being really angry and threatening to arrest my friends and I and hold us overnight. Finally, he gave up trying to get me into the back of his car, and he said to me, "What are you afraid of, being kidnapped?" Personally, I thought that was a really strange and messed up thing to say. I glanced towards my car and saw my friends piled to the back window watching, with the 2 guys looking ready to jump out. The cop turned to look at them too. I don't know what went through his mind, but after being completely aggressive with me for what seemed like forever, he finally gave me a creepy smile. He handed me back my license and insurance, tipped his hat, and then got into his car and drove off. He didn't give me a ticket or even mention what I had done wrong or why he had pulled me over. At that point, I was shaking so badly that my friends had to help me get back in the car. To this day, I think about that cop deciding to terrorize a young college female at 3 a.m. in the middle of rural Texas, and I often wonder what would have happened if I had not stood my ground and instead gotten inside of his cop car. I wondered if he would have tried to take advantage of me in the back seat of his car, and I also wonder if he was even a real cop or not. When I was a 15-year-old girl and my best friend, who I will call Ari, was 14, we had a scary encounter. We were huge stoners back then. We were young, but our whole friend group was skaters, so we ended up smoking a lot. It had been raining all day, and it was going to be a rainy night as well, and as our friends were all skaters, it wasn't shocking that nobody wanted to hang out that night. Wet ground means no skating normally. Well, Ari and I still wanted to hang out, so we went out that night to smoke together. I can't recall if we left our homes and met up, or if we were already together in one of our homes and went out together. Either way, we went out and figured which of the many spots for smoking would be the driest. We settled on this one at the handball courts of my elementary school. I'm going to try to describe this spot as best I can. So, it was a yard to my elementary school with handball courts, and we sat on a bench under a massive tree. In front of us was a large concrete slope going down for the teachers to drive up and park. We would have to stand up and then walk down the slope in order to exit. At the bottom of the slope was a bunch of basketball courts, like 10 of them, and behind that was a large playground. It was public park property stuff, but somewhat connected to the school. This night was very quiet, and we hadn't seen anybody outside because of the wet weather. It was our summer break, so adults were likely asleep preparing for work the next day. We were sitting on this bench smoking and playing music. I noticed from far away, at the end of the basketball courts and just before the playground, a huge man was sitting there on a bench. I could tell from his silhouette that it was a big dude. I told Ari, and her being the more reckless of the two told me to relax and that we were fine. But me being the really on-guard type of person, I could not chill out. I kept telling her that something wasn't right, and I made her turn off the music. What was this clearly grown man doing in the wet, rainy park at midnight, totally alone? He himself wasn't smoking, he wasn't on his phone, and he was stiffly facing us directly. He didn't turn his head once our entire session. I mentioned this all to Ari towards the end of our session, and she finally agreed that something was really off. We were ready to leave though, so we didn't think it was a big deal and would just go. We kept an eye on the person down the bench as we left. Now, if you recall and understood my description, we had to walk down that slope to exit the area. This also meant getting closer to that guy. We would still be far from him, but closer than we were now, and he would obviously see the direction we were going for a minute as it was a big slope. We started heading down the concrete slope, and the whole time Ari and I were holding each other's hands tightly. My eyes didn't leave the guy for even a hair of a second. I was so focused, but also freaked the heck out. I kept telling Ari not to run away and to walk calmly, and I was probably trying to convince myself at the same time, to be honest. I just felt like if we started running, he would know we were scared. I can't explain why, but I felt like that would make things worse. We were not even halfway down the slope when the dude very slowly and stiffly rose up from the bench. My eyes were locked onto him, and he was huge. Then, in one swift movement, he went from totally frozen to darting directly towards us. I mean, this guy was seriously running, and his legs were so long his strides were massive. The second he took off directly for us, Ari and I dropped our grip from each other and bolted down the slope into the middle of the road. We were running and screaming, and all I could imagine was him grabbing one of us. Like I said, it was totally a wasteland outside that night. So even what was usually a busier street during the day was so dead so late at night in bad weather. I'm not sure why, but I guess we telepathically agreed to run towards where our group usually hung out when we weren't smoking. The park that was across the street and down the block. It was a block that we went around the basketball courts, so the entire run we could see the guy darting towards us and making his way onto the road behind us. We thought by some small chance we'd see our friends hanging out at the other park, but we were wrong, and it was deserted. I could feel both of us becoming exhausted when we realized we probably wouldn't see anyone for over a mile, and that if we did, it would be by absolute luck on a night like tonight. We ran and ran until we reached an overpass of a highway that was still empty, but at least it had more streetlights. We hadn't looked back for a while now, but when we reached the overpass, we noticed that the huge guy was gone. I'm not sure what made him quit. Maybe he realized we were not to be messed with, or that he underestimated how fast we were or how far we could run without getting tired. Maybe he just wanted to scare us. I'll never know, and I don't really care to know either. I live in northern British Columbia, Canada. A couple of years ago, my friend had invited me to come with him, his mom, and his sister to a resort by a lake an hour and a half or so out of town. This was the end of June and beginning of July. The place is called a resort, but it's more like a cabin in the woods type of place. There's a main log building where you check in, and it has a restaurant, a few log cabins, and some spots down by the lake for RVs to park in. There's a highway that you turn off up to the lot where the check-in building is, and to the right of the highway is forest for miles, as well as everywhere else around that area. Around the lake there's some houses and whatnot, but if it isn't a long weekend, there's not too many people out there. The cabins and RV area is separate, and the main building is about a 5 to 8 minute walk away from the cabins up a spiral road. A little bit past the main building, there's a clearing where you can sit at a couple of tables, and about 50 feet into the woods past those tables are 2 small lagoons surrounded by an old wire fence. When we got in for the evening, we unloaded the car, got acquainted with the log cabin, which was nice, and then we went out to explore around. Not too much interesting stuff happened the first day, as we didn't explore a whole lot before dark. Skip to the next day, and it was cloudy and raining, which we were hoping for, as that meant that there were very few people at the resort, and we'd get free rain over it. We explored down by the lake and around the cabin areas more thoroughly, and eventually we made our way up to the clearing where the tables are located. We looked at the tables to see that they hadn't been touched in what looked like a very long time from the amount of grass and weeds that was built up around them. While investigating, I took notice that around 50 feet or so back into the woods, there was what looked to be a clear area. We slid down into this ditch-like area, which was probably around an 8-foot difference in elevation from the table area, and trampled through the brush. We eventually came to this spot, which we were pretty sure were lagoons due to the way they were constructed, and we noticed that there was a wire fence around it. We tooled around the area looking at the lagoons, and eventually we left, planning to come back later in the day as it was getting time to eat dinner. The next day we went back to that area with the tables, planning to go into the lagoon area once again, but when we to go down the ditch, we stopped because of noise. The noise we heard were 2 small twigs being walked over and snapped in the lagoon and ditch area we had traveled the previous day. We stuck around for about 10 minutes or so until we got hit with an intense feeling of dread at being attacked by a bear or some other animal that could be walking around in the lagoon area. We went back where we played poker for the rest of the night. While playing, we discussed the events that had taken place and eventually laughed it off, saying it was probably just a bear passing through rabbits in the area. The next day, it was raining heavily and much darker than the past couple of days. We left our cabin and planned to go to the lagoon area later, but we wanted to chill around a medium forested area close to the cabins first. We were messing around in the woods, breaking big sticks on trees. Suddenly, we had heard what sounded to be someone else doing the same thing about 200 feet away in the direction we were facing. It was hard to judge how far exactly it was because the way the forest carries sound, but it was far in front of us. At first, we thought it was an echo, but after experimenting a little more, we found out that one or something out there was also banging sticks, copying us. We wouldn't have cared too much about this until we took notice of where it was. The entire area around there and beyond was all forested and not near any cabins. Having someone in those forests along with us that far in, and in the less favorable weather with being very few people at the resort at that time, was unlikely. We decided to leave the area and later during the evening. So after leaving the area, we went back around to the lagoon area and listened for a couple minutes. We couldn't hear any walking, so we assumed that we were right about it being a passing forest creature yesterday. Not even 5 minutes into us being around the lagoon area, I told my friend to stop moving. We both stopped and listened. We heard what sounded to be the footsteps again, but as they were coming in louder and faster, we got that same overbearing feeling of dread. We hightailed it out of there spooked, and we booked it back to our cabin. Later that evening, we returned to the clearing area where we had heard the branch against the tree noise earlier in the day. We again started smacking branches against trees, this time not hearing anything, but as I turned to my left, something caught my eye. There was what appeared to be a person standing behind a tree, and I saw them duck behind it when they noticed that I noticed them. I nearly screamed, but I held it in and immediately told my friend that we need to get out of there, and we sprinted back to the cabin. Later that night, while sitting in the loft area where our beds were, we discussed what had happened the last 2 days. The area that I had seen the person was in the exact same area where we had heard the mimic banging earlier that day. Also, both days we had been down near the lagoon area and had heard footsteps walking around. It was very creepy as there was too much of a coincidence for the person or figure I had seen to not have been watching us and following where we were going both days. Very strange activity as it was a rainy day and night both days that we were out exploring. We left the next day as our booking had ended, and I was happy that I didn't have to stay there any longer being constantly watched.
Currently 20 as I'm writing this. This happened almost 4 months ago when I moved out of state to start my first semester of college. My financial aid would cover housing, so I found my Fortunately, Though, however, there was a woman who lived a couple houses down. He had to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He walked the dog really early morning and not morning. At first, it was, but he began doing this, which made me a bit irritated. On top of this, he would always try to strike up these long, unnecessary conversations that I wasn't interested in. If I ever made up an excuse as to why I couldn't talk to him, he'd disregard my words and do it anyway. It even came to a point where I told him I was late for class, and he had walked with me to campus. The only time he'd ever leave is if I went into class or in one of the buildings. No matter how much I tried to get, he still persisted. I'd give him a dry response. He'd only talk more. I'd walk faster. He'd walk faster. This went on for a good 2 weeks before I finally told him in the most polite way to leave me alone in the mornings as I had school. He seemed to have understood, but also gave me this look of pure disappointment. I felt bad, but I legitimately couldn't have him doing what he's been doing anymore. I remember one of the other neighbors telling me he apparently suffered from some personality disorder, but that he didn't have a history of violence or anything. I asked why he seemed to only be acting like this towards me, and he told me that it wasn't his place to decide who lived there, as that decision was up to the property manager. Weeks went by, and I hadn't seen him at my door, nor did I see him come out of his house with his dog. I thought of this as suspicious, but dismissed it as him respecting my wishes by leaving me alone. Those weeks were normal, with me focusing on my studies, being social with friends, etc. Life went on as usual after that, until one night where something happened I didn't expect. I was in my room studying for one of my when I hear something small hit my window. The curtains were covered, so I wasn't able to see what it was. About 10 seconds later, I hear it again, and then came to the conclusion that it was a small rock hitting my window. This time, I got up and opened my curtains to see a statue outside. As if that wasn't strange enough by itself, he wasn't even on the sidewalk, but rather on the driveway of the house. By this point, it was decently late and decided to call it a night. I simply ignored closing my curtains, even though I was terrified inside. I shut off all the lights, making sure to lock every door and window in the house to ensure he didn't come in. The next morning, I carefully unlocked the front door to check if he was still out there. When the coast was clear, I booked it toward campus, where I was constantly looking back to make sure I wasn't being followed. I went to my class with some of my friends, and by the time evening hit, I walked back home and was met with a sight I wasn't expecting. There were about 3, maybe 4 police cars, along with an ambulance parked outside my house, their lights flashing over the sound of radio chatter. I saw paramedics putting a man I had never seen before on a stretcher and into the ambulance. I then saw police handcuffing my creepy neighbor and putting him into a police cruiser. When I basically demanded to know what was going on, they told me that the person harmed was actually the meter reader. I completely forgot about this, as I've only ever met the meter reader once, and that was when I moved in. By law, a meter reader can typically enter a home whether you're there to let them in or not. He had keys to my house and entered through the back door to check the meters in the basement. Waiting for him in the basement was my neighbor, who jumped him with one of my kitchen knives and jammed it into his shoulder. The reason he was in my house was to probably wait for me until I got home. He must have mistaken the meter reader for me, and that's when he attacked. To my surprise, someone in the area had spotted the man entering the house through a window before the reader got there and called the police. A couple days later, I was moved to a different location off campus and was actually reimbursed for what my family paid. I'm graduating in a couple years, and while I'm definitely going to miss college, I sure hope I don't ever encounter something like that again. About 2 years ago, I bought a house for the first time ever at only 28 years old. It was my first ever real investment, you can say, and I couldn't be prouder of myself. I worked in the entertainment industry for big celebrities / social media influencers and stuff like that, so I made decent money. Most of my neighbors were nice. Some had kids, some didn't, and sort of just kept to themselves. It was just me and my dog Milo. Milo was a pure white Dogo Argentino with the height of a small horse and a bite so powerful it could tear a limb off. All I have to say is, good luck breaking into my house with him around. My first week of moving in, I met one of my neighbors who gave me the all too familiar greeting followed by a batch of sugar cookies. The usual welcoming you'd commonly see when someone moves into a new neighborhood. She introduced herself as Brenda and told me she had lived just up the street and that it was nice to meet me. She was this sweet little old lady who had the heart of gold and was a joy to anyone. Brenda had went on to explain that her cookies were homemade and that it was her very own recipe. Surprisingly enough, I was actually allergic to wheat flour, but I wasn't going to be rude and decline them. I just put them on the kitchen counter, wondering if I should throw them away or give them to someone in need. By this point, I had successfully moved everything in and decided to call some of my childhood friends over to come and celebrate with some beer. It was already 9, and I had to get to bed early for work the next morning, so I knew my friends couldn't stay long. When they arrived, we had seen a football game on TV, had some dinner, and just enjoyed ourselves. At one point, we're all talking amongst ourselves, having a blast with beers in our hands, when I see Milo staring at me in this weird position. I playfully asked him what was up, and he responded with faint whimpers as he laid back down. It was then when I immediately knew something was wrong. I had Milo for almost 5 years now, and not once did I ever see him behave like this. Now, I'm obviously no expert or anything, but it was almost as if his attitude kept changing every few minutes. One minute he'd be happy, the next he'd be sad, and the next minute just flat out angry. His demeanor completely altered. One of my friends had a girlfriend who was a vet, and he was able to FaceTime her where I was able to tell her what was going on. She immediately started asking if I fed him something he shouldn't have eaten or if he were on medication. I was about to say no when I remembered about the cookies I had left on the table. Sure enough, I found a chewed up plastic plate along with half a dozen of those cookies devoured scattered across the hallway. Milo must have helped himself to my special treat when I wasn't looking, and I guess I didn't notice until now. 2 of my friends had to leave while the other one had decided to help me rush Milo to the vet. Turns out, he was just on the verge of death when we got there, as the vet explained he was displaying unusual symptoms. They ran a few tests on him, and what they found shocked them to their core. High traces of brodifacoum were found in Milo's system. It's a seriously dangerous poison used for killing larger rodents like possums and other pests. When ingested or consumed by humans, it causes your body to shut down your organs to the point where your body doesn't even know how to fight it off. It starts off mild, but gradually develops over a few hours. We later found out that it had been embedded inside of the cookies. Law enforcement had taken down my information about the woman who gave me those cookies, and after a whole search of the neighborhood, she was never found. To be completely honest with you, I wasn't even sure if she even lived in the neighborhood. Why she targeted me and why she laced the cookies with rodent poison is still unclear. Milo thankfully ended up living and is still the happiest companion I know. My wife and I got married and just had our first kid who absolutely adores Milo. I'll protect them all with my life.
I lived in that apartment for just under a year. It was a ground floor, one bedroom on the east side of the complex. A really old building with cheap carpet. That kind of place where your neighbors are close enough to hear you sneeze through that drywall. Still, I guess it was peaceful enough. Most of the tenants were middle-aged or older. Quiet folks with too much debt and not enough ambition. You'd hear the occasional shouting match through the vents or catch a late-night party teetering towards chaos, but it was rare. The cops would come maybe twice that whole first 6 months, and neither time did it seem like anything major. For me, I just kept to myself, worked really long hours, came home, ate dinner, watched some TV, and then went to bed. I didn't need noise. I'd had my time in louder and messier places. At this point in my life, this apartment was supposed to be my safe haven, my first real grown-up place, and for a while that's exactly what it was. And things didn't start to get weird until Flynn moved in. He showed up on a Wednesday morning, and I remember it because his moving van was blocking my car in. I had to bang on the cab just to get out to work. He didn't apologize, just gave me this blank stare like he hadn't heard a word that I just said to him. Thin guy, probably in his 40s, but somehow ageless in this way that made it hard to pin him down. Black hoodie, gloves in June, old army boots with the laces triple knotted. Not the kind of look you expect from somebody moving into a low-income housing. I couldn't tell if he was crazy or just eccentric. I introduced myself, got his first name, and that was as much as he was willing to share, at least in the moment. He moved in fast, and within 2 hours the van was gone and Flynn was holed up behind his door and just disappeared. That first week was really quiet, but something about the air near his place started to feel charged, like standing far too close to a buzzing transformer. At night, I'd hear the faint click of metal or the low scratch of something being dragged across concrete out on his patio. Nothing dramatic or nothing you'd call the cops over, but I just noticed it, and it was always after midnight. By week 2, I knew the guy was a complete weirdo. The first time I saw the fire, I thought maybe he was just grilling. I stepped out onto my patio and smelled the burning paper almost immediately. Not charcoal, not meat, just scorched papers and something that smelled like melted plastic. I peered around the divider and there he was. Flynn crouched over this big metal coffee can, feeding papers into the flame like he was praying to it. The way he stared into it, it wasn't normal. It wasn't boredom, but almost devotion. I grew up Baptist. I've seen that same kind of look on people's faces during prayer and sermon. This guy moved in next door to me and he was out of his damn mind. I stood there watching until he glanced my way, not moving, just locking eyes. He didn't say a word, just reached out slowly and placed a lid over the fire, snuffing it out instantly. Then he went back inside. I didn't really sleep that much that night. Just the whole thing kind of put me off. A few nights after that fire, I noticed a new wrinkle in the routine. Flynn had started dragging something across his floor around 2 a.m. This slow and heavy scraping sound, like furniture being moved an inch at a time. I knew it wasn't just my imagination because the baseboard heater on our shared wall would buzz whenever he did it. It only lasted a few minutes, but it was always that same exact sound, like a piece of metal being hauled across tile. I started jotting it all down in a notebook, not because I thought anything criminal was going on, but because I had a feeling that it might get there. Next came the SUV. It was one of those matte black Suburbans you only see in movies or government stings. No plates, tinted windows dark enough to double as mirrors. The first time it showed up, I thought maybe Flynn was dealing drugs or maybe some high-level courier gig or something worse, I don't know. But the men who stepped out didn't look like drug runners, no gold chains or neck tattoos. These guys wore crisp, matching suits, moved like military. Clean-shaven, stoic faces, no wasted movement. They went straight to Flynn's door and knocked once, then walked in without even waiting. The door just opened. I didn't hear any yelling, no loud conversations, not even laughter. Just the creak of the furniture and some soft footsteps. I think they stayed maybe 2 hours, then left in that same coordinated fashion, almost like a drill team. The visit happened 3 times in the span of 2 weeks. I attempted to ask Flynn about it. We crossed paths near the mailboxes one morning and I gave him this friendly nod. Asked if he was settling in okay. He didn't look up, just muttered something that sounded almost like fine and kept walking. I followed him a few steps, not aggressively, just to keep the conversation going. I asked him if that black SUV was family or maybe a security firm or something. That's when he stopped, turned, and looked right through me. You know, I'd just mind your own business if I were you, he said. His voice was flat, but there was weight behind it, like a warning that he'd given before. Not angry, not defensive, just a matter-of-fact threat. The kind of man makes when he's not bluffing. I backed up because what more could I do? This guy was clearly mental and also had some kind of security hookup that I did not want to mess with. Still, I couldn't help myself. I bought a cheap dash cam and parked facing the walkway, angled it just enough to catch whoever came or went. I started recording all the late night visits, but after the 3rd black SUV sighting, nothing had happened for weeks. No more fires, no more visitors. Flynn didn't leave his apartment during the day, at least from what I could tell. I started to wonder if he'd even moved out or maybe he was dead up there. Then a couple showed up. It was a Friday night. I just sat down to eat when I heard the purr of a low-slung engine outside. Not a junker or a pickup, this was luxury. I peeked through the blinds and saw a silver McLaren pulled into the visitor spot. 2 people got out, a man and a woman, both in these tailored coats and dressed like they were heading to the red carpet. The woman wore heels so sharp they clicked like gunshots. The man had this navy blazer, clean jawline, hair trimmed to the millimeter. They walked straight to Flynn's unit. He opened up the door before they knocked, and I promise you, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The following wasn't quiet like the other visits. I couldn't make out every word, but the tone was clipped and strained, urgent, bordering on angry. There was pacing, raised voices, Flynn's deeper tone trying to stay calm while the younger guy seemed to push back harder. The woman said very little, but when she did speak, it cut through like a knife. Then abruptly it all stopped. All 3 of them walked out calmly, almost robotically, and Flynn escorted them to their car. He even smiled as they drove off. And that was that. Over those next few days, the silence felt deliberate. Not a creak, not a scrape. Flynn's blinds were always shut tight. The lights were never on, so no smells even coming from his vent. This deep quiet had now settled in. Not long after all of this, a smell did come. It hit me the following Thursday. Just a sour tinge at first, like spoiled milk or wet garbage left out for far too long, but by Friday it was unbearable. I thought maybe something died in the crawl space, so I reported it to the management. They said somebody would come check it out, but nobody did. Saturday morning I left for work with the windows open, and my shirt collar pulled over my face. When I got back that evening, the parking lot was filled with patrol cars. 2 cruisers, an unmarked black unit, and an ambulance. Yellow tape across Flynn's door. A crime scene tech squatting by the patio with a clipboard. One of the black-suited men that I'd seen before was now standing off to the side, arms crossed, watching the cops work. He wasn't saying anything. I stood at the far edge of the lot until one of the officers noticed me. He walked over. A really tall guy, maybe his mid-40s, looked really tired, and I asked what was going on. We found somebody deceased in the unit, he said. You one of the neighbors? Yeah, he lived next door to me. I've been smelling something awful all week. Well, that was probably him, the officer said flatly. He's been dead at least that long, and we're still trying to confirm ID. That gave me an opening. I started telling him everything: the fires, the SUV visits, the couple in the sports car, the midnight dragging sound. The officer scribbled down some notes, nodding now and again, but never really looked surprised. "We're not treating this as a homicide, at least at this time," he said finally. "There was no signs of forced entry, no external injuries. Coroner thinks it was natural." I must have looked skeptical because he gave me this half shrug. "These things happen," he said. "Weird guy, weird life. Doesn't always mean some kind of foul play." I watched as they zipped up the body bag and loaded it into the ambulance. That night, I sat in my living room with the lights off, staring at that thin wall between my unit and Flynn's. I thought about everything that I'd seen, everything that I'd heard, and just kept coming back to one detail that I hadn't shared. That last time I saw him, after the couple left, I caught a glimpse of something strange through a sliding door. Just a flash or a reflection maybe. But it looked like a metal table bolted to the floor with heavy leather straps hanging off the sides. It wasn't there before. What apartment would come with something like that? They cleared out Flynn's unit by the following Monday. No hazmat suits, no media coverage. Just quiet men with gloves and cardboard boxes. Management didn't send out a notice or even acknowledge the death. I only knew he was officially gone when a cleaning crew came by and gutted the place. Ripped up the carpet, pulled the blinds, emptied the fridge. I watched from behind my own curtains that entire time. Nobody took that metal table though, or at least I never saw it come out. It stayed there, square in the center of the room, covered with a tarp. When the crew left for lunch, I slipped out and peeked through the patio door. The straps that I'd seen weren't leather. They were thick canvas, army surplus style, stained with something dark around the buckles. There was a groove in the floor beneath it, almost like scoring from repeated dragging, the kind that you don't get from just one piece of furniture. Flynn had indeed died in that apartment, that much I knew, but nothing about it felt natural at all to me. I'd say a week later, I saw the black SUV again. No police on site this time, no lights, no noise. It pulled up around 5 in the morning and stayed parked for nearly an hour. Nobody went in, nobody came out. Then it just drove off, slow and casual, like it had all the time in the world. I tried looking up Flynn on the internet, but I had no last name to go on. I checked the public records, scanned some arrest reports, even pulled some county death records. Nothing. It was like this guy never existed. The unit stayed empty for months, then eventually a young couple ended up moving in. They hung these fairy lights on the patio, brought a baby home from the hospital, watered plants. Nice people, friendly. But occasionally on warm nights, when they leave the patio door cracked open, I could swear that I hear the same dragging sound through the wall. And I ask myself, what that unsuspecting family might be living on top of.
A couple of years back, I attempted to sell my car on Craigslist. I was told by a friend it was a good place to buy and sell cars, and I knew that if I wanted to get the most money I could for the car, I would have to sell it that way. I listed the car at what I thought was a fair price. It was a 2009 Ford Fiesta with a little over 100,000 miles on it. Nothing was really wrong with the car, but I wanted something newer, and I also wanted something a little bit larger. So I took some pictures and I listed it on Craigslist. I hadn't had any experience on Craigslist to that point. I thought that the website looked kind of archaic when I first went on it, and for some reason it made me think that it was kind of sketchy. But I thought, hundreds of people use this every day and it works fine. So I went ahead with the listing. After posting the car online that I was selling, the next day I got a response. The way that it would work was that your phone number would go on the listing at the bottom. People who are interested would then text you. The first text that I received asked if the car was still available. I said yes. Then whoever this was asked to come over and look at it. I knew better than to invite some random stranger to my house though. I said that we should meet someplace else. The person responded saying no, they wanted to come to my house and look at the car. Immediately that seemed suspicious to me. Why would it be such a big deal? There were several businesses nearby. I said that I would feel a lot more comfortable meeting in a public parking lot. The person once more said that I could just give them my address and they would come over. At that point, I stopped responding. They weren't seeming to get it that I did not want them to come to my house. If somebody was that insistent on going to my house, then maybe they had bad intentions or something other than to look at my car. They texted again, but I ignored it. So I didn't get any other interest in the car that day. The next day, however, I did get another text regarding the car from a different number. This person said they were interested in the car and asked if they could look at it. I said yes, and right away suggested a local shopping center parking lot to meet at. The person said yes. We arranged for that night at 7 o'clock for them to look at the car. The person didn't really give me any information about themselves. I finally asked what they looked like and a name so I would know who I was meeting with. He said his name was John, and that was it. So when the time came, I drove the car to the local shopping center, which was about 5 minutes away. When I got there, the parking lot was mostly empty at the back, so that's where I went. I was a little nervous meeting someone from Craigslist for the first time, but I figured that we were in a very public place and the guy probably wanted to buy my car. A few minutes later, and I saw another car pull into the parking lot. It was a new-looking vehicle and it drove right over to me. After parking, a man got out. I got out of my car and I went over to meet him. I asked if he was John, and he paused for a moment before saying yes. The guy seemed sort of sketchy from the start. I thought that maybe I was just paranoid. He then walked over to the car and started looking at it. Within 2 minutes, he said to me, "I don't want this car." Then he started to walk away. I was thinking that it was really weird, but whatever. I said bye to John and he walked back to his car and then got inside. Then I went back inside of my car. I was so confused at the whole thing. Why did he want to look at the car? He didn't test drive it or anything. He could have seen online everything that he saw in person. So at that point, I started to drive home. I noticed that John started leaving at the same time as me. He drove behind me out of the parking lot. Then, as I drove down the street, he was also driving behind me. We went in the same direction for a while, and when I turned, he turned. I got suspicious at that point. I drove around a little and paid attention to John behind me. Every time that I would turn, he would turn as well. It seemed very suspicious. Enough suspicion for me to not want to drive home anymore. Instead, I just started making random turns and going down random streets. John did everything that I did. I didn't know what to do or where to go. Then I had an idea, and I just started honking my horn constantly as I drove. I don't know why that's what I thought to do, but I did. He followed me for a good minute and then decided to stop. John turned at a random street and I kept going. Then I carefully drove all the rest of the way back home. Thankfully, I did not see John for the rest of the way back. When I got home, I felt lucky to have made it home all right. And that's when I remembered the other number that had texted me about the car, how they wanted to go to my house so badly. I realized that maybe it was the same person. Maybe John simply got a new number or phone and texted me with that. Then he would just follow me home to see where I lived. And that would also explain why he seemed sketchy and seemed to have no real interest in the car. I'm also guessing that John was not his real name. What that man's true intentions were, I don't know, but I'm glad I don't have to find out. I took my car off Craigslist after that and sold it to a dealer. I may have not made as much money as I was capable of, but at least I stayed safe. When I was in college during my junior year, I lived in a house with another roommate. It was a 2-bedroom house, and my roommate Bianca was good friends with me. We met freshman year, and our senior year we were going to be living as roommates in an apartment instead of a house. The house was cool overall, but the apartment was going to be a little nicer. I remember that we got this crappy couch from Bianca's parents that we had when we lived in the house. We wanted to get rid of it when we were moving to the apartment. The couch was pretty large, and for the apartment we were not going to be bringing it over. So towards the end of our lease, a few days before we were going to move into the apartment, we decided to give the couch away. It was in pretty good shape, and if someone wanted it, they could take it. If not, we would just throw it away. We listed it for free on Craigslist and took some pictures of it and stuff. A few days went by and there was no interest. Then I remembered that Bianca told me someone was coming over to take it later on in the day. I asked who, and she just said some guy. Bianca had made the listing and was kind of taking care of things, so I just said okay, and I was glad we were getting rid of it. So sometime that afternoon, I heard Bianca say that the guy was going to be there soon. I went down into the living room and we had the couch there as well as some chairs and a coffee table and some other stuff. There were boxes around because we were preparing to move. The couch was large and would be at least a 2-person job to move it, so I was going to help. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang and a man was there on the front step. We opened the door and let him inside to see the couch. He said that he had a pickup truck, and we looked outside and saw a pretty large one. The man then started looking at the couch. He went around it to all corners and seemed to be measuring to see if it would fit in his truck. We made some basic average small talk about stuff during this time. Overall, he seemed like a pretty normal guy for the most part. Then we helped him pick up the couch and carry it out the door and to his truck. After that, he left, and our couch was finally gone. Now, fast forward to later that night. It was about 9 or 10 o'clock. I remember that Bianca told me that the guy who got the couch had just texted her again. He asked her if he had forgotten his wallet at our house by chance. My first reaction was, how on earth would he forget his wallet in our house? I thought there was no way. He was barely inside and didn't pay us or anything. Still, we looked around a little. The guy texted again saying he thought it might have fallen out of his pocket on the floor while he was lifting the couch or something. We looked and at first still didn't see anything. Then I moved one of the chairs in the living room to see a small black wallet. It was like directly underneath the center of the chair. I really have no idea how it could get that far underneath if it had just simply fallen out of his pocket. But nevertheless, it was there. I looked inside of it and there was no driver's license. However, there was 3 $1 bills and what appeared to be a debit card. That was it. Really not much for a wallet. So Bianca texted him that we had it, and he said that he would be there in about 10 minutes. Now, this is when things get really weird. Like just 2 or 3 minutes after that, I went to turn on the outside light to the front step. When I did, I saw what looked like the man walking sort of in our yard. He was barely in my sight and kind of walking between our yard and the neighbors. I moved to get a better look, but he had walked away. I only saw him for like a second. I didn't see his truck parked in the street or anything though. Then I went up to my bedroom to get a better look at the side yard and backyard. When I did, I actually saw the guy again. He walked around to the backyard and then was sort of looking at the house. It was really creepy. The lighting back there was not good at all, so I could honestly barely see him. Bianca came up and was looking as well. We were asking each other what the man was doing. Bianca was so creeped out that she said she didn't even want to give him his wallet back anymore. We were seriously considering calling the police. Then we noticed the man walk out of the end of the backyard and into the neighbors behind us' backyard. So after that, he was out of our sight. Then maybe 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. Bianca and I went down and looked out of the living room window to see the guy standing on the front step. He knocked on the door again moments later. Bianca went over to the door but did not open it. She said from the other side that we had his wallet. The man then asked for the door to be opened so that he could come in. Bianca said no, she would just hand him the wallet and he would leave. The man did not seem happy with this. He seemed surprised and asked what the problem was. We didn't want to let him know that we saw him in the yard for fear of how he might react. Bianca just said that he needed to take his wallet and then leave. I remember the man started saying how he was going to give us both a cash reward for giving him his wallet back if we would let him in. I was thinking, what is he going to give us, $1 each? Because there were only $3 in the wallet. Maybe he had more money on him, but nevertheless, I didn't really believe it. In fact, this only creeped us out more. Bianca did not open or unlock the door. Instead, she just took the wallet and walked over to a window. Then she opened it up and threw the wallet out in the direction of the man. She said, "There's your wallet, now go." Then she closed the window quickly. The man picked up the wallet, but knocked on the door again, saying that he wanted to give us a cash reward. That's when Bianca yelled at him and threatened to call the police. Finally, the man left. We were both very creeped out by his behavior. We stayed up late, but thankfully he did not return. Days later, we moved into our apartment and had no more problems with the guy. Looking back, Bianca and I both think that the man planted a fake wallet under the chair. He obviously wanted an excuse to go back to our place. Why, I don't know. A couple of summers ago, I was looking to buy a golf cart. I live a little out in the country, and there are a lot of roads and paths nearby that would be great for it. And my yard is also pretty large as well, and I've been thinking about making a path. So I remember that I started looking for one on Craigslist. There were a few in the area, and I found one that was probably the best deal. It was a new listing, and it was looking like a good golf cart. I contacted the seller and asked if it was still available, which it was. The listing said that it worked fine and ran great. I decided that I would like to buy it, and I asked the owner if I could come over and see it. If all lined up and it was what the ad said, then I would like to buy it. So I got the address from the seller and we agreed to meet there the next day. When I arrived, it was about 10 minutes away off an old country dirt road. In this particular area, most people have very large properties of at least 5 or 10 acres, sometimes many more. This property looked to be very large. I parked on the side of the street, and then there was a long driveway that I walked up, and I saw a guy walking towards me. This was the seller, and he said hi to me, and I said that I was there to see the golf cart. He said that he was going to take me to it, and then we walked over towards his garage. There was another golf cart there, and the man told me to hop on. The guy selling the cart appeared to be in his 50s or so and had grayish hair. He said that he would drive me to the cart that he was selling. So I got on, and the man started to drive away. We went behind his house, and then we went onto this trail that led into the woods. I was wondering where exactly we were going. I thought that if he was trying to sell the golf cart that it would already be in his driveway maybe. Still, I didn't ask him at that point. We drove down this path through the woods, and the farther we got, the more dense the woods became. I was amazed at how large his property was, or at least how far we were driving down the trail. At one point, he turned left and went down another trail in the woods. Then he turned right at another path. I'm not even joking when I tell you we were driving on trails through the woods for at least 10 minutes. It was kind of loud, so nobody really said anything. I kept thinking that we had to be close, but we just kept going and going, deeper and deeper into the woods. And the longer we were, the more I thought that maybe I should just leave. It seemed sort of sketchy. After a long time, I finally spoke up, and I asked the man why it was so far away. The man just turned to me and said, "Well, this golf cart isn't technically mine." I didn't know what he meant by that at all, or how that related to driving into the woods for the longest time. I sat there thinking about what he said. Then I just wanted to leave. For a while, I was too nervous to say anything. Then I finally spoke up. I said, "I changed my mind. Can we just go back?" The man turned and laughed a little and said, "Oh no, we're in too deep now, son." He just kept right on going. Then, I don't know if it was just instincts or what, but as we approached a small bridge, I just leaped off the golf cart. I hit the ground and fell down, but was not injured. The golf cart slammed to a stop up ahead. I quickly got to my feet and then ran over and jumped down around a bridge towards the stream that went under it. There was this really small and shallow stream. It was maybe 6 feet wide with many rocks on the edge, and the water only being maybe 2 feet deep at the deepest point. I just started running along the stream through the woods. The man did not seem to get off the golf cart and chase after me though. I just kept running, and then after a while changed to a jog. After about 10 minutes of that, I finally hit the end of the property. There was a dirt road that I could tell was not part of the man's property anymore. So I took out my phone and I barely had a signal. I then directed my way back off instincts and was thankfully able to make it back. When I returned to my car, I saw that there was now a closed gate blocking off the driveway of the property that I had just visited. I got in my truck and went home and never went on Craigslist again. This was my scariest experience using Craigslist. It takes place many years ago now. So I was looking around on the free ads, which I did kind of a lot back then. I didn't have that much money and was always looking for good deals or cool things for free. I didn't get a whole lot of things, but I had managed to buy a few cheap deals over the years. So I remember that I saw this TV that was for free. The ad didn't really say much. It just had a picture of a pretty nice looking TV that was on the floor of a room. The TV was on and the ad just said, "TV for free, works fine, no problems." That was all the information that it had. The city was pretty close by, so I decided to text the owner. I figured, why not? I mean, it was free, so what's the worst that could happen? After contacting the owner of the TV, they told me to come by and get it that night at 10 p.m. I said okay. Looking back, that was pretty late, but I didn't question it. I figured maybe they worked late or something, and with the TV being free, I didn't feel like I should be nitpicking about when I got it. I mean, if it worked like it said, the TV was worth at least $100. Now, I never really wondered why somebody would give it away for free at the time. Maybe I just wanted to believe it, even though it seemed too good to be true. So that night, I set out to pick up the TV. I had the address and I put it in on my phone. It was like 10 minutes away, and when I got to the neighborhood, I got kinda nervous. It looked pretty sketchy and not the best area. It was quiet though. Most of the houses looked small and run down. I parked my car on the side of the street and got out anyways though. I texted the owner saying that I was there and they told me to come in and get the TV. So I walked up to the front door and knocked on it to be polite. I didn't want to just walk right in. As I knocked on the door, I didn't see any lights on inside really. I waited after knocking, and nobody seemed to be coming to the door. This only made me feel even more nervous. Then, finally, I heard a woman's voice yell from inside the house, "Come on in." I could tell that she was not by the door, and I wasn't sure why she didn't answer it, but I did what she said and I walked in. The house was mostly dark, but there were a few dim lights on. To the left there was a living room, and to the right there was a small pantry. Straight ahead was a hallway and the kitchen and a dining room area. The woman was standing in the kitchen. I barely saw her, and she said, "You're here for the TV?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "It's up in the attic, you'll have to go get it." There was a ladder coming down from the ceiling with the door slightly open on the right side of the hallway just in front of the kitchen. The woman did not give any reason at all as to why she didn't bring the TV down herself or why she couldn't go up and get it. Even though everything in my mind and body was telling me not to go up there, I did anyways. I think it was just so awkward that I didn't know what else to do. I got to the ladder and started to take a few steps up. The woman then went around the corner and out of my sight. Meanwhile, the attic was pitch dark, with no lights on inside of it at all. When I made it to the point where my head was now in the attic, but my feet were still on the ladder, I heard something. I couldn't really see anything, but it was definitely the sound of somebody walking in the attic, closer to me. It really freaked me out. In an instant, and out of pure reaction, I zipped back down the ladder. Then, without stopping or anything, I ran to the front door and left the house. I did not stop running until I had made it all the way back to my car. Then I went home. I felt so glad to be back and was grateful that I did not have anything bad happen to me. When I looked online, the listing was now gone. Looking back, there was just way too many red flags in that situation. For one, why would they want me to go up in a dark attic by myself to retrieve the TV? Also, in that neighborhood, why would somebody be giving a working nice TV away for free? And who was in the attic? I hope I'm wrong and that was just some crazy, bizarre, random coincidence, but I don't think I am. So this happened years back when I was younger. I've done a little bit of acting over the years. It's not my only job, but I've appeared in several commercials and have done a little modeling and stuff. At one point, around the time of this story, I hadn't had that much experience yet. I had been struggling to find jobs and was looking everywhere. I needed cash and was looking at gigs and jobs on Craigslist. I came across one that seemed promising. It was an ad for a model needed to help promote a product for a business. It seemed right up my alley, and I responded, saying that I was interested in the job. The next day, I received a response from a man named Eric saying that he wanted to meet me for a job interview. I didn't know that there was going to be an interview, but I agreed to it. He gave me an address for the interview. I thought that it would maybe be the company that was doing the ad or something, but when I arrived, it looked like an apartment complex. Then I was supposed to go up to Eric's apartment. This seemed a little sketchy. I did it anyways, though. When I met with Eric, he just seemed weird and kind of gave me a bad feeling. He was not really that great at talking, and the whole thing was just really awkward. He asked me some of my background information and my experience. Then he asked me where I lived and where I went to school and stuff. After basic talk for maybe 5 minutes, he asked if I wanted the job. At that point, I just had a bad feeling. I told him no thanks, I would decline it, and then I left. He was just like, "Okay, bye." Now, after that day, I didn't think much else of it. I ended up getting a different part-time job the next week. Then, like maybe a month after the meeting with Eric, I saw this news story online on my phone. I saw a picture of the same guy Eric who I had interviewed with. The news story said that he had been arrested for stalking a woman in the area. I read the story and pretty much he had lied to her about having a modeling and acting agency. Then he kept stalking her and started threatening her as well. I was shocked and at the same time not that surprised. I'm really glad that he was caught, and I realized how close I came to him possibly stalking me as well. When I was 13 and in middle school, my class went to this one wildlife place. It was the first field trip of the year, so it was still very warm outside and there was pretty nice weather. We boarded the bus from school and it took us to this park that had lots of trails. There was also a lot of different types of plants and flowers, which is part of what we were there for. They also had a building and some tour guides who talked to us for a while. I don't remember a ton of details because it was a really long time ago, but I do know that at one point we went outside towards some of the trails. The tour guide was speaking, but taking forever to move from one place to another. We were sort of allowed to walk around and go on our own, but we were supposed to stay in the general area. There were a ton of kids though, so I remember that my friend Austin and I kind of wandered off together. Austin and I were pretty good friends, and we would talk all the time during class. I remember that we went down this trail, and it kind of went around the corner. Austin and I just sort of kept walking, and we were talking to each other. Before we knew it, we were a long ways from the rest of the class, and we were pretty deep into the woods. I didn't really think much of it though, and we just continued to walk down the trail. Eventually, the trail got more and more narrow, and the woods became more dense. When we got to that part, both of us heard a noise and some movement coming from deeper in the woods off the trail. We couldn't see where it was coming from exactly, but we decided to go closer, being the curious kids that we were. I think that we were both thinking and expecting it to maybe be some kind of an animal. I know I was. However, after we went off the trail and made it through the trees, we reached a small clearing. Inside that clearing there were these two guys standing by a tree and smoking. I'm not sure what exactly they were smoking, but the guys looked to maybe be in their late teens or so. Austin and I figured that they went into the woods to do drugs and so they wouldn't be seen, so we quickly turned around. The guys did not say anything, and we kept going down the path farther away from our class. We probably should have just gone back right then and there, and I'm not really sure why we didn't, but nevertheless, we continued to go down the path for some time. We talked, and basically we were just bored and wandering around. After like 10 minutes, we reached what was pretty much a dead end. The path made it to this marshland, and there was no bridge or anything. We walked along the edge of it for a while. As we were doing that, we started to hear footsteps behind us on the path. However, they were around a corner in a location that we could not see. They were also pretty far back. The footsteps sort of stopped though. Then, moments later, a rock flew towards us from around the corner. I didn't see at first where it had come from exactly, but a few moments later, I saw somebody come around the corner for just a second and throw another rock. That one went flying towards us and just barely missed. It looked like the guys we had seen who had been smoking. They were now throwing rocks at us. Moments later, the other guy came out and tossed a rock. This throw was much better and got even closer. Austin and I didn't want to wait around any longer. We turned and started running along the marshland. Then we turned and cut through the thick woods, not even going on the path. We knew the basic way to get back to the main area, so we were trying to get there by any means. After running for a while, we soon heard footsteps a ways behind us. I figured that the two guys were chasing us. They were a long ways back, but it made us go even faster. We kept running until we stopped hearing the footsteps. Eventually, we found a path again. Then we continued to lightly jog until we had made it back to the class. They had only moved like 30 feet, and one of the guides was still speaking. I don't think anybody even knew that we had left. I'm not sure who those guys were that we saw, but they seemed to have bad intentions. Maybe they were mad that we saw them doing drugs, or maybe they thought it was just a joke. Either way, I'm glad that we got away from them. One time back when I was in high school, one of my classes went on a field trip to a history museum. It was a history class, and there were about 30 kids in it. One of those kids in particular was a guy who I really didn't like at all, and he didn't like me either. For this story, I'm just going to call him John. So John was always kind of a jerk. He was a bully and a troublemaker. When he was in class, he would always sit in the back and usually sleep for the whole hour, or secretly vape by sticking his head in his shirt. During my freshman year, I had to be his partner on a class project, and he was rude to me and unfair the whole time. That's kind of what led to us being sort of enemies, and for some reason, we always seemed to have classes together. In this history class, I would just try to avoid him. I know that he had gotten suspended at one point for actually punching another kid in the school. I didn't think that it was worth my time to fight him though. I was a member of the high school baseball team and I didn't want to get in trouble. John wasn't involved in any activities, so he had nothing to lose, I guess. Anyways, we went on this field trip to the history museum. There were lots of exhibits and things to look at. It was pretty much what you would expect from a history museum, and at one point we were free to roam around the museum how we wanted to. So I remember that there was this one exhibit in particular of like an old town. There was a glass wall with railing a little more than waist high. I was looking at the town and sort of leaning over to see better because it was a very cool exhibit. It was kind of like those train cities that people build, but this was of an old-fashioned town, so there was a lot of things to look at. I remember that in the middle of this, all of a sudden, I felt someone sort of grab me from behind and push me over. As I was falling, I saw that it was John who had pushed me. I fell over the railing and right next to the city. By extreme luck, I didn't break anything. I had mostly landed next to the city. However, I knocked over a few of the buildings and stuff on the edge of it, but mostly things were fine. When I looked up, John was far off, like 15 feet away now, and sort of laughing. As I started to get up, I saw that everyone in the room was now looking at me. It was very embarrassing. The lady who worked at the museum got mad and started to yell at me. I started to pick up the things that fell over and was told to stop and not touch anything. She told me to get out of there, so I did. The lady seemed to not see that I had been pushed, and it appeared as though she had the impression that I had just jumped in to be funny or something. She scolded me, and I told her that I had been pushed, but for some reason she didn't seem to believe me. I looked over to John and said that he had pushed me over. By now, John was on the complete other side of the room, and he was walking away even farther. I was so mad, and I went over to find John, but by that point he had left the room. I found another kid who I knew, and I told him how John had pushed me over. The kid said that he didn't see it, but at least he seemed to actually believe me. Apparently, nobody else in the room had seen me get pushed and didn't really know what had happened. As the day went on at the History Museum, I didn't see John for almost the entire rest of the time. I was kind of glad that I didn't see him, but I also wanted to give him a piece of my mind. So finally, when the field trip was over and we were about to leave, I saw John again. By that time, I had cooled down, and I decided to just ignore him and not confront him or anything. So we all boarded the bus back and went back to school. When we arrived back, it was just in time for our final classes of the day. I remember that I got to my class, which was some type of a science class, I think. I sat next to one of my good friends, and when I got there, he asked me about the field trip. Then he showed me this Snapchat story that he had seen. It was a story that John had posted on his Snapchat. I hadn't seen it because I wasn't friends with John on Snapchat. Anyways, the post was of him sitting in the back of the bus, taking a selfie holding this old hat that he had stolen from the museum. The hat was in one of the exhibits, I remember, because one of the tour guides told a story about how it's really old and authentic. I couldn't believe that John had stolen it, but it also didn't surprise me knowing him. I talked with my friend about how John had pushed me into the exhibit and stuff. The next day at history class, our teacher had found out that somebody had stole the hat, but he didn't know who. Apparently nobody else knew who did it either, besides me. When class started, our teacher told us how the museum told him somebody stole the hat, and they didn't know who. Our teacher then said that somebody had to step up and confess, but everyone was silent. Of course, I wasn't going to rat out John in front of everyone. I was planning to after class, though. After the teacher's speech, we resumed, and unfortunately, in the long class period, I forgot about telling the teacher how John had stolen it. I just moved on with my day and went to my next class. I'm not sure how many people had John on Snapchat, if anybody in the class even did at all. So I remember that later on in the school day, I was at my locker putting my books away. Some other kid who I barely knew started calling my name. He was like halfway down the hall, and I knew who he was, but we were not friends. I had no idea why he was calling me, so I walked over to him. When I got there, he brought up how I had taken a spill at the museum, and he started laughing about it. I told him that John had pushed me, and he just thought it was so funny. So at that point, I just walked back over to my locker. After the next class, I went to my locker again, but when I got my other book, I saw the hat. That same stolen hat had been hidden behind my large science book in my locker. I realized then that John must have planted it there. It must have been when the other kid called me over. They probably were in on it together. Now John was trying to plant stolen goods on me. I didn't want to get in trouble or anything, and I was really angry, so I took the hat and went straight to my history teacher's classroom. When I got there, I told him the whole story. I was afraid that he wouldn't believe me, but thankfully he did. He knew that I was a pretty good student, and he knew that John wasn't. He also reported that one of the students had reported to him that she had seen John's Snapchat story. I gave the hat to him, and he returned it to the museum. I remember that John ended up getting suspended for a week for that. After that school year, John dropped out of our school. I'm glad that I didn't have to deal with him anymore. For some background, I'm a female, and this took place when I was in college. When I was a freshman, I remember that for one of my classes we went on a field trip at night. We were going to be looking at the stars, and we're going at 9 p.m. I guess there was this spot a few miles from campus where you could get a really good view of the sky. It was a park, and the entire field trip was completely for extra credit, because obviously the professor didn't expect everybody to be able to make it that late. There were quite a few students in the class, and I cared a lot about my grades, so I decided to go. We met in this one parking lot on campus at about 8:45 p.m. The turnout was a lot more than I expected. There were probably about 25 of us students there, along with the professor. We boarded the bus, and it took us down to the park that was maybe 10 minutes away. Then we got off, and there was this park surrounded by several wooded areas. There was a large open field in the middle, though, and that's where the professor told us to meet. After he talked to us for a few minutes, we all started looking at the stars. We were free to walk around a little, but we also had worksheets to fill out. I started to walk around and do the assignment. About 10 minutes into it, and I was kind of on the edge near the trees. I remember hearing what sounded like a noise coming from just inside the woods. I looked over, and there was this guy creeping along the edge of the wood line. The man was not in our class, I knew that for a fact, and he was just kind of walking just inside the woods and looking at us. I just looked back and away from him and tried to continue. I thought it was kind of strange, but didn't really know what to make of it. A while later, though, I remember looking back to the woods again. The man was just standing there, just barely inside the woods, and facing me. He appeared to be looking right at me, and it was a little bit weird, so I moved away. I went closer to some other people and continued with the assignment. Things went on, but maybe 15 minutes or so after that, I saw the guy yet again. He was kind of standing just inside the grass, no longer in the woods. Once more, he appeared to be looking at me, which sort of creeped me out a little. However, I really wasn't that scared or anything, because I was with all these other people that were in my class. After a while longer, we were done for the day with the field trip. The professor gathered everybody around and then said that we were leaving. So we all walked back to the front of the park and to the parking lot. Then we boarded the bus. Except, as I was in line to get on the bus, I saw up ahead the man from the park who had been in the woods. He was like the second or third person on the bus, and I was wondering why he was getting on. I had been completely sure that he wasn't in the class. I started to second guess myself, thinking maybe the man was in our class, or maybe he did belong there. Perhaps he was in another class with the professor, or maybe he was with the group in some way. Nobody seemed to say anything to him though, and why was he in the woods and staring at me so weird? I went and sat down on a seat pretty close to the front. I looked back, and it appeared as though the man had got on a seat in the complete back row. We took the ride back, and when we got to campus, we all got off the bus. Then all the students started to disperse. I was a freshman, so I lived in one of the freshman dorms and had walked there. It was about halfway across campus on the other side, so I began to walk back. By now, it was like 10 p.m., and there really weren't any other people out. A couple of other students from class walked near me for a while, but they went to one of the other dorm buildings. Then it was just me on the sidewalk walking back. However, I remembered that I heard somebody behind me. I assumed it to be somebody else from the class. However, I felt the need to look over my shoulder, and I did. There, I saw the same man who had been in the woods and stuff. He was walking sort of far behind me by himself. I had never seen him on campus before, and the man did not look college age. He looked older. Obviously, people of all ages go to college, but this guy just didn't seem like a student. He had no backpack or anything, and I hadn't seen him with the worksheet we had for class. I was like 90% sure that he had just come out of the woods and hopped on our bus. How nobody seemed to notice him was beyond me. As I walked, he remained behind me, and I started to get nervous. I began walking faster. The man seemed to speed up as well. I knew that I just needed to get to my dorm building, because if he didn't live there, he wouldn't be able to enter. You needed a key fob to get in. I walked faster, going about as quick as I could without running. I could see my building, and it was just a ways up. During this time, the man stayed about 50 feet behind me or so. Finally, I reached my building. I quickly used my key to get in and made sure that the door shut behind me. Then I went through the lobby and to the stairs to go up quickly. My room was on the 3rd floor, and it had a window looking out. I quickly went to my dorm room and then over to the window. I looked out and saw the man standing by the doors and trying to enter. I watched him start to loudly bang on the front door to the dorm building, which was not opening for him. He eventually stopped, but continued to stand around by the doors for a while. I think he was hoping that somebody else would leave and he could sneak in. Thankfully, nobody did. I looked over again about 10 minutes later, and he was still there, sitting on a bench. Finally, after a while, I looked, and he was gone. I'm pretty sure that that man was up to no good, and I'm really glad that he didn't get in my dorm. This story happened many years ago when I was in high school. I lived near Detroit, Michigan, and one day for my art class we had a field trip. We went to the Cranbrook Art Museum, which is a good destination for field trips around here. The art museum is really nice, and it's a cool area from what I remember. That was the only time that I went there, but when we arrived there was a school and a museum and some other buildings. Around them was some other stuff, and it seemed like a campus almost. there were these winding roads with woods beside them and a few walking trails as well. So for my art class, we were going with a group of about 20 kids. We got to Cranbrook, and after getting off the bus, we went inside of the museum. It was an all-day field trip, so we were inside for a while. I remember that we got a break kind of towards the end, and we were allowed to go outside a little. I didn't have any really good friends in the class, so I went outside sort of by myself. I was just looking around at what was nearby, and I walked on a path a little ways. I was curious to see where it would go, so I crossed this street, and then the path sort of entered the woods. Nobody else was over there, and it seemed very quiet. I was planning to walk for maybe 5 minutes and then head back. Pretty much, I was just wandering around. However, as I walked through the woods, I heard this sound coming from off the path somewhere. It was a man's voice calling for help. It was weird because it was like he could hear me approaching, but he was off the path and in the woods. I couldn't see him from where I was, but when I came around the corner, I saw this guy emerging from the trees. When I saw him, he said that he needed help. The guy did not appear to work at the museum or be a teacher or anything, and he was much too old to be a student. He was just wearing a camouflage jacket and jeans. He told me to follow him, and he started to go into the woods. I didn't want to, though, and I asked why. He stopped and seemed annoyed, and he told me to just follow him. He then added that he had hurt his foot. I was confused. What did him hurting his foot have to do with me going into the woods? He told me to follow him again, and I walked a little bit closer. Then, suddenly, the man turned around and started to sprint towards me. My only reaction was to run away. I turned and started sprinting down the path back towards the street to get out of the woods. It wasn't that long of a ways, thankfully, and I was able to make it out. When I did, I heard the man laughing behind me. He did not leave the wooded area of the path, though. After that, I went back inside the building with the rest of my class, and stayed with them for the rest of the field trip. I didn't see the guy again, and I've always wondered who he was. Was he trying to be funny, or could it have been a possible abduction or robbery attempt or something like that? It gives me the creeps to think back on it. This happened a really long time ago. I was in high school, and for some class we took a field trip to go hiking. I really don't remember what class that would have been, or why we took a field trip to go hiking. Maybe some gym class? I really don't know. I just know that I remember the actual field trip really well. In fact, it's probably something that I will never forget. So we went to this park that had a bunch of trails. Some parts passed by flat ground, and other parts went through some wooded areas. There were also ponds and some rocky terrain that the trails went through. I'm pretty sure that there were like 10 miles of trails in that park. So when we got there, my class started out together. People ended up splitting up though. I have no idea how the teacher was planning to find everyone and not lose a student in the massive park, but I know that I was kind of hiking on my own. I started out with a few kids in class that I was kind of friends with. However, at one point, for some reason, I stopped. I don't remember why, but they went one way and I went another. So I started hiking by myself, and I do remember that our teacher gave us these step counters. They were the kind that you just shake them and it counts your steps, and you clip them to your pants or something. So we were going to see at the end who got the most steps. That might have been why I went by myself. Anyways, I walked for a while and I passed by this one interesting spot. There was a little pond to my right and lots of trees around, but not really a woods. As I was walking past, I looked up and noticed something. There was a man sitting up in a tree. It was a really weird sight. It shocked me and I almost jumped back when I saw him. The guy was wearing a hat and sunglasses and looking around. I thought maybe he was bird watching or something and just really into it, so he went up in a tree. And he was honestly pretty hard to see at first. I mean, I'd been walking there for at least 15 seconds before I noticed him. But once you saw him, you saw him. I had to walk under the tree on the path to get past him, so after I did so, I continued. However, moments later, I heard movement in the tree, and then heard the man getting down. He literally jumped out from way up in the tree. I glanced behind me and saw the man start to walk after me. That kind of made me nervous. This guy was already seeming a little strange. Why did he suddenly leave the tree after I had passed? I kept walking though, trying to ignore him. However, I soon heard his footsteps, like he was walking behind me. I saw the path turning up ahead, and then there was a spot where you could go left or right. Left was leading back more towards my class, so I took that way. I was really hoping that the man wouldn't do the same, but he did. After that is when I started jogging. This way I would get more steps anyways, so I went faster, and to my horror, it sounded like the guy behind me started jogging as well. I was not expecting that, but it forced me to go even faster. By now, I was running. I went down that path, turned again, and continued running. The good news is at least the man was not gaining on me. Eventually, I stopped hearing him altogether. He must have either not been that fast or in good shape, or just didn't really feel like chasing me that much. Either way, it was a huge relief. I kept going though, and I didn't feel completely safe until I saw other students. Then I was able to hang around them, and I did not want to walk by myself anymore. We walked around for a while longer. Maybe like 30 minutes to an hour later, I randomly saw the guy again. He was now off the trail, almost hiding behind a tree. I don't know how I saw him again, because other people didn't seem to notice. I ignored him though and kept walking. I made sure to stick by other students for the rest of the day. Eventually, we were done with the hiking and we had to meet back up towards the front of the park. Then we left and went back to school. I still think about that sometimes. Why did the guy follow me like that, and why was he even there in a tree? It was very strange. I remember that in 5th grade, my class went on a field trip to this nature park. I don't recall exactly which park it was, but it was probably like 20 minutes from my school. There was a walking path, but it wasn't really that long, and the park was not for hiking. It was more for looking at the waterfall and river that was there. There were different levels of elevation and a lot of overlook places and stuff. So when we got there, I remember that we went to the building and somebody talked to us for a while. It was just my class of roughly about 30 kids and our teacher. We then walked around to the different places on some of the trails. Then after that, we had some time to walk around on our own and look at some spots. There was a kid that I was sort of friends with that I was kind of hanging out with. Well, while we were there wasn't really anybody else in the park other than our class. I did notice a few random people here and there, but not many. So after walking around and stuff, and being there for probably an hour, I remember that I went off with my friend. We were just going to different places to see the views. I think we would be leaving to go back to the school in about 30 minutes or so. It was then when we were walking around that I saw this other kid around our age. However, he was not in our class. The kid kind of walked near my friend and I, but didn't say anything. I didn't really know anything about him, but I assumed that he was maybe there with his parents or something. My friend and I eventually walked off, and I remembered that the kid sort of followed us. He didn't walk real close, but he sort of trailed us a ways back. We walked around for a good 20 minutes, and every place that we went, the kid seemed to be a little ways behind us. It was kind of odd. We mostly just ignored him though. Eventually, it was time for us to meet back up with the rest of the class. So we went back over, and the teacher took attendance near the bus in the parking lot. Then we all started to get on the bus. It was at this time when I noticed the kid again. He was walking over from the other end of the parking lot. To my surprise, the kid walked right up behind me. I was one of the last kids to get in line on the bus, and my teacher, I think, was talking to another student a ways away. The kid blended right in and got on the bus with me. I was very confused, and I was really close to turning around and asking him who he was, but I didn't. So this kid then got onto the bus and proceeded to sit in the farthest seat in the back. I was shocked, and I'm 100% certain that he was not in my class. He didn't talk to anyone, and just got into his seat on the bus and didn't say anything. I went to a different seat, and we then went back to the school. After arriving back, everybody got off the bus. I purposely looked around to try to find the kid after getting off. When I did, I saw him exit the bus and then walk behind it away from the class. The rest of us had to go inside the school, and once in, the teacher took attendance again. The kid was obviously gone, and I was still trying to figure out why he rode on our bus. I went on with the school day and continued with my classes. Then after school, I got out and I left. This was probably just like an hour after we got back from the field trip. During this time, I would ride another bus home. When I left the school to catch my bus, I saw the kid again. He was standing around by a tree outside the school, but it looked like he was hiding behind it. I honestly don't know what he was doing. We left after that. I never saw him again. To this day, that still puzzles me.
My name is Ethan, and I was 15 in the summer of 2021. I was one of the older kids who attended Camp Lennox in Beckett, Massachusetts. My parents sent me there to get away from the noise of Boston for a while and roast marshmallows in the New England wilderness. Minus the lockdowns from the year before, I had been coming here since 2018, and since I was the oldest attendee that summer, I became a de facto trustee. However, that summer, things will play out a little differently. Something that I would like to make clear is that this story is 100% true and can be verified by a simple Google search. Also, please forgive me if I get a bit carried away with trips down memory lane. After what happened, I have never returned to that place. And being 4 years removed, I can look back and say that I really enjoyed being there, and it's unfortunate that things ended the way they did. But like my father always says, life isn't a fairy tale with happy endings. I remember that it was the night we were doing rope burn, a big tradition at Camp Lennox. The ritual was simple. We had to build a fire high enough to burn through a rope strung between two poles. The team with the fastest blaze won bragging rights and a pizza. I was on the blue team, and our counselor, Jake, was hyping us up. "Let's be legendary tonight," he always used to say. I was teamed up with two other campers, Sam and Riley. We set off to gather firewood from the edge of the forest behind the camp. Nothing unusual. We had done this 100 times before on nights when we were just building fires for roasting marshmallows. So we trudged through the trees with our flashlights, looking for dry sticks. For those of you who spend a lot of time outdoors and may have experienced a thing or two in the woods, know that the forest has a way of telling you that something is off. A strange stillness came over the forest. It was very noticeable to me. We were maybe 50 yards in, kicking through the underbrush, when Riley stopped in his tracks and looked back at us. "Ugh, do you guys smell that?" he asked. He was ahead of us, so it wasn't long before I caught a whiff. It was the unmistakable stench of decomposition. Jake, holding his nose, said,
"Oh, probably just a dead animal."
It was the logical conclusion to come to, so we kept moving. But the knot in my stomach tightened as we moved further in. I just somehow knew that we were going to discover something seriously messed up out here. Soon, my flashlight caught something. There was a figure slumped against a tree, half hidden by ferns from my vantage point. I froze once I realized it was a human. The others didn't seem to notice. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. My comrades swung their lights over to where mine was, and that's when we saw the full picture. It was the body of a man, curled up at the base of an oak, his clothes dirty and torn. His skin was grayish, bloated, and melting away. The smell hit us like a tsunami, and Riley gagged, stumbling back. Sam just stared, his flashlight shaking in his hand. Jake cursed under his breath and stepped in front of us, like he could shield us from what we had already seen. "Stay back," Jake said, his voice sharp now. "Don't touch anything." He fumbled for his walkie-talkie and radioed the head counselor. "Come in. This is Jake. We found a body in the woods. Send help, now. You boys head back to camp, and don't say anything about this to the others. We don't want everyone to panic." I led Riley and Sam back to the main camp. We sat at a table in the mess hall, whispering to each other. "Was that real? Was that fucking real?" Sam asked. Riley just stared at his hands, like he had a newfound appreciation for not being a melting corpse. I don't think it truly sank in for me until we got back to camp. Now we had discovered a dead body in the forest. My mind kept replaying the way the man's head was tilted, like a zombie taking a nap against a tree. The police eventually came and cordoned off the area. The rope burn was obviously canceled that night, and the staff did their best to keep things normal the following day. We played capture the flag and had s'mores by the lake, but it wasn't the same. Sam had broken the silence, and the rest of the campers were whispering in their bunks at night, making up stories about how there was a serial killer in the forest. I didn't join in because I had my own problems to deal with, like how every time I closed my eyes, I would see that body against the tree. Jake checked on us the following night. His usual goofy demeanor was gone. "You guys okay?" he asked. I nodded, even though I wasn't. I don't think any of us were. We'd seen something that we weren't supposed to. Something that didn't fit in with the usual upbeat environment of Camp Linux. We didn't talk much about it after that, not even with each other. When my parents eventually picked me up, I did my best to assure them that I was fine. But looking back, I think I was just depressed, because I would never view Camp Linux in the same light ever again. This place was once a childhood sanctuary in my mind, and was now tainted by the stench of a rotting corpse. The identity of the man in the woods was never publicly disclosed, but the police believed that it was a 35-year-old man who died by suicide. I was 13 in the summer of 1999, living in Oklahoma City. One night, I was at a sleepover at my friend Lila's house. It was our end of summer sleepover, a tradition we had kept since second grade, except this time we were joined by a girl named Emma. Emma's parents were good friends with Lila's parents, and this was my first time meeting her, but we got along fine. Soon, the time came to tell scary stories in our little makeshift tent we had set up in the living room. We made it a game, passing around a flashlight and placing it under our chins while we told our stories. Lila and I recycled the last year's tales, only tweaking certain details from the year before, which we teased each other about. When Emma's turn came, she sat up and asked if it was okay to turn off the flashlight while telling her story. We agreed.
My aunt came over one day and told this story to my mom in our living room. They didn't know I was playing in the upstairs hallway and could hear every word.
Lila and I were instantly intrigued, huddling closer together.
A long time ago, my aunt was a camp counselor for the Girl Scouts. One morning after an outdoor camping trip, she was walking to the showers when she saw a sleeping bag lying on the trail. It was out of place, and she thought that maybe some of the girls were playing a prank. But when she got closer, she saw a young girl inside the sleeping bag. Her face was pale, her eyes open, staring at nothing. As soon as she saw her, my aunt knew that the girl was dead. That's when she saw 2 more sleeping bags nearby, crumpled up like trash. She ran to the nearest one and unzipped it, only to find another girl, curled up and not moving. The third one was the same. 3 little girls found dead in the forest.
My breath caught. Lila's smirk was gone, her eyes wide. "Were they murdered?" she asked. Emma nodded.
Strangled, bruised up, like they had been beaten. There was a red flashlight on one of the bodies with tape over the lens. Inside their tent was a bloody shoe print and a smeared handprint that was too big to be the girls.
I was legitimately terrified. I pulled my blanket up and squeezed closer to Lila. "Your aunt really saw all that?" I asked, half hoping Emma would laugh and say the whole thing was made up, but she just shrugged.
She told my mom she still dreams about those girls, seeing their dead faces staring up at her. The camp closed after that, and you want to know something else? They never caught the guy. Some say he's still out there, lurking somewhere in those woods.
Lila tried to laugh it off, but I could tell she was freaked out as well. The stories we told were nowhere close to this level of fucked up. We eventually moved on to talking about boys and music. But Emma's story haunted me. It was so graphic, so detailed for a preteen girl to just make up. I barely slept that night, jumping at every creak in Lila's house, imagining someone was lurking outside. 7 years later, in 2006, I was a college freshman back home for Thanksgiving. Lila and I hadn't seen each other since we graduated high school, so I drove over to her house the day before Thanksgiving. After some small talk and catching up, she dropped a bomb on me. "Do you remember that really messed up story Emma told us during that sleepover?" Truth be told, I had been thinking about that story ever since I got back into town. "Yeah, why?" "You're not going to believe this, but it wasn't a made-up story. It actually happened." "What?" That story always bothered me because it seemed so real. I did some research in my spare time at my school's library. In 1977, 3 Girl Scouts were found dead in their sleeping bags at Camp Scott. Their names were Lori Farmer, Michelle Guzet, and Denise Milner. The counselor who discovered them was Carla Wilhite, Emma's aunt. My stomach dropped. For years, we thought Emma was just a good storyteller trying to impress us that night, but she had been telling the truth. Her aunt was the one who discovered the bodies of those 3 girls in 1977. At the time, there was an escaped convict named Jean Leroy Hart, who was suspected to be the one who committed the murders. He was arrested and faced a criminal trial back in the 70s, but was acquitted by a jury due to lack of evidence. It wouldn't be until 2022 that DNA testing revealed that he was likely the perpetrator, but by then, he had been dead for over 40 years. I was thinking of a good way to end this story, and considering that even the DNA testing was never able to definitively prove that Hart was the monster in the woods that night, and the very real possibility that someone else may have been involved, I can think of no better way to end things than by quoting Emma's own words.
They never caught the guy. Some say he's still out there, lurking somewhere in those woods.
It has been 31 years total since I've worked as a counselor at Camp Valleyway. I've spent 20 of those years trying to forget about what I saw, and lying to myself and to others about what I know happened. It came to a point where I succeeded in fooling myself and pushed the experience to a hidden place in my mind. But 20 years after that fateful day on the lake, I would discover the truth. I started working when I was 15, and I spent my summers at Camp Valleyway. The camp was nestled in the foothills of the Appalachians, between 2 mountains with a natural lake in the center, its water stained with a murky southern clay. I worked as a swim instructor and lifeguard. Each week, a new set of campers traveled from across the state to experience the outdoors. I still remember the exact day it happened. It was a Tuesday, the 5th week of camp, the hottest day of that summer, and just before the 4th of July. That week was known as Rich Week to the counselors, since many of the wealthier parents left their children here while they took off for holiday. This would come right after Orphan Week, which was when the Clarkstown Orphanage, the largest in the state, traveled to camp free of charge because the camp was government funded. Every year, the local residents would come by at the end of the week, and children were often adopted. I remember that a girl in my class found a new home with some local farmers, and I remember seeing Ellie wave from the cab of the pickup truck she was riding in as she started her new life with her foster family. In my off time, I would help the other counselors patch up sails under the water sports canopy. Logan, the head counselor, who was about 5 years older than me, was sitting at one of the picnic tables, his small eyes scanning the lake. He kept his hair in a tight buzz cut, revealing a scar around the back of his head, and when he spoke, it was a deep southern drawl.
Mike, watch what you're doing.
He saw that I had skipped a stitch in the sail.
I only got 2 eyes, and there's too much going on for me to watch everyone today.
Got it, I said, and put my head down. Logan kept a tight watch on his crew, but now his focus was on the lake. Ed and Ted, twin counselors with one brain between them, were teaching a beginner swimming course off the shore. Those two always made Logan uneasy, and earned a spot on his mental list of instructors who were likely to screw up next. So when Ed, the smarter of the two, came sprinting up from the lakeside, Logan was ready. Ed opened his mouth, words wheezing in between each breath, with his wet hair plastered over one of his eyes. "We're missing one. One camper. Can't find him in the water. Friends don't know where he is." Without hesitation, Logan's whistle shrieked through the campground, startling campers and counselors alike.
Everyone out of the water now! All lifeguards report to the dock.
His deep voice caused adrenaline to rush through me as we ran to the water. I was the first to dive in, followed by the other lifeguards. I was in the deeper end of the designated swimming area of the lake, which only went down to around 14 feet, but you could barely see anything. The bottom was a cold and dark abyss. Underwater plants gripped against my calves as I searched the depths. Eventually I had to return to the surface, and Logan sent us back down again to search after we caught our breath. During my second descent, I was searching by a patch of water weeds when a pale hand brushed against my face. I saw the face next. It was dark, but I could tell that it was a girl with long hair that fanned around her, like she was under static electricity. I gasped, drawing in water. I gripped her torso and began swimming to the surface. She felt swollen, her arms too big, and her temperature was hypothermic. Halfway to the surface, I felt her leg catch on something, and she was pulled back down out of my grip. I turned, watching her open eyes on mine as she descended back into the darkness. My lungs were screaming for air. I had to resurface for oxygen. "I found her! I found her! Come quick!" I shouted, before I dove back down, my hands sweeping through the muddy bottom, but I found nothing but muck, even as the other lifeguards joined. 5 minutes later, Logan's whistle rang out again, calling us back to the dock.
Listen up. The missing camper has been found in the restroom. Ed and Ted must have let him slip past. Both of them will be spending tonight scrubbing the dock.
He paused, and I felt the other lifeguard's gaze fall on me.
You're all free to go, except for you, Mike. I want a word.
The others trudged away, looking back at us over their shoulders. Logan focused on me.
I don't know what the hell that was about, but you could have got someone killed. The next time you try something like this, you're out of here.
But there was someone down there.
I don't believe in ghosts, Mike, and we scoured that water. Now get out of my sight. You're off waterfront.
Word spread around camp about what happened. I could tell many of them detested me, and none believed my side of the story. So I quit the next week, and pushed the incident to the back of my mind, though it would resurface in my dreams. That happened in late June of 1994. 20 years later, which was 11 years ago from now, I read a news article that was titled, "Human Remains Found at Camp Valleyway." Due to reservations, the lake was drained, revealing a collection of bones at the deepest region. Several femurs were found attached to anchors with rope. It is estimated that the remains belonged to 19 victims between the ages of 10 and 13 years old. After much investigation, the state police discovered the source of the bodies. 10 years prior to this discovery, the Clarkstown orphanage was shut down for embezzling state funds. Each summer, the children spent a week at the camp and would be adopted by local families. However, After reviewing the records, it was discovered that these adoptions were never official, and they were disposed of in the lake at an area that was too deep for the campers to normally enter, except for one that drifted near the swimming area due to a corroded rope. It is believed that the orphanage appropriated these children long after their death to extort more money from the state. A lot of the people involved in this conspiracy have been incarcerated, but they didn't get everyone. And there are still many unanswered questions.
I've been an avid fisherman for over 6 years now, and have worked at several different companies as a commercial fisherman, catching snapper, dolphin, whatever is biting and paying, I guess. I was 26 when this happened. I attended grad school in marine biology and had been granted a week off for our spring break. Many graduate programs don't typically offer spring break for students, but I guess I was lucky. During my trip, a buddy and I decided to take a fishing trip off the coast of Hawaii to find the many different species of fish, primarily the ones that were native to the Pacific. We had rented this fishing boat for a few days so we could have a better chance of getting a decent catch. One night during our stay, my friend and I decided to take the boat out at around 1 a.m. to catch a specific type of fish in the area. This fish was semi-nocturnal, and this was the ideal time to catch one. So, him and I are offshore on an average boat with nothing around us but pitch blackness. It's a lot more scary than you think. You had to be there to believe me. One of us is on one side of the boat, while the other is on the opposite, not making a peep, trying to catch this fish. About maybe 20 or so minutes later, we both hear what sounded like humming coming from somewhere around our boat. I asked my friend if he had heard that too, to which he said yes. The humming sounded like it was coming from a person, specifically a woman. I motioned for my friend to turn on the deck light, and to our shock, we found nothing in the water. It made absolutely no sense, as the humming was coming from literally right next to our boat. Seriously, it made me almost piss myself. Every time we heard it from one direction, it would always change to the other direction when we went there. After some time of searching around the boat, the humming stops and my friend yells at me to get over here. I run to the back of the boat, and what I see in the water made my blood run cold. There was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s, just floating on her back in the water. She did not appear to be alive. However, the odd thing about her was what she was wearing. She wore this dark blue dress that was way too small for her. She wasn't wearing any shoes, but she had on a necklace and a single ring. We both stare at each other in disbelief, thinking if we had just witnessed the aftermath of a murder. My friend and I go inside the boat, attempting to radio the Coast Guard or anyone from shore. We were unable to reach someone, and after a few more attempts, we went back to go check on her, only to find her gone. It had only been 3 minutes since we last saw her, and even after shining the light in the water, she was nowhere in sight. At that point, we decided to end it there, as we were both absolutely creeped the hell out. Back on land, we agreed to not speak a word about what we had seen. Had we told someone, we'd probably be suspected of bringing her on board with us and dumping her body in the ocean. Obviously, we didn't do that, but people aren't going to believe that we just found her. A few days later, my friend had looked up missing people in Hawaii, specifically Maui. After looking through hundreds of people, we never found the woman we saw, and she has yet to be identified. The thing that creeped us out the most was that we were several miles offshore and found this woman in a long dress. It's like putting a puzzle piece where it doesn't fit. It made no sense. If you live in the Maui area, I emphasize you please contact police if you have any information. This encounter keeps me up at night.
This happened to me when I was in 11th grade. I'm a female, and I tend to be a people pleaser. I never like to call anyone out, reject anyone outright, or act like someone is being weird. I'm also a bit open-minded, and I tend to go with the flow. School started in early September, and in my marine biology class, I noticed that there was this boy that kept staring at me from the corner of my eye. I just made one of those half smiles towards him to acknowledge him, and went on about my assignment. I really did not think much of it for a couple of weeks, even though he continued to stare. He was very skinny and tall, had brown hair. His eyes were so brown that they looked black. He had a generally nondescript face, other than his super dark eyes. One day he decided to say hi. I said hello back to him, and he told me his name, which was Alex. I told him mine, but he said that he already knew my name. That wasn't a surprise, as I have rather large handwriting, and he could have easily watched me write my name down on one of my papers, since he was staring at me so much. It was kind of odd that he didn't really have any facial expression when he flatly said that he knew my name. I just sort of laughed it off, said, "Oh, okay," and began putting my things in my bag as the bell was about to ring. I only had a few friends, and we always sat at the same table during lunch. We were all rather quiet, and most times read while we ate. That means I usually don't look around the lunchroom, as I have my eyes in my book. This day my friend finished her novel, so I decided to put mine away and just talk. I immediately noticed Alex staring inside at us from the courtyard tables. He never seemed to be embarrassed that I noticed him. I showed him to my friend and told her about my class with him. She found it to be super creepy, but I said he's probably harmless and was just socially awkward. I arrived in marine biology a little early later that day, and so it was just myself, Alex, and one other girl for about 10 minutes. I did that half smile at Alex, and then decided to break out my book and start reading again. He had his hands folded over his mouth and was staring again. This time, it just felt awkward, because we were basically alone now. I glanced over at him and kind of raised my eyebrows, as if to say, "Yes?" He looked me up and down very slowly, and I asked him if he was okay. He said yes, and that he was just inside of his head, thinking, "Okay, whatever, that's fine." The next day at lunch, there was a little piece of paper on the table that we sat at. It had my name on the front. Not just my first name, my first and middle name. I opened it, and it said something like, "I wonder what your asshole would look like with a PVC pipe shoved up it." What the fuck? I looked around. I didn't see Alex, but I immediately knew it was him. I was very scared to come to class later that day, but he wasn't there. I felt a lot better about not seeing him. The note itself was gross and embarrassing. I didn't want to show any administrators because of that, so I just threw it out. I went to the bus area at the end of the day, like usual, but this time, I noticed Alex leaning on one of the pillars with his backpack on one shoulder. I literally felt chills down my spine when I noticed a white PVC pipe poking out of the top of his backpack through the zippers. I didn't give him any reaction to my knowledge, even though I'm sure he had watched me read the note. The next morning, I made an appointment with a counselor and had my class changed. She was very reluctant to do that for me, because we were already in the school year well over a month and a half, but I think since I have a history of good grades and behavior, she helped me out. I spent the rest of the year avidly avoiding him. He kept staring at me at lunchtime, and one time he took photos of me at the bus area without my consent. Even though it was against school policy, I got some pepper spray for when I get off at my bus stop. I have no clue what happened to him, because when 12th grade began, he was no longer at our school. I'm not sure if I even want to know how he turned out. Number 2. So when I was a senior in high school, this would have been around 2007, I was out of the blue contacted one day by this random guy on MySpace. I vaguely recognized him, but I didn't know him. He told me that he knew me from school, and that I had tutored him in math a couple of times. This should have been my first red flag that something was off. I hate math, and I've never tutored anyone on that topic. I told him that he was mistaken, but I tried to be nice to him and we struck up a friendly conversation. Soon, the guy, Brian, started talking to me at school. It started off pretty innocently. He was giving me more attention than I wanted from him, but I was kind of flattered by it, and I didn't really think much of it at the time. He was a couple of years younger than me, and I figured he had developed a crush on me primarily because we're both kind of odd compared to the other kids at our high school. It was a very small school. My graduating class was only about 40 people, and he and I were two of a very small number of alternative kids there. He was emo, while I tended to be more of the punk variety. Both of us loved My Chemical Romance. I figured he was into me because there weren't many other girls there with similar interests. Before long, he started waiting for me at my locker every day, between every class. He started following me around before school and during lunch. He started coming to my performances. I was in drama and choir. I tried to be polite, but started avoiding him. The situation continued to escalate to the point where he was sexually harassing me every chance I failed to avoid him. If he was waiting for me at my locker, he would say sexually explicit things to me, tell me what he wanted to do to me, and would also tell me that when he was having sex with his girlfriend, that he wished she was me. At homecoming, he left his girlfriend waiting awkwardly while he came to me and told me that he really wanted all of us to have a threesome. Luckily, my girlfriends were with me and came over as soon as they noticed him talking to me, which made him scurry away. As quickly as it started, it was over. One day he stopped showing up at school. I was relieved but curious. After about a month of him being gone, my friend mentioned him in front of my dad, who was also the principal of my high school. My dad asked me about what happened, and I ended up telling him the whole story. He seemed really troubled. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me why Brian was absent from school recently. Apparently, not long after homecoming, Brian had strapped some fireworks to a cat and set them off. The cat exploded, and Brian laughed. He got caught and was sent to jail, and then was committed to a psychiatric facility by his parents after he was released. I don't know what happened to him after that. I'm thinking I dodged a bullet though, because he turned out to be even crazier than I thought he was. This happened when I was in high school. A few weeks in, I had made a few friends and I was keen on making more, so I would socialize a lot in the hopes that I would get more friends out of it. I was still somewhat new to the school and one day, I got lost. This is where I met the guy who would eventually become my stalker. He showed me around and helped me get to the class I needed to go to, and we made conversation, and at first I thought he would be nice to have as a friend. A week passed and I had made a few more friends at this point. I wanted to hang out with him as much as I could. I felt a little bad because my other friend was a bit of a loner, so I invited him to come hang out with us. He didn't talk much at first, but after a while he eventually opened up to me, and then he wouldn't shut up. He mostly talked to me. He started asking me advice on life and whatnot, and I was happy to help. That is, until he started asking me to pat his head like a dog and make him wear a leash. It was a bit weird, you might say. I passed it off as a joke, and I humored him, something I never should have done. He started calling me his master or mistress. I asked him not to do that, and I told him that I wasn't comfortable with his behavior, but it was apparently too late to fix things. He started skipping his classes to walk into and get kicked out of mine. He would follow me around all day, and if I would go to the restroom, guess who would follow me inside? I asked him to stop many, many times. He refused, so I tried to get the school involved. They had no proof of stalking, and I found that kinda strange since many of my teachers have kicked him out of my classes. But nevertheless, nothing happened. He began to get more aggressive when I asked one of my guy friends to help me out with a homework assignment. My stalker overheard this from around the corner and didn't like who I asked for help. After that, he would pretty much fight and harass every male I would talk to. Some would probably find this flattering, but I found it annoying and immature. I tried to tell him not to worry and that we were just friends, but his exact wording was,
"They don't deserve you. They are worthless compared to my master."
I then yelled at him. I do feel bad because it was quite harsh, but I was about fed up with his bullshit, and if he wanted to act like a dog, I was going to treat him like one. I thought I was finally free from that cycle. He finally stopped following me around. Until one day I found this letter in my locker. In this letter, my stalker gave his disgust for males and his hate for himself, and that he must be evil for his master to treat him this way, and that I must be taught not to shun pets. It was a few pages long, and it was very disturbing. In fact, it was the most terrifying thing I had ever read, especially when I got done reading it and looked up and saw him staring at me from down the hall. He came up to me and opened his phone and started showing me pictures of, well, of a cartoon character who had a similar appearance to me, with the same brown eyes and curly hair. Then, he tried to hand me a leash and asked me to walk him around. At that point, I ran away, up to the office, letter in hand. The principal finally had the proof he needed and agreed to step in. The cops got involved, and soon after, a restraining order was put in place. He was expelled and wasn't allowed within 50 feet of me. About a month after that, I was sitting in my room one night, doing some homework, when I heard a scratch at the window. I looked over, and then froze in pure terror. My stalker was standing just outside my bedroom window. He had a collar around his neck, and a leash was dangling down from it. He was intensely glaring at me through the glass. His face then crooked into a disgusting grin, before licking the surface of the window and ran off. I flipped out and woke my parents, who called the police. When the cops showed up, I told them who it was and what he did. They collected the evidence from my window and arrested my stalker for breaking the restraining order. Thankfully, I moved out of that town a month later, and I never heard from my stalker again. I still have nightmares about this to this day. Being stalked was not romantic or fun. It was terrifying, bone-shaking, and nerve-wracking, and the worst thing I have ever gone through. But I do hope that he got those issues worked out.
This goes back to when I was 15 and a sophomore in high school. I had a few friends and would walk by myself to and from most of my classes because small talk made, and still does, make me nervous thanks to some anxiety issues. I was walking to class one day and this guy, we'll call him Creeper, came out of nowhere and started walking next to me. He was a bit too close for comfort, so I moved over, but he followed. He was so close to me his arm was brushing against my shoulder. For context, I'm 5'1" and 93 pounds, and this guy was at least 62, 180 pounds, and probably a year or two older. I had some bad experiences with strange men in the past, so I was getting pretty uneasy. He finally decided to introduce himself. "Hey, you're Donna, right?" Of course I was taken aback, since I had no clue who this dude was and had never seen him before. "Do I know you?" I asked. What he said next gave me chills and still creeps me out to this day. "No, but I know you." Just like that, he turned and walked away. I kid you not, he actually said that. I saw him the next morning when I was sitting with my friends and waiting for the first bell to ring. I pointed him out to them and asked who he was. They didn't know him either. The bell rang and we all went our separate ways. I stuck my headphones in my ears and turned on some music for the walk to first period. I felt an arm brushing against my shoulder. I looked out of the corner of my eye and saw the creeper there, staring at me with this weird grin. I moved away from him, and just like before, he moved right with me. He pulled my headphones off and started asking me for my number. When I told him no, he started begging like he was trying to be cute. "Please, can I have your number? You're so pretty. I just want to be able to call you." I said nothing. Then he started asking me if I had a boyfriend and if that was why I wouldn't talk to him. I got to my class and hurried in, and he stood by the door staring and grinning for a few seconds before he left. This went on for several weeks. He started turning up everywhere I went. I would even take detours to try and throw him off, but he eventually picked up on those as well. Every day he would ask if I had a boyfriend and if I would just give him my number. After telling him no multiple times, I eventually gave up and just started giving him the cold shoulder. One afternoon, I was walking to the bus parking lot to catch my ride home. Suddenly, my headphones were tugged out of my ears, and lo and behold, there's Creeper. "You never gave me your number," he whined. I put my earbuds back in only to have them yanked out again. "Why won't you give me your number? Come on, haven't I been nice to you?" I hopped on my bus and thanked the gods he didn't follow. That night, I got a text message from an unknown number. It said, "Hey," with a winky face. I asked who it is, and soon after get the reply that it's Creeper, and he asked if I was a virgin. Now I'm sitting here thinking, how did he get my cell phone number? I did have a Facebook and a MySpace, but neither one of them had my email or phone number visible to anyone but my friends. The next morning, I called the phone company and asked them to block his number so he couldn't contact me. The next day, I was walking between the two buildings of the high school on my way to a midday class, and he shows up again. "Why aren't you answering your phone? Why won't you message me back?" I told him I couldn't talk because I was going to be late for class and walked faster. He got up and raised his voice a bit. "Why won't you answer my calls? I want you to be my girlfriend." I ignored him, and I guess he was tired of that because he got really angry. He ran up behind me and grabbed the handle of my backpack and the hood of my jacket with the same hand and yanked me backwards. I reached forward and grabbed the handle of the heavy metal door of the next building. I was screaming at him at this point. "Let me go! Just leave me alone, okay?" He was still trying to pull me behind the building, and I was about to lose my grip on the door handle when I guess he realized that I'd created a scene. He let go and nervously said something along the lines that he was just playing and to stop being so serious. After that, he would try to message me on Facebook once in a while, but I blocked him there too. Thankfully, I haven't heard from him since. In high school, I had a male best friend. It was a known fact that he was super into me and people would give me crap all the time for leading him on. Never once did I try to become romantically involved with him. Was not into him like that. So he starts intensely dating my best friend. They have a frighteningly abusive relationship for years. He physically harms her. I hate him. Then we all moved to the same city just by chance, and she admits to me that she found a folder on his computer when they were dating that was just pictures of me. From Facebook, I guess. Just all in one folder. Then I randomly see him at a show in Brooklyn where he met my then boyfriend. Then he starts contacting me. Had no idea he had my number still, but he would only text me at 4 a.m., saying incoherent nonsense about how thick I was, using more vulgar terminology, and how he used to lust over me in high school, and how I almost ruined his relationship with my BFF because of my body, and all sorts of gross and crude remarks. Then when I asked him to stop, he said he needed help because he had a drug problem and he was going to end his life if I didn't talk to him. This went on for a while. Not sure why I didn't block his number. I told him I would call the police, but I guess I was legitimately afraid he would hurt himself. Fast forward 2 years later, it's starting again. This time I live on the other side of the country. Same text at 4 a.m., his time on the opposite coast, about me and how I defined his ideal woman. Gross and not flattering. I tell him to stop, and I will block him and call the police. He begs me to not stop talking to him because he needs to talk to me. Legitimately afraid he's going to just show up on my street. Wouldn't put it past him. My boyfriend is angry and wants to get involved. I'm almost to the point of letting my boyfriend text him just to make him stop. I blocked him on Facebook, then I instantly get an Instagram request. Enough is enough. What do you think I should do?
I've never had the best of luck with guys. I appear to have poor taste when it comes to dating. After separating for good from my kid's father after 5 years, I was ready to just be myself. About 3 months of being a single mother, my neighbor approached me stating that a friend of his, Steve, would like to meet me. It didn't take long before he charmed his way into my life. The first 6 months were amazing, but he began to drink more and more, and each time he would get extremely agitated. He would start fights with random people, and even some of our friends. Slowly, our friends would stop coming around, knowing how Steve got when he drank. This, however, did not stop him from drinking. But now all the anger was aimed at me. It took roughly 6 to 8 months of buildup, from name-calling and shoving to punching and choking. Suddenly, this became a very abusive relationship. One time, I escaped out of the bathroom window. He later found me by beating up a friend of mine until he told him where I was. Steve began stripping all of my clothes off in a drunken rage, while laughing at me and challenging me to go ahead and try to escape while I was naked. The last night of abuse was by far the worst. Before Steve started drinking that night, I told him that my son, 3 years old, was not feeling very well, and I was going to stay with him as he fell asleep. My plan was to spend the night with my son. At around 2:30 in the morning, I heard the bedroom door open. I lied there pretending to be asleep. Several seconds went by. I held my breath as tears began to form in my eyes. When I suddenly felt his hand on top of my head, he grabbed my hair and yanked me out of bed, whispering in my ear, "I know you're avoiding me." Once in the living room, he threw me on the floor, then accused me of trying to leave him, and demanded to know why. Before I could answer, he angrily came to the conclusion that it was another man. "I swear to God, if I catch you with another man, I'll kill you and him." He was obviously more drunk than normal. He punched and kicked me a couple of times, and I fell to the floor. I started to crawl to my son's room, and he slowly came from behind me, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" He then walked in front of me, kneeled down, and said, "You stay right there or I'm gonna hurt you real bad." He then sat on the couch and watched me as I sobbed on the floor. After about 30 minutes, it appeared that he passed out on the couch. I decided that this was my chance to escape. I put on an oversized shirt, picked up my son, and slowly crept by him. He suddenly woke up and grabbed my leg and said, "Where are you going?" I stammered out that I was going into the kitchen with my son to get him a drink. He then angrily replied, "Hurry up." As soon as I entered the kitchen, I ran out of the front door with no pants on, no shoes, and no purse. I carried my son all the way to the police station, which was thankfully only a few blocks away. After hours, the way the police station is set up is that you go into a room and press a button and talk to someone on the intercom. I ran in and put my back to the wall and pushed the button behind me as I slowly slid down into a sitting position while holding on to my son, waiting for Steve to burst through the door at any second. I remembered thinking if I was going to be beaten, at least it would be on camera. On the speaker I heard, "How can I help you?" All I could do was cry. I couldn't even get a word out of my mouth. I didn't know how to explain. 2 officers came out to assist me. A female officer took my son and got him some food, and I went with the male officer to make a report, and he gave me a blanket. After 15 minutes, I heard Steve screaming my name as they brought him down the hallway. I held my breath as if he knew I was behind the door. 30 minutes later, an officer came back with a sergeant. At first, I thought they were going to tell me to go back home and gather my belongings while Steve was being held in custody. Instead, they asked me more questions about his anger issues and if there had been any previous fights. I explained to them Steve's alcohol problem and how he had become increasingly more abusive. They then showed me a list in Steve's handwriting detailing how he would dismember my body in a good spot where I would be buried without being found. He also had possible dates written down with past dates crossed out. I couldn't breathe when I read this, and by this point tears were streaming down my face. I looked at the cop and asked, "What does this mean?" He looked back at me and said, "It means you're lucky." Steve was charged with attempted murder, kidnapping, and assault. I left back home to Arizona before the trial started, but gave a detailed statement before I left. Steve, of course, pled not guilty, but in the end, he received 2 years in prison. Just before I left for Arizona, I received a letter from Steve. It simply read, "It's not over. You'll always be mine."
I don't know if any of you guys remember a few years ago when a sort of killer clown craze shook America for a few months. Well, this all happened during that time. I always remembered me and my friends thought it was funny, and we'd always watch those clown caught on camera videos that were really popular at lunch. Although, our laughter turned into fear when we were made aware that a few of those clowns on Twitter threatened to come to our school at 11 a.m. that day and quote-unquote kill all of us. Luckily, the school picked up on this, and they sent out emails to the parents that they had scheduled a planned lockdown at 10:30 that day in response to the threats. I was sitting in history class when I heard the familiar sound of the lockdown alarm, followed by the teacher rushing to the windows and door, locking and closing them. Even though initially the threat freaked me out, I wasn't worried at this point. I reasoned that it was most likely just another blank threat online, and that nothing would happen. After about 40 minutes of silence, sitting on the cold floor in the corner of the room, the emergency green flashing light turned off, then followed by the air conditioning slowly falling silent, and then the hallway lights switched off. The school had cut the power, but why though? At this point, me and my classmates were staring at each other. We all knew that something real was going on, as the school never cut off the power unless something serious was happening. After 10 minutes or so, we could all hear a faint banging noise from down the corridor, shortly followed by heavy and fast footsteps. Someone was running down the hallway. They started banging on the lockers and screaming. At this point, a few girls started quietly crying. Just then, the most terrifying thing ever happened. One of the men, dressed as a clown, ran up to the class door, banging and screaming. Multiple people were crying now, and one of my friends whispered to me in complete seriousness, saying we were all gonna die. I have no shame in admitting that this caused me to start crying too. I then heard the loud sound of glass shattering. The man had shattered the glass part of the door, and I could see his arm reaching through to try to unlock the door from the inside. I was frozen and in complete disbelief as to what I was witnessing. But luckily, my teacher reacted quickly, grabbing a piece of shattered glass from the ground and stabbing the man's arm before he could unlock the door. He instantly grabbed his arm back, and you could hear his screams of pain. He then quickly stepped away from the door, and his screams slowly faded down the corridor. After another 2 hours, the principal came on the loudspeaker, explaining everything. He said that just after 11, 2 men walked into the school, one holding a kitchen knife. They ran around the school, threatening to kill students and trying to break into classrooms. But once the police raided the school, only one of them was caught, and it wasn't the one who tried to break into our classroom. After the whole event, the school got over 20 buses to take the younger kids home, and the kids 9th grade and over, like me, were told to walk home in groups and call the cops if we saw anything suspicious. I had a hard week at school after that experience. I was always thinking that the men would return, this time with a gun or something, but nothing happened. This, nonetheless, will be scarred into my mind forever. Ever since the lockdown, the school has hired a few more on-campus police officers, and they've installed some auto-locking features on doors and windows. This has made me feel a little bit better in school, but this isn't just an experience you can simply forget about.
For quick background info, I was 12 years old when this occurred. I'm 14 now. I have 2 younger brothers. For the sake of this story, we'll call them Dylan and Tyler. They share a room on the second floor, and the room is at the front of the house with a balcony door facing the street. Straight behind their room is a hallway, and my room is on the left of that hallway if you're looking from the front of the house. There's 2 windows facing the side of my house and my room. At the time of this story, I was in my brother's room watching Tyler play a video game. I think it was Cuphead. This will be important later. This took place in mid-July of 2019. It was nearing the end of the day. I and my mom had decided to order in for herself and my dad. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? Well, about 10 minutes later, my mom randomly starts walking in my brother's room and looking at the shutters on the door. Me and my brothers don't really pay any attention until we notice she keeps doing it, and she looks much more nervous than normal. My brothers ask what's wrong, and my mom surprisingly, and she tells us that the delivery driver was sending her really weird messages, such as, God is coming. He will come for all who don't believe. Believe, and he'll bring you to paradise. Tyler was starting to get nervous, but I was much more confused than anything. But that confusion turned to fear, as not even 3 minutes later, this delivery driver was right outside our house, empty-handed, screaming and laughing, obviously high off his mind. At this point, Tyler was nearly in tears, and I was absolutely horrified. But I didn't do anything. I couldn't do anything. But as quickly as he came, he was gone. My mom filed a complaint with both the restaurant and the delivery service, and the next day she was notified that he had been terminated. That in and of itself wouldn't be that bad, but it gets worse. Now for this next part. I can't confirm that these 2 events were related, but the timing suggests it was. The day my mom was notified of the delivery driver's termination went on like normal, and around 10:30 p.m., I was the only person awake. This was pretty customary. My brothers like going to bed early, and I think my parents were asleep, but I can't be sure. Anyways, around that time, I noticed out my window the motion light turn on. At first I thought it was the neighbors, but I realized soon that it was ours. And the thing about our motion sensor light is that something pretty noticeable has to trigger it. Something like a mouse won't. I looked outside and I didn't see anything until I looked to my right, just out of the light's radius. That's when I noticed something. Someone. Then I realized someone is in my backyard and I'm the only one awake. It didn't even occur to me that I could wake up my parents, but instead, I dug down under the window, praying whoever was out there didn't see me. I'm honestly astounded that 12-year-old me didn't even scream. But I think he noticed me, because when I checked again about 5 minutes later, he was gone. I'm 99% sure that it was the same guy, and he was either scouting out the place or trying to scare us. But thankfully, nothing else happened after that. I only remembered this recently because my mom brought it up, and all of the memories of it came flooding back. So to the crazy high screaming delivery driver that I'm nearly positive was trying to break in, stay the fuck away from me and my family. This happened during autumn of 2013. I was working as a delivery boy for a pizza place. I lived in southern Ontario, in a fairly modestly sized city. I was doing what was possibly the longest drive that I'd ever taken for a delivery. It was in the middle of a forested area about 25 minutes away from the place I worked at. The place that I worked for is on the outskirts of the city, so it wasn't really unusual for us to get rural deliveries. When I finally pulled up to the address in question, it was an old disheveled, dilapidated house, totally surrounded by forest. I called on my boss and I asked him twice just to make sure this is the correct address. I could tell he was in a crappy mood, so I didn't want to bother him any further. I just took a deep breath and then walked to the front door of the house. There was no doorbell, so I decided to knock loudly just to make sure that the residents heard me. No response. I waited for about a minute before knocking again, saying that I was the pizza guy. Still no response. As I began to turn around to get back to my car, I saw a pair of eyes from an open window, staring intently and directly at me. After about 5 seconds of that person staring at me so eerily, I just dropped the pizza and ran back to my car. The damn thing wouldn't turn on until I turned my keys for the 3rd time. I didn't get too far away from the house when the car then began jolting. Then an awful screeching sound started, forcing me to stop the car. When I got out and looked at my tires, my blood froze. Just what I had feared. All 4 of the tires were slashed. I thought to myself, who the fuck did this? I mean, I saw that person in the window while I was at the front door. I then went back to my car and called the emergency services. I explained my situation to them to the best of my ability. The operator then told me that the police would be there in about half an hour. I then asked her if it would be best to stay in the car or run away. She said that it would probably be best to stay in my car. I waited anxiously for the police to arrive while I was still on the line with the operator. What happened next utterly broke me, and I truly hope that nobody else ever has to experience this level of fear. While I was examining my surroundings, I looked in the overhead mirror and I saw that same person before that was in the open window, right in the middle of the road behind my car. I could tell now that it was a man, eyes open even wider than before. Then I could ever so slightly see a demented smile then spread across his face. I just swung open the door and fled into the woods, not giving a second crap about me and my life. I ran until I was nearly out of breath, then hid behind a log and some shrubs. I waited for what felt like an hour until I finally heard a siren wailing in the distance. I gathered all the stamina I had left and ran back to my car. By the time I got back, police were inspecting my car. I ran to them shouting for help like a lunatic. I fell to the ground and then coughed from running so much. 2 officers then picked me up and questioned me. I told them the situation and they sent most of the officers in the house, but one stayed with me for company. Eventually the officers came out with a knife, obviously the one used to slash my tires. One officer said that it was probably some sick insane couple who did this, given that I saw the man. Unfortunately, they were never found, and that still really pains me to this day. I obviously quit my job right after that, and I began working in a department store in the city. But I'll never forget the look on that man's face when he stared at my car in the pitch black darkness. Hello. Before I start this story, I want to give you a backstory real quick. I'm an 18-year-old female living in Mesa, Arizona. I had started door dashing to make some extra money, as working a hostess really wasn't paying the bills like it used to. My little sister, who's 16, and my mom and I had just moved down here from Phoenix, so this is somewhat of a different area to door dash in than I'm used to. We started off doing a couple of runs around the area until I got a ping that I have a new order. It was for Little Caesars. I pulled up the map and I headed that way. When we arrived, I had sent in my sister to get the order. While she was in there, I was looking around the parking lot. It was pitch black outside, other than my headlights and the store sign. I noticed a white Jeep and a few teenage guys getting inside of it. I didn't pay much attention afterwards. When my sister got back in the car with the order, I proceeded to the delivery address, with my sister talking to me and music blaring. I pulled into the neighborhood that the map took me to. I then turned on the music to look for the house. We stopped in the middle of the street in front of the house, not realizing that a guy was coming to my door. Now, he didn't say anything at first. I said, "Did you order DoorDash?" And he said, "Yeah," with a little hesitation. I looked behind him, and I saw that there were 2 other guys heading towards my driver's side door as well. I didn't notice that they had just pulled into the driveway, and they were driving a white Jeep. Before I go any further, my boyfriend has a switchblade knife that he always carries around, so I automatically know the sound of it being opened and closed. After he said yes, I noticed that he got closer to my window, and I was looking at my phone, about to ask him what the name for it was. And when I looked back at him, he was fiddling in his pocket on his right side. He kept looking back and nudging his head forward, kind of in a motion like, "Come here," to the other guys. All of a sudden, when I was about to roll my window down to give him his order, I heard the click, and that's when my brain just pieced it all together. He gave me a weird look, and I said, "You know what, fuck this." And I rolled up my window to where there was about an inch until it was closed, and then locked all the doors and took off. I didn't hear anything from them. They didn't yell out for us. I was really freaking out, and my sister didn't know why I pulled off like that. I explained to her what I heard, and then she pieced it all together as well. When I turned off their street, they then called me and said, "Yeah, this is Mario." And I said, "Yeah, are you the guy I just talked to?" And he said, "Yeah." And then I asked him why I heard a switchblade go off in his pocket, but he ignored the question. I asked him again, and it sounded like he was rushing to get into a car. I then pulled off into a curb, and I told him where he could pick up his food, and then hung up. We sat at the other end of the street for 10 minutes, and when we went back, the food was still there. We picked up the food again, and I was just gonna call DoorDash and tell them what happened, and ask that they get a refund, until I saw the teenagers pass by, and look straight at me, and stop the car. I turned super quickly in the other direction, and I saw one of them get out of the car, then jump back in, and they then turned around and started following us. Now, I'm a crazy driver in general, but when someone's following me, my fight or flight kicked in, and I lost them pretty quickly. I called DoorDash and explained to them what happened, and made a report. I don't know what those teenagers were up to, but as a female out at night with her little sister, I was terrified. Not just for me, but for my sister. Some of you may think that I was being overdramatic, and maybe they did just want their food, but if you were in my situation, what else could you really do? It was my safety and my sister's. I called up my boyfriend and told him everything that happened, and I couldn't stop shaking for the rest of the drive home. I couldn't ever figure out why they were at Little Caesars and got there before us. I know it was them who was there. Maybe they were following me back. Maybe not. I guess I'll never know. On the other hand though, I didn't call the cops. There probably wasn't much they could have done anyways, except for file a report. But let's just say, I'll never DoorDash in that area again.
I am a driver for DoorDash. This happened just a couple of months ago. It was a Thursday night and I was working late. I typically worked until 2 a.m. on Thursdays, and it would be a pretty good money-making night for me. It was late and I was almost done, but at about 1:30 in the morning, I got an order to pick up. It was at McDonald's and it was just a medium drink. It seemed a little weird to me that somebody would have just a drink from McDonald's delivered, but I wasn't going to question it. I went to McDonald's and picked it up, then I drove to the destination. It wasn't that far, between 5 and 10 minutes away, but when I got into the neighborhood, I could see that it wasn't the best area. The houses looked very run down and old, and the grass in most yards was very long. I turned onto a dead-end road and finally reached the address. It was at the end of the dead end, and I could barely see the house because of how dark it was, combined with how many trees they had in the yard. There was a woods surrounding the house, and no street lights or house lights. I slowly stopped my car and got out. I looked around. It was very quiet. I walked to the end of the driveway of the house and looked down it. It was skinny, but fairly long. It had pine needles and sticks all over it, and looked like it didn't get much use. I looked down and saw the house, and then I began walking. I got about 10 feet down the driveway, and then I heard the branches in a tree next to me start to move. Immediately when I heard the sound, I knew it couldn't have been an animal and had to be a human. Without even thinking, I placed the drink on the ground, turned around, and ran back to my car. As I was running, I heard movement behind me, but I didn't stop to look. I ran all the way back to my car and got inside. When I did, I immediately started my engine, and the lights to my car came on. Out of my windshield, I saw in front of my car about 30 feet away, there were 3 men. They were not chasing me anymore, but they were just standing at the end of the driveway looking at me. Then one of them turned and threw the McDonald's drink at my car. It hit the ground about 5 feet in front of my vehicle. I backed up my car and drove away. I hope I don't have to deliver to that neighborhood again. A couple of years back, I worked as a Postmates delivery driver on the weekends. I lived in a city at the time, so I could ride my bike to make the deliveries. I liked it because I could get more exercise. One night, on a nice Friday night in the summer, I was working for a few hours. I remember it was sunny and warm. At about 8 p.m., I got a delivery for an order of a sub-restaurant. I rode my bike and picked it up, and then I rode to the address. When I arrived at the address, it was an apartment building on the edge of the city next to a park. I got off my bike and walked up to the front door. After a couple of minutes went by and nobody came, I texted the man and said I was there. A few seconds later, I got a response. He asked if I could bring it up to his room on the second floor, and he said he would buzz me in. I didn't mind at all, and I said that I would. The man let me in, and I walked up the stairs to the second floor and to the room he told me. I knocked on the door. The man opened it and smiled. He seemed very friendly. He said thank you to me and mentioned that he would give me a nice tip. Then I heard a woman's voice say thank you as well, coming from inside the room. I said no problem, and I left. Then I walked back down and outside of the apartment to my bike and continued with my deliveries for the evening. About 2 hours later, I got another delivery near the same area, and my route took me past that same park. But as I rode past the apartment building, I noticed an ambulance and several police cars outside of it. I was going to ignore it and ride past when I caught a glimpse of the man that I had delivered to. He was being led into a cop car. I had to stop my bike quick and ask what happened. I didn't get much information, but I did hear that a man had nearly killed a woman. Later, when I went home, I found out that the very same man I had delivered to was with a woman that night that he met for the first time, and he tried to force himself on the woman, and she resisted. That started a struggle between them, and the woman ended up breaking her arm and being knocked unconscious. The man was arrested, and the woman was taken to the hospital. It's crazy to me that I delivered to them, and they both seemed so happy just a few hours before. When I was a senior in high school, I worked as a pizza delivery boy. It was a pretty good paying job with tips, and I enjoyed it a lot. One night on a Friday, I was working and got a delivery for one pizza to a house on the other end of town. I made the drive to the house, which took about 10 minutes, and then I arrived. I stepped out of the car and started to walk up to the house. It was a small and average looking house, kind of old, nothing eye-catching. I walked to the front door, but when I got there, I noticed a post-it note stuck to the door that said to use the back. I walked around to the back door of the house, which was located in the center of the house in front of a small fenced backyard with a little patio on it. I was about to knock on the door when I saw another post-it note. It said, "Please bring pizza inside." Now this made me a little bit uncomfortable, but I decided to go in anyways. I could hear music playing from inside the house. When I opened the door, I saw what appeared to be a kitchen. It was pretty empty though. There was no food or plates out, but on the kitchen table near the door, there was a Bluetooth speaker that was playing music. I started to place the pizza box on the table, and I saw yet another sticky note posted there. It said, "Bring pizza downstairs and I will give you your tip." I looked to the end of the kitchen and saw an open doorway with a staircase leading to a very dark basement. This is where I had to draw the line in my head. I decided I would have to skip the tip on this one, and I was not going to go down the stairs. I left the pizza on the table and started to walk away to leave. But then, the music on the speakers stopped playing, and a deep man's voice started speaking on it and said, "Stop." Then it said, "Why don't you come downstairs?" I wasn't going to stay there any longer, and I quickly opened the door and left. When I did, I could hear the deep man's voice laughing. I ran back to my car and drove all the way back to the restaurant. A few weeks later, when I was working, I got a delivery, and when I started driving, I noticed it was the address of that creepy house again. I really did not want to go back there, but it was my job, and I didn't want to tell my boss I was scared, so I continued driving. Once I arrived, I took a good look at the house. I could see a note was on the door again. I sat in my car for a good minute, hyping myself up to go back to the house. I finally got out and started walking straight to the back, but when I noticed the front door, the sticky note said something different on it this time. I walked up to the front door and looked closer. The note said, "Come in the front door this time," and then it had a smiling, winking face on it. I just dropped the pizza on the front step and knocked on the door 2 times and then left. I hurried back to my car, got in, and drove back to the restaurant again. Thankfully, I never had to deliver to that house again.
So I just moved to California about 4 months ago, and everything's been pretty much a dry run for the worst. My car got rear-ended, my living situation absolutely sucks, and I'm now more broke than I've ever been in my life. I've also had some pretty creepy experiences out here that have definitely forced me to be more on my guard. I come from a small town where you can walk the streets at 2 in the morning and arrive home in one piece. But I now live in a really large part of LA where you have to keep your eyes peeled 24/7. It also doesn't really help that I watch a lot of crime shows and have now become terrified to leave my apartment after these following events. The first happened to my rental car that I was given due to my car accident. I was a full-time DoorDash driver trying to make ends meet in an attempt to squirrel away some cash, as I knew I'd be relying on Lyft rides and would need basic things such as groceries when my time with the rental eventually ran out. My DoorDash shifts typically ran from early in the morning to late in the evening, as LA gas prices and the fancy grocery rates aren't going to pay for themselves. All of that along with my rent to my crazy roommate. Anyway, fast forward, and I dragged myself and my silver Sentra to a grocery store that wasn't too far away from my complex. The incident was short, simple, and very common. I was pulling into a space at the same time as another car. It was a larger tan SUV. At first, I didn't really get a good look at the people inside the vehicle, and without thinking of any circumstance, I pulled in. Now in hindsight, I probably should have submitted and just given the spot to them. However, it was a really long shift, I was tired, and the spot was really close to the groceries doors. It was dark outside after all, and I figured the shorter walk would be safer. Now, to this day, I can't tell you what possessed me to stay put. Normally I would have gotten out and just put my headphones in without thinking, but this time, something stopped me. I looked back and I noticed the car had parked diagonally behind me. I could easily look back from the driver's side window and see them, and they pulled in so their faces were towards me. There were 2 very oversized men in baseball caps, just looking at me. There was something in the stare that kept me locked solid in the vehicle. I locked all of my doors and kept looking back every so often. They kept their eyes glued on my every move. I felt a terrible feeling wash over me as I then put the car in reverse and exited the lot. Not much of a story, I know, but I really do wonder what the 2 large men would want with a 5'3" petite woman like myself. The worst part of the story is that I really believe I saw the same men in a different parking lot just a few days later. They were parked already and took no note of me, as I luckily sped off into the night. Fast forward 2 weeks, and I'm back at Enterprise. Well, It's the day I have to give the car back, and I'm dreading it. I should also mention that I really don't know anyone in the state of California, and I'm 2,000 miles away from my hometown. I knew that I'd be stranded at home from then on out until I found a car. Sitting at home without any weed can really be a major crisis in a time like this. The one lucky part of this story is there happens to be a dispensary about 3 minutes away from my complex. Well, I decided to take one for the team and walk there. I dressed head to toe, covering my skin. I also made sure to leave early so that there would be more people around. I even had a friend from home on the phone with me the entire time. Unfortunately for me though, this plan fell flat on its face. I walked 1 minute down the road to a gas station, and when I paused at the crosswalk, a dirty-looking man in a white truck made eye contact with me. His windows were rolled down, and he was paused at the stoplight. This is another time where I can be thankful for my intuition, as I just felt something wasn't right about that look in his eye. I stayed out until he drove out of sight, and then made my way, passing the crosswalk. I realized that the man had doubled back and followed me by truck. He made a U-turn and everything. His eyes were still attached to me as I ran back towards the busy gas station and through the busy crosswalk. To my amazement, he turned around yet again, just as I had. He passed me, but not before making that same eye contact with me again as he drove off. This time I stayed put and called for an Uber. Sometimes it's just more worth it to shell out the extra $6. Overall, the time here's been pretty rough, and I really wouldn't recommend moving to the state unless you have people you know here and a good place to live. Please stay safe out there.
I spend my days as a humble worker at 7-Eleven. More specifically, I was a store manager and franchise owner. I was no software engineer or doctor, and while my family did have their opinions on what I did for a living, my job paid rather well. I was a very different man in my past, but deciding to go the route of franchising a store was a more hands-on career path that mostly kept me in check. It was a low-stress but high-labor job, and that was honestly perfect for me. The job was almost therapeutic to me. It gave me something to take care of, something to look forward to every day. Of course, I couldn't do this alone. Working with me in my daytime shifts were workers Molly and Adam. Molly and Adam were young. They were working there to pay off their college tuition. We all considered ourselves like a family to each other. Molly, Adam, and I grew super close to each other in our time working there. They were like the kids I never had, and this naturally made me a little protective over them. We would always encounter weird or upset customers, and it was usually me who had to stand up for them. I didn't want anything to happen to them. They were so young. Nothing bad had happened to Molly or Adam yet, and I was grateful for that. But one early morning, that changed. It was a Tuesday morning. I want to say the incident occurred around 9 a.m. The sun was out and things seemed to be going normal. This time of day was always peaceful. There was usually never any problems. Eventually, a blue sedan pulled into the parking lot. Inside of the car was a rather average-looking middle-aged man. He stepped out of the car and started filling it with gas. While the pump was going, he then proceeded to the front of the store. As per their training, Molly and Adam greeted him. The man just nodded and started walking around the aisles. He then looped back around the store, approached Molly, and started flirting with her. Molly was visibly uncomfortable, and while I wanted to go to the back of the store and do my inventory logging, I couldn't do this, not with the man hitting on Molly like that. Adam, however, told me that he could handle the man if he started acting any weirder, and naturally, I trusted him. I reluctantly stepped in the back room and started counting down and logging all the items that were there. While I was doing this, however, I kept looking back towards the man to see what he was doing. It seemed like the man was looking back at me as well. This was odd for a number of reasons. Customers aren't supposed to be this close to the back of the store, and he kept awkwardly peering in through the utility room. To make things worse, every time I looked back, the man started to try and act busy. It was like he was trying to pass time or look natural for some reason. I stepped out of the room and asked the man if I could help him. He seemed to awkwardly and rudely shun me off and keep pacing around the store pretending like he was looking for something. For some reason, I decided to ignore all these red flags and continue my work in the back. Eventually, while Molly was passing by the back room, she whispered to me that the man was making her very uncomfortable. I told her that once I finished with the shelf I was working on, I would quickly go outside and help her. I essentially told her to hang in there and wait behind Adam. It was super confusing what the man even wanted. He seemed to have stopped flirting with Molly completely and was instead focused on trying to peer through the back door for some reason. As annoying as this was, I just wanted to get through my work. I had one last crate of granola bars to log down and I didn't want this weird man to stop that. But that's when I heard a commotion coming from the main room. "Excuse me, sir, you're not allowed to be back there. What are you trying to pull off?" "Call the police, Adam," I heard Molly exclaim right after that. I quickly ran out of the storage room to see what was happening and saw the commotion. The man in the blue car was trying to pull something off. I saw Molly in shock and fear in the corner, and Adam with his fists up standing right in front of her. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" I asked the man. Whoa, what kind of place is this? What's even back there? What are you guys hiding?" "Get out of here, the sign clearly says employees only." "You expect me to just sit here and let you get away with this? No way in hell." We were all in complete shock. Adam tried to calm the man down, however. "Sir, we don't need to get violent, okay? You can just calm down and we don't have to— I don't want to hear another word from you psychos." The man snapped back at Adam. Molly started to cry. She was ready to dart out the store. The man then started reaching for his pocket. We had no idea what he was going to pull out. I tackled the man in the back of the shop and screamed at Adam and Molly to just head away and call the police. A few more minutes of us rustling in the utility room occurred. I managed to headlock the man, but he just kept hitting me off. After a few more minutes of us rustling and fighting in the back, the cops eventually got there. But sadly, they couldn't find him on the scene. We got the man's face on security camera, and his car was still at the pumps. We had both his face and his license plate on camera. Despite all this, the police just left. They couldn't find any sign of him, and they assumed that he just ran out through one of the other back doors. As the cops left, I made sure to dump the man's body right next to the first. As I mentioned before, I was a different man in my past. This job really changed me. It seemed like the man in the blue car clearly noticed the other body I had. Normally it's pretty well hidden. Not even Molly or Adam could find it. But I guess one of the legs must have been sticking out or something like that while I was moving stuff around. I re-looked at the security footage to make sure there was no evidence left behind. It seemed like the man wasn't reaching for a gun or a knife. He was reaching for his phone to call the police. I really didn't want it to be this way, but he knew my secret. The man was now part of my collection. Molly and Adam still have no idea what happened, and you bet I'm planning to keep it that way. They can't find out anything about my past. If they did, they'd be shattered. For now, my secret remains safe from the public eye, and I will ensure no one remembers that day.
This happened to me when I was in 11th grade. I'm a female, and this happened when I was about 13 years old. One weekend, my parents and I were out of town for work, so I was staying with a friend who lived across the street. Every morning I would wake up and go let the dogs out, feed them, and clean the litter box. Then my friend and I would go play for the rest of the day, sporadically checking on the house. One morning my friend and I woke up very early, still dark out, and looked across the street at my house. Our electric garage kept opening and closing all by itself, constantly, and one of my dogs runs out of the garage. I ran out and grabbed the dog. Then we watched the house for about 5 minutes before we decided to walk across the street to check on it. Thinking it was a glitch, we walk into the garage where I push the button to make it stop. Now, to explain my house, you walk into an entryway, and then the house is split level. You can go upstairs or downstairs. We walk upstairs, flipping on the lights and looking around, and there's nothing. Then we began to walk downstairs towards the basement. As I flip on the stairwell light, which has a dimmer on it, we see a shadow on the wall quickly move away from the bottom of the staircase towards the other side of the basement. My friend and I freak out and run out of the back door to my friend's house, where we wake her parents, who call the cops. They come and search the house. Nothing inside. However, they do find footprints in the snow all over the back deck, which wasn't shoveled, and the back door was found unlocked. Nothing was missing as far as we could tell, so I cannot imagine what he wanted. I didn't step foot into the house again until my parents came back home, and even then, I basically had to be bribed, not to mention my room was down in the basement. I slept in my parents' room for 2 weeks after that. Kind of funny thinking back on it. A teenager sleeping on the floor of their parents' bedroom. Number 2. When I was a kid, I was living with my grandma in an apartment complex in a very poor area. It was a really bad neighborhood, but my granny and I were living in the nicer part, which really isn't saying much. The apartment complex was really small, 3 floors and 12 apartments all in all. But as the neighborhood wasn't exactly friendly, neither were the neighbors. We hardly knew anyone in the complex. People were constantly moving in and out before you even had a chance at saying hello. But then again, the few people we did say hello to were either creeps or criminals. I don't think we were missing out on much. The complex had a huge basement, and each apartment had their own room in the basement. The basement also had a laundry room. The entire basement was creepy as fuck, but it was really quiet down there most of the time. But anything going on in the complex would eventually manifest into sounds in the basement. On top of that, the heater, which was also down there too, was always making this sound like a dying cat. And every pipe and floorboard down there was really creaky. As a young child, my granny didn't allow me to go down there on my own. Not that I ever wanted to. Even before this particular incident, plenty of bad stuff had happened down there. People would often use the basement for illegal activities or to store drugs. A lot of people would move away without cleaning out their rooms, leaving behind the stuff to be found by the landlord. One time the landlord found a meth lab. Another time he found a batch of dead dogs, which apparently had been alive when the resident of the